Are you?
So that was the last one. Actually, where is my camera? Hey. So I guess I'm alone for a bit, but yeah, just in case there is a soul out there watching, I just want to say I planned a couple of games for my hour because I'm from the Philippines and I wouldn't want to cancel my Filipino card by not preparing a fun party. So I prepared some classic Filipino party games, and yeah, we'll get to that in a bit. What else can I say? Yeah, maybe I can talk about the party games since people watching might not be familiar with the games. Right. So I have 3 games for everyone to play today. So the first game is called Pinoy Henyo, and translated in English, it roughly means like Filipino genius. But I think a friend told me that you might be more familiar with Heads Up, which is a game played on Ellen. So it's kind of like that. So I'll give some categories, and then players will try to guess the word. So that's the first game. The other game that I have planned is a bingo game. So there are bingo cards, and I filled it with writer things. So some specific experiences that maybe us writers have had in the past. So the way to win the game is to have as many of these experiences as possible. That's the second game, bingo cards. And the final game is a very commonly played party game in the Philippines called the Bring Me game. I'm not sure if anyone else here is familiar with the game, but uh, the way to play it is just to bring the item from to bring the item to the party host. So you will be bringing, or at least showing, the item on the screen when I ask for it. So that those are the games for this afternoon. It's afternoon in the Philippines, but it's early in the morning for most of you right now. So there.
For me over here, it's about 1 in the morning.
Oh, it's 1 in the morning. Here it's 4 p.m. here, and it's a bit noisy because I live like near the road. Sorry.
What's the weather like over
Thank
there?
you. Sorry.
What's the weather like today?
The weather. Well, it's a pretty sunny day, and the only thing that is unusual with the weather today is that we have lots of smog, because there have been a lot of forest fires in my city lately. I live in a mountainous region, so we have lots of like patches of forests between like communities, and unfortunately, because of the heat, there have been a lot of wildfires. And even yesterday, while I was traveling, there were wildfires all around, and it's been so bad. That's why lately, like, if you open the window or if you just step outside, you'll see that the sky is actually full of like smoke. So pretty bad. But whew, the other thing that's happening today in my city is street dance parade. My city hosts an annual festival called the Flower Festival, and it's exactly what you think it is. It's a festival that started in 1990, or at least be in the early 1990s, because of like a slump in tourism and morale. Because in my city in the 1990 was marked by a strong earthquake. So the government, in order to like attract tourists and to boost morale for the locals, thought of a festival, and they settled on a festival of flowers. So it's a month-long event, and people from all over the Philippines and even from around the world come to my city, come to Baguio City, uh, to watch the parades. We have a float parade. So imagine like um, vehicles filled with like floral floats. We call them floats. I'm not sure if you call them that, but it could be like floats from establishments. Maybe a restaurant wants to join the float parade, so they can make their own float. Sometimes the big like broadcasting networks join and they send their celebrities. What else? I mentioned earlier that we also have a street dance parade. So that's actually pretty fun, the street dance, because people from the students and the smaller students from the elementary schools around the city, they prepare for months in order to like join the street parade, and they perform like a mix of modern and traditional dances. So my region is a home of many indigenous groups. Um, just to illustrate how diverse the region is in terms of the IP groups, we have almost 100. Oh no, sorry, almost 50 maybe languages here across the provinces. So besides the diverse languages, we also have different cultures, dances, and during the street parade, these kids perform like a mix of maybe a remix of one of the most popular songs of the day, um, yeah, TikTok song, and then mixed with traditional instruments. It's fun to watch when you're not from here, but I'm a local and this thing happens every year. I'd rather stay home like I am now. Rather stay home and maybe watch the live stream and enjoy my time alone because outside is crazy. People from all over are flooding the streets. I know I'm talking so much, but anyone has questions about maybe Baguio City or the Flower Festival, I'd be happy to answer them while we're waiting for more participants for the games.
No, please don't apologize. You're a lovely speaker, so it's really been lovely to hear you speak. And I lived in Flagstaff, which is like northern Arizona, up in the mountains for 2 years, and we had exactly the same problems with wildfires because it's also a mountainous region that would get really really hot during the summer. And I mean I remember there being just embers floating up and just from the nearby fires. So thank you for sharing so much about the fire festivals too and the dancing. And it's nice to hear not just about ecological disasters, but beautiful culture as well.
Thank you, Inbal. Um, Should I call you Bal, by the way?
You can call me Inbal or you can call me Ball if you're nasty. I go by either one.
Okay. Uh, yeah. I was going to mention that I worked for a time for a company based in Arizona. Although I think they're based in Gilbert, so.
Oh, Gilbert. Gilbert's, I was gonna say Gilbert's great, but I was like, I'm not gonna say Gilbert's great. That would be a lie. It's a fun city, but I'm sure I think you don't live in a place for very long without developing opinions about which cities are great and which cities are fine.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
know, right?
Totally.
Here, there aren't like many cities, um, but there are a lot of different towns, and each town is known for very specific things. Like here, it's mostly a tourist city, but yeah, something interesting about my city is that the only reason it became the city that it is during the American colonial period. We were a colony of the United States for 30 plus years. Um, I think that's around Second World War. So around maybe the 1900s to the 1940s, somewhere sometime around that. And when they saw this city, my city, Baguio City, uh, they thought it would be a nice spot for R&R because the climate is really good. The Philippines is a tropical country, but my city is pretty cool. Like during like December to January, the temperature drops to around maybe 9 degrees Celsius. I know that's not much for, you know, um, temperate regions. That's not as cold as maybe what you're used to. But for a tropical country, that's pretty cold. So people love coming here for the chilly weather. And the Americans of the time, the soldiers and the administrators, government officials, love to come here to take a break from the sweltering heat elsewhere around the country. So that's how they designed this city. I think most people who come here, even maybe some of the younger people who were born here, might not have like a good idea or good understanding of why the city is wired to be a tourist city. But from the start, it was meant to be a place for people to just have fun, to relax. Um, and I guess that's why it persists to this day. This identity of being a tourist destination. But before that, it was indigenous land, and I am part of the original indigenous group that to whom this land belongs. Um, in my poetry, I also write about that. I write about how the history of this city um, affects its modern day identity. How we should never forget that this tourist spot is actually indigenous land.
Yeah, definitely. I think that there's such a unique type of violence to being from a place that is built to be sort of a playground for wealthy and colonial powers. And it can be kind of invisible in a way because especially in the modern times, like it's like, well, you live in a fun place. Like, is that so bad? And it's like, kinda, yeah. So yeah, thank you for speaking on that. That was really cool. Um, and these are things that, being Americans, we don't really learn about. and so hearing it from a person who is, as insightful and has such, real personal experience as yours it's really, such a rare opportunity. So thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, no problem. I like talking about the city, especially because I only also recently learned about these things. It's not common practice to talk about the history of the city. The way that history in my country is taught is not very, it's not very localized. Like we have like a run of the mill history textbook that gets used across the country with no regard for like the nuance of a particular region's history. So it wasn't easy for me, even as an indigenous person, to learn about my history and the history of my own like birthplace, my own hometown. So these things are just newly acquired knowledge even to me who has lived here all my life. So whenever I get the chance to talk about it, I'm very happy. And in a way I think it's kind of my um my way to make up for lost time, all the time that I spent not knowing and not being able to do better because of not knowing.
Yeah, and thank you for sharing it with us. It's really lovely. So of course, I don't want to, because I feel like this conversation can go for the whole night. If you want to start the game whenever you'd like, uh, I don't know how many players are generally needed for it.
Yeah, no problem. Um, for the game though, I'm gonna need uh, which one should we start with? We could start with. I'm not sure how many people we have right now though. Maybe we can check that first before I maybe introduce one of the games. Some of the games can work even with just two people, but a few of them would require like more. So I'm not sure how to do that though, but
So if you're gonna, so is the chat able to participate or?
um yeah. I think for the first game, maybe we can start with the Bring Me game. Um, this is something that everyone can play. Like just not. It does not require maybe being here in the live channel. Even the people maybe watching from YouTube can participate. Although it would be more fun if they were here, so they could show the item. Yeah, because that's the first game. The first game is very simple. The mechanics are just um, look for the item. Okay. Just look for the item that, yeah, for the item that I'll name and then just bring it. Yeah, I think it would be best if people would bring or just show the item. People can participate in the chat, sure. Though maybe they can take a picture of the item. For example, if I say, yeah, sure, they can describe the item in the chat. I can find a way to make it so that even a description is fine. All right.
Yeah, thank you for being so flexible with that. So, yeah, I'm definitely here to participate. I know Ellie is silently watching along, and there's a couple people in chat, so
Yeah, I
whenever
don't have
you
a
feel
camera, but
comfortable.
I'll shepherd the chat.
Yeah, no problem. I'm just gonna think of a way to accommodate like a descriptive answer. Yeah, so I don't need to see it. Usually, the way the game is played is you win by being the first person to bring the item to me. But since some people are participating through the chat, and I have been informed there is a slight delay in the live stream, we're going to be flexible. So you don't have to be the first person to bring me the item, although I could give you plus points for that. So just bring me the item that I will name, and you don't have to take a picture if that's not possible. You can just describe it in the chat. So let's have a test item first. Okay. So the test item is thickest book that you own. Again, the item is the thickest book. So I want to see or like biggest, thickest book. So people who are participating via chat can just describe the book, maybe give me the title, how many pages it has. So this requires a bit of, like standing up and like scrambling for the item. Yeah, so I hope it wakes people up. It's an unholy hour for most of you, but thanks for humoring me. Thickest book. So while I'm waiting, I don't have the thickest book on my desk. Maybe I can do that. Thickest book on my desk. Oh no. While I'm waiting for people's answers, people's books. This is the thickest book I have on my desk. This is the closest thing I can reach. My bookshelf is inside this room. I can't really get it right now, but here it is. So it's gonna be very easy to beat. Yeah, very thin. But this is a collection of poetry from a Filipino author. He's actually one of my recent favorites. His name is Amadeo Mendoza, and the book is called February Rain. There are so many good poems here. In fact, if you don't have too many people reading later, maybe I can read from this book. Right, so this is the thickest one I have, and it has just 117 pages. If anyone has 200 pages, then you've beaten me. I'm not sure if people are answering via the maybe YouTube chat or live chat, but
Okay, let's see. So I was looking around and I realized that this I don't even have my thickest books here, but this is the thickest one that I could find, and it's uh Terry Pratchett, Hogfather from the Discworld series, and it has 354. But it's just kind of I feel like it doesn't count because it's so short. It's such a small book. So it's just kind of thick by definition. I don't know if it's actually
yeah.
got 300. I'm looking around and seeing what people have put in. Oh my god. Ellie's copy of American Gods is 750 pages. Wow.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna win with this. I have 750. Does anyone have anything thicker?
I see annotated copy of the Sherlock Holmes collection. Volume is 1 foot and 8 inches and 824 pages.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I think the thickest book I ever finished was a novel that like my father got from I think a secondhand bookstore. And it was maybe 1,100 pages. But I think the flex here is that I read it when I was in high school. So yeah, but it's not here. It's not. It's in the other house. So I think we have a winner. 100 pages.
Also, I also misread that it is 1 foot by 8 inches. So just a very big, like a, but yes, still really really big book. All right, then we definitely have a winner.
Yay. Right, so the next one is the next item is expired food.
Ooh.
Does anyone
Good
have
check.
maybe food past the expiration date that they haven't really gotten to throwing away? I have some. No judgment. These items were chosen because I also have these items. Can't really go to my kitchen now to get some, but I think I have like expired chocolates. Yeah, I have expired chocolates. Um, Other food items I got from a big grocery trip that I had in October of 2022, and then they expired last year. Yeah, because I kept trying to save them for maybe a special event. I don't know. I don't know what I was saving them for. So I have a bunch of like chocolates and sweets that expired sometime last year. Maybe the way we can decide the winner this time is to look at the oldest expiration date. If people are comfortable to share, of course. No problem if not.
Okay. I brought what I got, and this I don't have a number for these, but I can promise you they're kind of gross, and I will throw these away after. I got these turkey hot dogs that have been sitting in my fridge uh for over a week, past the point where I really should have thrown them out. Um, they're nasty. They're real bad.
I was telling everyone I have like expired chocolates from I think July of 2023. So yeah, I don't know what I keep buying chocolates because I like them, but then I don't eat them. See, what a waste, right? A waste of good
Waste.
chocolate.
Yes. I see that my good friend Bohalika is in the chat right now and calling herself out by saying, I have a small container of jam that Inbal made for me in 2018 or something. Yana, please throw that jam away. It's not good anymore.
Oh no. Is anyone topping that 2018 jam?
It's probably going to be a little hard to beat that.
Yeah. We have a winner. Going once. Going twice. And yeah, I think that's it. We have a winner. And I thought my 2023 chocolates were gonna win. Okay. Well, thank you all so much for for participating in this crazy parlor game. The next item is, I'm not sure if this is gonna work, but let's try. Strand of gray hair. That's the next item. A strand of gray hair, white hair. Yeah. I'm not kidding when I say this is usually played at like birthday parties or for kids. And people really yank gray hairs from their grandmothers just to win this game. Yeah. If you don't have gray hair, maybe any differently colored hair is fine. Like my grandmother, she used to have like strands of like bronze looking hair, like brown. Sure, there's more brown, but under the sun, they're more like bronze looking, like copper looking. Yeah, so anyone who has a strand of gray hair or differently colored hair. By different, I mean like not your natural hair color.
I've got this guy.
Oh, oh hello.
I don't think it counts, but he's here. And he's got some gray hairs. You can go, buddy.
Hi. What's your name? Hey.
Ellie was also going to grab her cat.
That's very new. No one in the Filipino parties that I have attended so far have ever thought of that. Very original.
Thank you. Thank you. And yet, Ellie and I both have the same thought, so I think we've been on this stream together for too long, Ellie.
Hey.
Has anyone else brought a gray or a differently colored hair of some kind that is not in animals?
Human hair of different color. Does anyone want to try? No. Yeah, I think the cats are gonna win this one. This is one for the cats. All right. This next item is fun. So bring me. Originally, it was gonna be a sock with a hole, but I think we can make this even more fun. Bring me any clothing item with the biggest hole that you still have. Like it can be a t-shirt, it can be a sock, it can be pants that have holes, a hole on them, and we're gonna judge the winner by looking at the size of the hole. I have lots of socks with holes in them in my bedroom. They're pretty small holes. But I actually still wear them. I'm curious to see what items people will bring. I'm trying to think if I have like t-shirts with holes in them. Yeah, I think I do. They're usually like pretty small holes. But again, I still wear these shirts. I don't know why. If I like the shirt, I'm gonna wear it until the hole is bigger than the shirt.
All right. So I do know we have a lot of flags. I'm going to give everyone else a little bit more time. I hear Prisma says I've got some standard skinny jeans with the holes pre-ripped. Vohalika says I just moved and threw out everything with the holes. So I threw everything with the holes out. Ellie says I gotta get those shirts with the huge slits cut in them. Speaking of, I got my oldest shirt, which is I got this shirt in middle school and I still keep it for sentimental values. Thank you, Olive. He's censoring me. He doesn't want me to show this. It's got a big hole right here underneath the sleeve.
Oh.
Yeah, I know it's a big hole. It's a really big hole. I should toss this shirt, but I can't bring myself to. I don't wear it anymore, but it's really hard to get rid of something you've had for so long.
That's
Yes.
true. I still have shirts from like my high school class too, and I think some of those shirts have even gone to my brothers. Yeah, for some reason they want to wear my shirts. They have my name on them, but I don't know. They like it. Yeah. They only have like socks with holes on them. Yeah, maybe someone else has like socks with holes and holes in them. Or something even more interesting. I remember, oh no, but I got that mended. I had a sweatshirt with a really big hole, like here. And then I wore it outside to eat dinner with my friends, and nobody told me that. Nobody told me that my sweatshirt actually had like a huge hole.
That is not on you. I think that if you wore that to a party and nobody told you, that's on them. That's their faux pas now.
I know. I'm just thinking maybe they didn't see anything. I just hope they didn't see anything, but it was really like a huge hole here, and I got it mended. So can't win this game with that. But for the record, I wore a ripped sweatshirt outside.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I really like Ellie's answer here of saying if you really break it down, skirt slash dress is the biggest hole. Which you know what, fair, true.
yeah, that is so smart.
Yes.
I have another easy item here before we move to the last. The next item, very easy. Any any denomination, any kind of money with the number 5. So it can be like 500 or 50, or maybe Filipino money has years on them. So if the money was maybe produced in 2005, there's still a 5. So any kind of money with the number 5. Do I have? Yeah, I'll try to look for Filipino money to show people. Where are my money? There. There are 5 here. Okay. I have a 25 centavo coin. I know it's not very fair. So 25 cents Filipino money. Eh, she got
It's so shiny.
yeah. Changed our coins recently. That's why like most of the Filipino coins right now are this color, just different sizes.
Um, this one is a shout out to Valhalla in the chat because I actually Valhalla is from Germany and I actually went to visit her earlier this year. So I still have this 5.
Oh no. Is it me? Did I lose internet? Ah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. This is the money I have. Let me see if I can look at comments. Not sure where to look.
Wow, I can't believe trying to show European money on stream got me banned.
Oh my. Really?
You definitely got it from an ATM in Austria. Yes, thank you. All right, what else have people had? Ellie drops a Korean coin at your. It can't be PI. Okay, I thought I thought it would be private investigator, and I was like, why do you have a PI? That is 500. And Vohalica has a 5-cent coin. My €5 wins. And
Yay.
Prism has $5 bills, so 5 fives on their dresser.
Nice. We should play maybe a card game next time.
I mean, I had no idea that the Jake community was so loaded. Like, no
Yeah.
wonder we're selling out of these books.
So international. Yeah, just showing you another like Filipino coin before I read the next item. Yeah, this is 20. Yeah. This used to be a bill. This used to be a bill, and then very recently they made it a coin because the economy. Anyway, the last item is a selfie with a person next to you. If there is a person next to you, I think you can just take a selfie, your own face if you don't have anyone with you right now. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take a selfie. Yeah, that's me. Again, that's a selfie with a person next to you, the cat next to you, if you like that. I don't have pets, so yeah, it's just me. Boring. So I'm done.
All right. Here that I took.
Yay.
With a cat butt. And I'm not gonna this unfortunately, but I can prove that Wahalika sent me a selfie of her lying with her her truly ancient plushie. I'm calling out
Aw.
this plushie. It's a very cute plushie.
It's so cute. I don't have pets in my house, but I do have a plushie from Taiwan. I visited
Ooh.
one in November, and their family runs one of those night market stalls. Night markets are very popular in Asia. I'm not sure if you've been to one. And there are like arcade stuff there. So I think their parents run a game kind of stall, arcade store, if you will. So I think one of the prizes was this big, like piggy slushy, and they gave one to me for free. But when I got here, I pretended that I won it from the night market games, but it was totally just given to me as a gift. We're
That
out
is
of
so valid. So valid.
yeah. I'm very bad at games. Maybe I can win a word game, but very bad at everything else.
I have never won any type of fair game in my life. So yes, very, very valid. I would do the same.
Thank you. That's the story of my plushie. And thank you for the selfies, everyone.
Yeah,
That's the last
that's just
item on our list. Yeah. I hope you enjoyed that game. Yeah. My goal for this very early morning is to turn everyone into Filipinos. Just kidding. Like help. Maybe I'll give you at least an approximate experience of the Filipino like birthday game, birthday party culture. So the next game is bingo. Yeah, we're gonna play bingo. Did you know, like, bingo is universal though. Here in the Philippines, it's not just a birthday thing. Even during like someone's wake, people actually play bingo, but mostly just to raise money for the person who passed away. So bingo is very popular in my culture, in Filipino culture. Yes. So to play this bingo game, I'm gonna have to send you the cards, right? So I'm gonna send a link to this live chat, and I will need help sending it to the other people. So this is a bingo card that I made just for Jake because I love Jake so much. I made this special bingo game. And the way to play is to just click on that, click on the link, so you can get your own unique card. Okay, so when you click that link, you're supposed to get your own card. Right, so just checking if people have clicked the link and can they see the can they see the card? Right. Okay, so I'm gonna call out the don't have numbers for this bingo card. Instead, we have like scenarios. So the way to win the game is, of course, to clear out a line. It doesn't have to be a blackout, but maybe a line horizontal or vertical or a diagonal line. And the other catch is that you can only cross it out if it has happened to you or if it applies to you. Again, this is just like regular bingo, except that the items on the bingo card are things that usually happen to writers. So I want people to cross out the scenario, if I call it out, only if it applies to them. So that's the catch. All right, so if everyone's ready, everyone got their bingo cards, I'm gonna start calling out scenarios.
All right, I have my card.
All right,
Everyone
so
got their cards?
yep. Gonna start if everyone is ready with the cards. So Ellie and Inbal have their cards. I think the people we have in the live stream, do they have their cards? Can we just check very quickly? Don't know where to look. Looking in the. I think I saw people saying they're ready. I'm gonna start calling out. So first box, first item. All right. So this is the first call. Cross it out, cross the box out if you have ever written the wrong mag name on a cover letter. So that's the first one here. Call out. Wrote the wrong mag name on a cover letter. Yeah. This has not happened to me yet, but it has happened to my friend. Most mags are pretty cool with it.
Yeah, this has happened to me before, and a magazine was so cool about it. Didn't even mention it.
Yeah.
I did get rejected, but it was probably unrelated.
Right. One so far, I think many people have gotten it. Here's the second call. Second call is if you carry a notebook around. Yeah, it's a very writer thing. You carry a notebook around. If you do, please cross that out from your bingo card. Yeah. I carry a couple of notebooks around when I'm outside. I have like smaller notebooks, and I also have like this notebook. So that's number 2. Please cross it out. And if we're ready, I'll move to the third one. And all right. So number 3, please cross this out from your bingo card if you started writing because of your English teacher, or at least you were maybe inspired, influenced by your English teacher. I find that a lot of writers have close ties with English teachers. My English teacher inspired me to become an English teacher. That's why I studied to be a high school teacher, actually. But look at me. I still was inspired by my English teacher, but I'm a writer. So we have 3 callouts. Did anyone get like a full row yet? No one with a bingo yet. Okay. So I'm gonna keep calling. Alright, number 4. Got accepted by a dream publication on the first try. Got accepted on the first try. I'm not sure what your dream publications are, but one of my dream publications is Street Cake. Yeah, I like that they focus on like experimental writing, and I did get in the first try. Yay! Jake was also a dream pub of mine, like before I got pubbed.
Really? I had no idea. That's awesome. Congratulations
Yeah,
on the pub.
thank you.
Ellie, have you been published in any scientific journals yet?
Uh oh no, I haven't been published in an academic journal,
Oh
but
no, sorry. I was asking because I know that Ellie's participating and Ellie's more of a science person than than like a
oh,
prose or
ah,
fiction or creative writing person. But just throwing that out there, that's incredible. I should say that I've never been published by a dream publication so far, much less on the first try. But that's an incredible, flower in your cap, not flower, feather in your cap.
thank
Congratulations.
you. Mm, yeah, dream publication, whether it's a scientific journal, actually, that counts. So, no one yet? Oh, okay. Next call. Next call. Oh, you follow Taco Bell quarterly, but not the Paris review. Is this you? If it's you, then please cross that out of your bingo card. Yeah, I know that Jake has been very active in the TVQ versus Paris review, like shenanigans during the AWP, was it? I may be silent, but I read everything that Jake posts, is what I mean. Right. No bingos yet. Really? Okay. One is winning this game. I thought it was easy. Alright. Here's number 6. 6 is you submitted to a magazine minutes before the deadline. Submitted to a magazine minutes before the deadline. This is me. Times 100. I don't know why I always do this. And I have bad anxiety. It doesn't help me, but still do it.
Yeah, I can definitely claim that one. I have you ever go to like what is it called? The oh god, it's so late for me. Uh that one publishing platform, Submittable, where you can go and like get the ones that are closing, they'll like pop up first. I always do that. I don't know why, but there's some part of my brain that's like, get in there right before it closes. Maybe they'll see yours first or something. It makes no sense, but I do that.
Right. For me, I think the reason I do that is just bad time management. At least for you. Like there's logic behind it. Me, I'm just pretty bad at keeping up with deadlines. No one's winning yet. Seriously. Okay. Are you sure? We don't have a bingo yet. Okay.
Elliot
Number
says I
7.
literally submitted my first science publication like right before it was due while tipsy at a school event. Wow, Ellie.
Wow. Amazing. I used to do that too in college, but not. Uh, but these were just like homework. Not
Okay.
a scientific article, not a science journal article. So that's a different level. So number 7, we're at call number 7, and we still don't have a winner. But this might be you. So check your bingo card. You have more than 10. More than 10 works in progress. More than 10 works in progress. If this is you, cross that out and see if you have a bingo.
Definitely crossing that one out for me. I don't know anyone who doesn't, to be honest.
Yeah.
How many ones do you have right now?
I don't know if I have more than 10, but that's how bad I am with being organized as a writer. I don't even know how many I have open right now, but probably 10, more than 10. So, are you sure? We don't have a winner yet at this point because we're almost out of calls.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's fine. Sequence, or we can just move to the next. Sorry, to the next game. Okay. So this is number 8, call number 8. Have you ever received a rejection more than a year, or maybe even longer, after you submitted a piece?
I guess that's bingo for me.
Oh, yay, we won.
Yay. I actually have a piece that's, I think it's a rejection, like one that's still in limbo right now, and it's been like over a year and they have not gotten back to me. I was like, I'm gonna assume that one. But I definitely I've gotten rejections after a long time. Uh People will get if you are wondering, hey, where's that piece that I sent, 3 years ago? I never got a response. Believe it or not, sometimes they will respond to you and go, "Nah."
Sorry. Oh my. That hasn't happened to me yet because I only started submitting in April. Yeah, April of last year. So that's the only reason why I haven't gotten a rejection like more than a year past the submission date. But I am guessing maybe by April I will have a couple of submissions that haven't been rejected or accepted after such a long time. All right, so that's tonight's or this morning's bingo. We have a winner. Inbal is the winner. Yay!
I feel like that's
Congratulations.
cheating. I'm hoping this is just another sign of Jake's insider trading and shady back alley deals.
I promise I didn't do anything to the bingo cards.
I believe you. I believe you. But did I do anything to the bingo cards? That's the
Oh yeah, that is the right question. I did not think of that. Anyway, thank you for joining Jake's bingo. And the next game is a bit longer. Yeah, it's probably gonna be a bit longer, but only because I'm gonna have to do like a bit of explaining. Yeah. So the next game is Pinoy Henyo.
I'm gonna give you center stage right
now. This game is again was popularized on a noontime show in the Philippines. That's why this is the name. This was the name given by the show, but I think that other TV shows and maybe other countries' shows have different names for this game. So Pinoy Henyo, a friend informed me earlier that Ellen had it on her show as Heads Up. Heads Up. Yeah, so if you're familiar with that game, that's what we're gonna play this afternoon. But I'm gonna need participants in yeah. We're gonna need participants maybe in the stream, or at least we should have like a chosen participant for like every round we play. I prepared like 4 sets here so we can play with 4 different players. And I'm just gonna go ahead and explain how it works first before I think about like who's gonna play the game. So how it works is, well, traditionally you would have like a prompter on your forehead, and it's supposed to say like a word. So for example, maybe the word is water. So yeah. So the player, that would be me in this example, I would need to guess the word on my forehead. And for me to be able to guess it, I would have to have a partner. But for today's game, we won't be playing in pairs. So, like anyone else who is not playing can help the player to guess the word. So, you only need one participant per set. Um, this player should not see the word, so we can figure that out later. But again, just back to the mechanics for now. So, for me to be able to guess the word, I will ask questions. So the questions should just be simple questions that can be answered with a yes or no. So I can ask, is this an animal? Is this a place? Is this a household item? Um, I can ask anything that can be answered with a yes or no. So I can ask maybe, is this blue? Is this solid, liquid? You can come up with your own strategies for maybe being able to be able to guess the word quicker. So usually, of course, you ask more general questions like, is this a thing? Is this a place? Things like that. Oops. Sorry. Uh-huh. So that's how to play the game. And then everyone who is not a participant can guess. Sorry, not guess. Everyone who is not the player, who is not me in this scenario, can help. But you can only answer yes, no, or maybe. Yes, no, or maybe. That's how to play the game. So, yeah. Our first um, problem, maybe not a problem, but the first thing we have to settle is who who's gonna play the first game. So I prepared 4 different sets and can actually take turns. Of course, I can't play because I can see the words, but
Theoretically, I can play if I, put it up and then don't look at the screen or at the stream. So I can probably go first.
okay. One moment. Yeah, because I had to make like a set that was like live stream friendly. Because I thought if I use the app, it's hard to like ask people to download the app. So I made a version for us to play here. So
So
here is just this is just a wheel for like determining the first set of words, and after that, after we've chosen the words, I will have to flash the words here. Maybe I just share the. Give me one moment. Right. Okay. So if Inbal wants to play first, he will spin the wheel to find out which set we're using first, and then the Ellie can help me with the flashing the words?
Yeah, I was gonna say I can put the word on stream, and then Ball can look away, and then we will do, yeah. So everyone knows what the word is, and then we will just hide it so that Ball doesn't see it.
Yeah. So people can ask questions. Usually this is like timed. It's a timed game. Maybe we can also time it, but make it a bit longer than usual. So I'm thinking maybe we can try 3 minutes. I'm gonna set up a timer for 3 minutes here.
Yeah, chat has a delay, so there might be some difficulty, but we'll see. We can see how it goes.
Or actually, let's just not use the timer this time.
Yeah.
Let's just see.
We'll play around and see how it goes.
So, thanks, Ellie. These are the words. So, but first we have to spin the wheel. Perhaps you should spin the wheel so you can flash it too. Yeah, there are 4.
All right, let's ask chat. Okay, so let me share my screen. Jump onto that really quick. All right, animals, movies, household items, or food? Which one first?
Yay.
Heather, you can have a vote. You can have a vote too.
I don't want food. Maybe food.
Your vote for food. Let's see. Any votes from chat, and then I'll spin it. I forget how long the delay is. I'll give a sec.
What is it doing? Why are we yelling?
Is it olive oil again?
Yeah, he saw a stranger cat outside the window, and now he's yelling.
I
know. Go take a drinker.
Oh, I clicked my stream instead of the actual one. That's very funny. All right.
Big angry man.
All right, now let me jump back. And I will hide the secret word. Okay, we should be good.
Let me know what it is safe for me to turn around.
We should be good now.
Okay.
Can start asking questions.
So this is food, you said? Okay. Am I delicious?
Yes.
Yes, I'm delicious. Am I a piece of American food? Yes or no?
I think so, yes.
American food. Okay. Ooh. Do I contain cheese?
No.
No, I don't contain cheese. Okay. Am I vegan?
Yes, sorry.
I am vegan. Interesting. What kind of, there's the problem. I don't know very many vegan foods. Am I saucy?
No.
No. Am I dry?
Maybe. Yes.
Maybe. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Am I leafy?
Oh.
There leaves? No leaves, no leaves. So vegan, not saucy, but not entirely dry. Just dry. Not leafy. Americanish. Let's think. What on earth is that? Am I deep fried?
Oh.
Not deep fried. Okay. Am I baked?
Yes.
Baked. Interesting. Interesting. Would you call me a dessert?
Yeah.
A dessert. Okay. Okay. A vegan dessert. A baked vegan dessert. So definitely not creme brulee. Let's think. Something without eggs. Without dairy. Hmm. Do I have a crust?
Yeah.
Okay. Am I a pie?
Yes.
Am I like a a fruit that grows on a tree kind of pie?
Yes.
Am I apple pie?
Yes.
Yay! I'm apple pie. All right.
Yay. We have a couple more words under this category. I think we can finish the category. Yeah.
So who's next?
Oh yeah. Who's gonna play next? I know all the words, but yeah, I know
But
all
you
the
don't
words.
know
That would be
which
here.
word it is.
That is
Does
true.
someone in the chat want to play?
Yeah. Or does anyone else want to play?
Yeah, I guess we could technically do someone in the chat.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, hang on.
Who's gonna play next?
I think we had someone just join us.
We know all the words, but yeah, I know all the words. That would be here.
Val, I think you're echoing.
Okay, so someone in the chat want to play? I think we have someone just join us.
That's okay. Here, Heather, why don't you go, and then we'll have the chat answer. We'll have to go a little slower.
All right. So I'm gonna guess, right?
Yeah, just look away, and I'll click it, and then we can have the chat answer.
All right. Don't tell me the category. Maybe it'll be
Oh my God, I clicked
harder for me that way.
Sounds good. How do I? Let me. What if I just refresh the page? Oh dear. How do I go back? Just bear with me. We're gonna get there. There we go.
Hey. Time up now.
Alright, chat. I'm just gonna pick one randomly so that we can get into it.
All right.
Alright, remember the secret word. I will cut the stream and mute myself.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Thing. I think they're all things. That's pretty stupid. Sorry. Food.
No, you are not food.
Hmm. Uh, Next question. I An animal.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that one. No, you are not an animal.
Am I a movie?
Yes.
And I forgot the other category.
Sorry, what was that?
I started with, am I food? Am I an animal? Or
Not
am I a
food,
movie?
not an animal. Yes, a movie.
Oh. Uh, am I a superhero movie?
In the classic sense.
Well, um, am I an Oscar winner?
Ooh. I actually don't know the answer to that. Chat. Is this movie an Oscar winner? Help us out. Hang on, I have to Google this real quick.
Okay.
Mhm, mhm. I believe no.
No.
What it is? Oh, there it is. Sorry, I'll just say
This?
not for this movie.
Not this movie.
Not this movie.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm giving you too much information.
It's okay. I know I just made this, but I completely forgot everything I put. So I'm having a hard time thinking of questions. Am I a foreign movie, not US movie, not US.
Wait, hang on. No, it is not foreign. Oh, yes, it is from the US.
It's not a superhero movie, so it's not that. I forgot everything else I put. So, um, was this released in the past year? Past 5 years? What? I don't know what I'm asking. Yeah,
God,
past 5 years.
the progression of time.
Hmm.
My bad. My bad. No, it is not from the last 5 years.
I think I know. Is this sci-fi movie?
Hmm. No.
Huh? Is this hmm, rom? I don't think I put a romance film, but is this romance?
Again, I'm going to say no, not in the traditional sense. Depends on who you ask.
Yeah, maybe I'll just guess. Is this Interstellar?
No.
No. Yeah. Okay. If it's not sci-fi, it's not romance. Is this? Hmm. Is this a box office hit?
Yes.
Oh. Hmm. Is this directed by a woman?
Ooh, let me check. I have to get the Wikipedia page up. No.
It's not that either. Oh, I'm losing my own game. Is this? What are genres? Is this drama?
Yes.
Yeah. Is this? Hmm. Okay. Does the title have one word? One word title.
Does it have numbers?
Uh, is it one word? Is the title
No.
one?
Multiple words.
Um. Okay. Is this Black Panther?
No. Remember, no superheroes.
No superheroes. Yeah, I definitely forgot the movies I put. So, is this? Mm, so it's drama. Is this? Maybe I'll name actors.
Yeah.
Ah, but I completely forgot. Um, is Ryan Gosling here?
Oh God. Is Ryan Gosling in it? Guys, help me. I'm gonna open up the Wikipedia page again. Cast.
Oh no.
No.
Whatever this movie is, I completely forgot it. No, it's not the other one I was thinking of. Um, God, I'm so bad at this. Is this? Hmm. Hmm. It's popular. Is this based on a book?
Yes.
Yes. Uh, is the book a classic?
No.
Okay.
Longer. Sorry,
Some
Daily
modern.
Touch again.
Okay. Oh my god.
It's tough.
I have nothing.
Do you want the actors again?
Okay. I get one actor maybe. Hmm. Recent books that were. It's not Little Women. I don't think so.
Not in the last 5 years.
Mhm.
Based on a book.
Mhm.
Wrong. Title's
Wrong.
more than one word.
Title is more than one word. Yeah, not in the last 5 years. Little Women. Then. Directed by a man. No Ryan Gosling. Not a superhero. Not foreign. Or the books that got turned into movies. I'm just gonna name random movies, even if I know they're not the answer. Just so we can keep going. It's not Hunger Games. Is it the Hunger Games? No. Is it a John Green novel?
No.
Turned into a movie? No. Is it? It's not the Hunger Games. No, it wasn't turned into a movie.
Do you want me to give you one actor?
Okay.
Stanley Tucci.
Oh. I think I know what this is. Devil Wears Prada.
It is.
Oh my god. I am ashamed to say I made these questions.
And for the people who in the chat, yes, the Devil Wears Prada is based on a book. The book came out in 2003.
Yeah. Really interesting that I lost on that one. All right. That was pretty hard.
Who's next? Ellie, do you want to go next? I don't know if you're going to be able to, but we can try.
I mean, it's fine. Just put the word in chat, I guess. Maybe no. Let's not have me go next. That sounds complicated.
That sounds complicated. Does someone in the chat want to go?
Yeah, and anyone in chat, speak now or forever hold your peace.
Speak now or forever hold your peace. That was really fun, actually.
That was a tough one for sure.
That was a tough one.
Yeah. I don't know why I did that to myself. It's really hard.
I mean, I can always go again, but, you know, it's more fun if more people do it.
Yeah.
I think
it's
we're
pretty
waiting
fun.
for the chat to catch up.
Okay, let's wait for the chat to catch up. Colin, what are you doing?
That good 30-second lag or whatever it is.
What are you doing? What's going on over there? Can you come here? Can you come here? I know that I taught you. You know, hang on. Come here. No, you guys want to come here.
Olive oil saying
Hey, let's see.
They had their time in the sun and now they're done. Alright, chat has not spoken. Your turn has ended. Ball, do you want to go again? Oh, Prisma's trying to nominate. Do you wanna play heads up? Valhakia? Or Valhalika?
I can play again.
Or we can just have Ball go. Whatever y'all want.
Yeah. Come here. Come here. Come up here. Come on. Alright. I'm trying to bribe this guy to stop making so much. Put it down. Come here. Give me your paw. Paw. Good boy.
We'd probably just show the just look away from
Good
the
boy.
screen.
There you go.
Then
All right, yeah, I can play again.
And you can type your questions and we'll answer them. That's probably how we do it. So just like type that you're gonna go away, and then we'll like tell you when to come back on stream. I mean, or if you want to join the call, I guess you can do that. I don't really have that power, I don't think, but I think just typing in chat would work. There's not enough of us, the chat will move ridiculously fast.
Yeah. All right. Only if you want to play. If you don't want to play, that is 100%
But yeah, you
fine.
also don't have
We'll
to.
figure it out.
You can just make
Don't
again.
chat nominate you to do something you don't want to do.
They trying over there.
I kind of feel like I almost want to do turn around and be like, Prismo, because you tried to nominate someone, you have to play.
It really do.
As yeah, a really long delay.
Let's just have ball go again. I think the delay is too long.
Okay. All right, I'll go again.
I don't know how to make the delay smaller. Alas. All right, ball turn around.
All right, turning around.
Oh, that's Ryan Gosling. Where are we? Here. There we go. Oh, that didn't work. How do I go back? Since we got like so many options, I'm gonna click through a couple of these.
Go for it. Don't tell me what you're clicking.
Don't mind. Right. This is the one we're going to. Don't turn around yet. Everyone sees the item. Okay, good. It is on stream. Right, great. Let me end the stream. Let me just put it up on stream really quick. Okay. Alright, everyone sees it. Now we don't see it anymore. Alright, you're good.
Whatever the rest of that song. Sorry, it's 2:30 for me in the morning. I'm starting to get a little loopy. All right, I'm ready. Do I get to know what type? You know what? I'm not gonna even. I'm even gonna ask what the genre is. I'm just gonna try to go with that because it was asked the same of you. So, am I a movie?
Nope.
Not a movie. Sec. I'm trying not to go too quickly because I know because of the delay. Am I an animal?
Yeah.
Yes, an animal. Ooh, this is gonna be fun for me. You guys have picked the one that's fun.
Sorry?
Oh, hang on.
Sorry.
Ah. Yay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Not an animal?
Not an
Wait,
animal.
animal or not an animal? Okay. Not as fun for Vol. Am I a food again?
No.
Not a food again. Am I a person?
Nope.
Not a person. Unless. Am I a book?
Nope.
Book. Not person, not an animal, not food, not a book, not a movie.
Mhm.
Not olive oil. Come on, buddy. He's being really disruptive. Am I an event?
Nope.
I forgot I can't remember what the categories are. Am I an item? Okay, I am an item. Am I a valuable item?
Maybe. Depends on what you mean by valuable.
I'll ask more questions to hone in on that. But am I a do I have a high price do I cost a lot of money?
No.
Okay. On the contrary, am I cheap?
You think so, yeah.
Yeah, I am cheap. I'm a cheap item. I am a dollar store cheap item. Everyone knows this about me. Would it be normal for a person to have multiples of me?
I'm not sure. I think so, yes.
Okay. Let me look at the chat. Would you use me as part of a first aid kit?
No.
No. Okay. Am I technology? Not technology.
Not a gadget.
Not a gadget. Cheap. It'd be normal to have multiples of me. This is complicated. In your home, would you find me in the bedroom?
No, I don't think so.
No. Would you find me in the kitchen?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Let me think. Cheap. Multiples. In the kitchen. Am I silverware?
No.
Not silverware. I guess that's true. It's not silverware is usually kind of pricey. But there are multiples of me. But I am in the kitchen. Would you call me furniture?
No.
Not furniture. Sorry, I'm going kind of quickly now, but I'm really stumped.
Close.
Stumped? Hang on. Kitchen. Cheap. Multiples. Am I involved in making food in any way?
You could be. Yeah, baby.
Maybe. Okay. Am I glass?
No.
No. Am I made of porcelain?
No.
No. Oh God. Jeez. Do I have uses outside of the kitchen?
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
Am I a towel?
Yes.
What is the? I don't know if I understood the answer to that.
Yes. But
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
exact answer yet.
Give me a sec. I'll refresh. Sorry, what was that?
You said towel, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
but there's more
Close.
to it.
Yeah.
Close. Am I a rag?
No.
Okay. No. Kitchen towel? No.
Close.
Dish towel? Oh God,
Yeah.
I'm so
You're there.
stumped here.
You're right there.
What other items in the kitchen are there? Towel. Not a rag. Am I made of paper?
Yes.
Am I a paper towel?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. That's it.
Yay!
Hey.
That was so tough. When you don't know the what kind of genre of item it is, it's tough.
Yeah.
This is a fun game, though. I would love to play this with like an actual party at some point.
Yeah, it's pretty fun for parties. Like, also usually played during, like maybe birthday parties and
Mhm.
like company Christmas parties here in the Philippines.
I
People
think I
usually
played
play.
it. Hmm?
Yeah, I was just saying people usually play in teams.
Ah, okay. In teams. How do you? So usually, like, would a team get a point if they are able to successfully convey what the item is? Oh wait, do we have other people? Ben, Laurel, are you two alive? Ben's alive. Ben's alive.
Oh,
Hi. Hang on. How do you do the little thing?
There we go. That's the problem. I was like, I'm muted somewhere. Where am I muted? Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
It is me. I am back. Laurel has gone home, but I am here.
You are such a little bastard.
I was like, did someone say teams? We can do teams.
All right. I think I'm going to have to step out for a little bit because this guy's getting really bored and he wants to play.
Yeah. He definitely does not look
And
happy.
I'm worried for my life if I don't. So I'm probably going to have to duck out of the stream, but I probably will be moderating for quite a while longer. So I'll be
No
around.
worries, yeah. Do your thing.
Thank you so much for thank you so much for running these games. They're really fun.
yes, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you. You are such a little asshole.
We've
Hey.
been playing Heads Up.
Yeah, it looks like you guys are having a good time. I can join in. We can do some more games. We can do something else. We've got Dawn of the Final Day. Woo! It's already 5:00 over here on the.
That's why I
East
did
Coast.
it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I gotta squeeze in my Legend of Zelda jokes.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Okay. Looking at the clock. Yeah, we got one more hour to goof around with stuff before you get some more readers in here, Heather. Do you want to do more games? Do you want to do something else?
Actually, this is my last game, so
Last game. Okay, cool.
I think we can keep playing, or we could also do like another variation of the Bring Me game that we played earlier. But
Yeah, we could do that. We can also just chat if you would rather. I know that we've got some folks in the chat here who maybe don't know you quite as well as those of us on the team do. Yeah, we could answer some questions, or we could play some more games.
sure. Would you like
Yeah.
to play? Or I could play, but I made the question, so
Okay, no worries. I'll play. Yeah. Sounds good.
yeah. I think we can play a
More
bit more
than-
before.
Sorry, I was looking at the chat. Yeah, but yeah, definitely. Let's play some more.
Right. So we have like 4 categories, but Val and I started the last 2 rounds without asking for the category to make it a bit more like challenging. So if that's fine with you, we're gonna
Yeah, that's
choose
great.
a secret word. All right. You're gonna have to look away for a bit,
Okay, perfect.
or at least not
Let me
look
know
at
when.
the screen.
Yeah, let me know when. Let me know when to look back.
All right.
Okay.
We haven't done this one yet, so I'm gonna click it. All right. This is the secret.
Oh, wait.
Oh, am I good?
No,
Or?
not you. Do not turn around.
Okay, no worries.
All right, it's up, and it's gone.
I didn't see it.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
Then keep looking away. I gotta edit my joke.
All right.
There you go. Do you see it?
Yep. Got it.
All right. You're clear now.
All right. Let's do it. Okay. So, I can start with basically any kind of question, right?
Sorry.
I can start with basically like any kind of like category kind of question, right?
Yeah, but you can only ask, I guess, yes or no questions.
No worries. I will admit, I think I just saw it. It was up on the screen because the tape delay. I'm going to turn around. Let's do one more word.
Okay.
Yeah, no worries. Okay. I covered it up so I can't see anything. All right.
Damn it, Bobby.
Should be no way for me to see it now for sure. I apologize.
It's all good. All right. Oh no, I'm not sharing my screen. There we go. All right.
Oh no, now I didn't see it.
Okay. Sound off
I'm
in
so
chat.
sorry.
When you see it in chat, post. Just say anything.
I'm looking. No.
It should be in my little share screen thing on the Discord.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I saw it.
All right, chat. I'm gonna hide it now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Ben, you're good.
Okay, we're good. Okay. So I guess basically like any kind of category or whatever, right? Is that
Yeah.
how the game starts? Okay, perfect. Okay. Is it animal or vegetable or mineral? Let's start there.
Yes, first. Item.
Okay, perfect. So it's animal. Is it an animal that flies? Start there.
I'm not sure. Does it?
That is a strange answer.
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Okay. Does this animal live in a cold climate?
I don't think so. No.
No. Okay. See, okay, so we're talking about probably kind of bird. Let's think a little further. Would you say it's bigger or smaller than like a microwave oven? Let's go there.
Or smaller than, sorry.
Like a microwave oven. Yeah.
Ah. Maybe I'll answer bigger. Bigger, yes.
Bigger? Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna guess it's a flamingo. Oh
Correct.
yeah. That was a lucky guess. I was like, it's some kind of
is.
bird, but it's gonna be a weird bird. But like, sweet. Okay, that was fun.
I didn't know we had these facts.
Me neither. Good stuff.
That was very quick. Like, I think
I don't know. That was a very lucky guess.
I made this. I got beaten in my own game. I think I can go again because I think I have proven that I'm pretty bad at this. Even
Okay,
if
no
I
worries.
see the questions. I'm
Yeah,
just gonna
sounds good.
turn around.
See. Okay, I got it whenever you need it, Ellie. All right, Heather, you turn back around.
Right. I was replying to my brother's message.
No worries. Yeah.
Yes. Is this food?
No.
No. Is this another movie?
It is not a movie. It was related to food though.
Right?
It was related to food.
Related to food.
Yeah.
Is this a household item?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Is this sharp?
No.
Is this found in the kitchen?
Yes.
Right. I think I might know what it is, but is this made of plastic?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Oh. Then I think I know. Is this rectangular?
Usually.
Usually. Is this a cutting board?
It is a cutting board.
Yeah. That's how I expected it to go the first time.
Yeah,
but I
that makes
spent
sense. That's
like
yeah.
10 minutes guessing the movie title that I typed.
No worries. Yeah. That's fun. Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah.
I finally did it. I think we still have a couple of other like items if you wanna keep
Definitely. We
going.
can keep going. Yeah, this is your hour. I'm here to help.
Because after this, yeah, we could just do another bingy. But for now, let's guess.
Ellie, you good? No, it's okay. No worries.
We're so back. Okay.
We are so back.
Sorry, so we're doing one more? That's what we're doing?
Yep.
Cool.
I believe so.
Where are we? Why is it like that? Oh, right, because I don't have the chat bar open. There we go. All right, let me roll up another one. Who is turning around?
I'm gonna turn around this
All
time.
right.
Yeah.
Get out of here. All right. All right. Everyone got the word? All right, give it like 5 seconds and then turn around.
Okay. So just want to do this. Okay. Perfect. I was like, last time the thing that actually spoiled me was just like being able to see the chat and being able to see the like stream. So I just like hit that with my other window. So we're good. All right. So let's start with is it a vegetable?
No.
No. Okay. Or is it a plant? I guess I should have asked more broadly. Anyway.
No.
No. Okay. Is it something that's like artificial? Something that's like made by people?
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Artificial. Yeah, for sure. Okay. So it's not a vegetable, but it's so something artificial, something that people make. I guess my next question would be, is it electronic at all?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's electronic. Okay. So it could be a lot of different things, right? It could be something that's more computerized, or it could be something simple like a toaster. So I guess that's probably my next question. Is going to be something along those lines. Like, does it have like computer chips in it?
No.
No. Okay. Okay. So it's not something that's super new necessarily. Okay. Is it something that involves heating things up?
No.
No. Okay. Is something involved in like cooling things down?
No.
No. Okay. Okay, so it doesn't have any given temperature, so then it's gonna have to be something else. Um, does it have anything to do with music?
Sorry.
Does it have anything to do with like music? Like playing music?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's related to music. It has.
Okay.
Mhm.
So then I guess my next question, if it's got something to do with music, it's gotta be electronic, but it doesn't have computer chips in it. Is that it's gonna be something that's like analog probably. So I'm gonna guess, is it a speaker?
No. No, it's not a
No,
speaker.
not a speaker. Okay. Um, I guess, is it something that you use when making music or when listening to music?
More related to listening.
More related to listening. Okay. Okay. Um. Okay. Let's see. Is it music with it? Not a speaker. I guess the next question would be: is it a pair of headphones? That's also related, but not quite a speaker.
No.
No. Okay. Um. Let's see. So let's go with the size question. I feel like that was a helpful one last time. Is it bigger or is it smaller than like a microwave oven?
It changes. It depends.
Changes. Okay. That was not the answer I was expecting. Let's see. What size could it be? Um, hmm. Is it a device that you store music on, or is it a device that you use to access like stored music?
Please ask yes/no questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is it a device that you store music on?
No.
In some way? Okay. Is it a device that you use to play music you have stored on something else?
No.
Also no. Okay. Is it a radio?
No.
No. Okay. Okay. That's kind of stumping me a little bit. Okay. Shoot. Okay, so I'm trying to think of what the next question even is going to be. I thought I had it.
Mm, you could ask again in the like general category.
Oh, am I categorically wrong right now?
Might
Yeah.
help.
Okay. I guess what's the general category then? I mean, yes, no. Okay, let's think. Yes, no. Is it? Is it expensive? I guess I'll start there.
It could be sometimes.
Sometimes. Okay. All right. Is it a CD player?
No, no,
Okay. Is it similar to a CD player?
no.
No. Okay. All right. I am really stumped. How many questions do I get before we like just call it?
Let's throw you a bone and say that it's a movie.
Yeah.
Oh, we're looking for a movie. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm totally out on a limb in the wrong direction then. Okay. So it's a movie. Is it a drama?
Yeah, could be.
Could be. Okay. Is it a comedy? Okay. Let's see. Okay, so it's a drama. Was it made before the year 2000?
No.
No. Okay, so it's something from the last 25-ish years. Let's see. Is it was it made in the last 10 years? That's excellent. Good next question.
Huh?
Yeah. Okay. So that's pretty recent then. Was it made in the U.S.? Okay. Made in the U.S. Drama. Last 10 years. Okay. Was this movie nominated for an Oscar?
To check.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It was. Okay. Was it nominated for an acting Oscar?
Let me see what it was nominated for. No.
No. Okay. I should have asked this before. Did it win an Oscar?
Yes.
Oh, okay, did win. Okay. Did it win the Oscar in I guess we'll say no, it's a bad way to phrase this. Did it win Best Picture? We'll just start there, I guess.
Best picture, no.
No, okay. So that throws some guesses out the window. Okay, so it's an Oscar nominated movie for the last 10 years. It was a drama. Is it a historical drama? No. Okay, so it's a modern day drama. Nominated for the last 10 years. Shoot. I'm trying to remember movies that this might be. This is bad. This is like the worst time in my life to like be looking at and thinking about like movie kind of stuff, just because like I kind of like stopped watching movies like as soon as I started grad school. Not watching new stuff. Okay. It's like so it's an American movie for the last 10 years. Drama nominated for Oscar.
Yeah. It has drama elements, but it's not primarily a drama.
Not primarily a drama. Okay. Okay. Is it primarily an action movie?
No. A bit.
No.
No.
Okay. Okay. Is it primarily a comedy?
No.
No. Okay. Now I'm really trying to figure out what is this movie. I guess we'll go. I heard you guys asked this earlier. Is this a superhero movie?
No.
No. Okay. Oh, here's a good question. Did this movie make a lot of money at the box office? We'll say like more than 500 million as like a cutoff point.
Worldwide, yes.
Or what?
Worldwide sales.
Worldwide.
Were
Okay. Okay.
past 500 million.
Okay. So that means it was a pretty big movie.
Mhm.
Is it the Avatar movie? The Way of Water or whatever? No? Okay.
No.
Okay. Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of stumped. We've been working on this one for like 15 minutes or something like. I'm gonna call it.
I'm gonna give you one of the actors.
Okay. Like I think we're on through like 40 guesses.
Anne Hathaway is one of the leads.
Anne Hathaway is a lead. Okay. Shoot, what movies has she been in recently?
It's not so recent, like it's more than
Wait, is
5.
it? Oh, is it Interstellar? The Chris
No.
Nolan movie? Oh, okay. I was like, what's the last thing I saw her in? I was like, oh, it probably was that.
Yeah.
Whew, that took me forever.
I believe I took longer. I was guessing Devil Wears Prada.
Nice.
It took me forever.
Yeah. Cool. All right.
I think
Yeah,
it's
do you
my
want to do
turn.
another one? Yeah, do you want to do another one? Yeah, let's keep going. Yep, I got it.
Yeah. Is this food?
Yes.
Good. Right. Is this fried food?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a good starting point for a food one.
Is this made of chicken? Chicken?
No, it's not made of chicken. We cook. We gotta
Does
let
it
it cook. Sorry, what was I guess?
It's okay. It have potatoes.
It does have potatoes.
Mm. Is this like a snack?
I'm gonna say not really.
Oh. Mm. Not a snack. Has potatoes. Is this food?
I'm sorry, I missed the back end of your question.
Is it junk food?
Yes, definitely.
It's unfair because I made this. I think I know what it is.
Okay,
Tater tot.
well, it is tater tots. Yeah. Yeah. That's still fun though. Anyways.
Right. Yeah. I think we can have maybe one last round and then we can just chat.
Yeah, sounds great.
Right.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right, I'll turn around.
Yeah, and maybe for mine you can make up a new word.
Oh, let's pick a new thing. Okay, yeah, you can do that.
Yeah. For my last one.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, perfect. Let me turn it around. Get started. More of these.
Oops.
Should I just pick something randomly? Like,
Yes, please.
okay.
The hardest one.
Oh no.
Because it's the last round.
That is true. It is the last round.
All right, y'all know what the word is? It should be on chat, and not on chat on the stream.
One moment. What this is? Let me. Okay. I know.
All right, you're good.
Okay, we're good. We're back. Okay. We'll start with is it a movie? Just to get that out of the way.
No.
No. Okay. Good. Um, is it a type of animal?
Not an animal.
Not an animal. Is it alive? We'll start there.
No.
Nope. Okay. Is it something natural or something that people made? Or human made?
Human made.
Human made. Okay.
Human
Is it a type of food?
No.
No. Okay. Um, is it larger or smaller? I guess is it larger than it's a good thing to make it larger than. It's larger than a computer. Let's go there. So I'm looking around stuff on my desk.
Yeah, I think could be.
Okay. Could be.
Could
be larger.
be.
Could be. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Thinking. Yeah. Is it electric in some way or electronic in some way? No. Okay. Not electric. The goofy thing is that I was watching a little bit earlier, and you guys used cutting board as an example, and my mind is going to cutting board anyways. I know that's not something that's going to be the answer the second time. Let's see. Okay. Is it something you find in like a regular house, like a regular household item?
No.
No. Okay. Is it something you'd find in like a school setting?
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. Okay. That's kind of worrisome. Is it something you'd find in like a museum setting?
I think you could.
You could. Okay. Is it like a type of art?
Art, not traditionally, not in the traditional sense.
Not in the traditional sense. Okay. I guess a better way to phrase that would be like, would you find it like in an art museum? Since I was thinking something that might be museum.
Oh, art
related.
museum. No.
No. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it wouldn't be there. So if it's something that you could find in a museum and not an art museum, I guess we could go for different kinds. Is it something you might find in like a history museum?
More likely.
More likely, okay. Something you find in a history museum. Is it like an article of clothing? Sorry, I think I bumped when you were answering. Is it an article of clothing? Or?
No. Mm-hmm.
No, okay. Perfect, okay. Is it something you find in a kitchen?
No.
No, okay. Is it a weapon of some kind?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Is it a firearm?
No.
No, okay. Is it what's a better way? What's a better way to narrow this down? Is it a weapon that would be used in like hand-to-hand combat?
Yeah.
Okay. Hand-to-hand combat. Is it sharp?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Is it a sword?
Yes.
Okay, I gotta get more specific than a sword.
Mhm.
Okay. Think a little more specifically. Types of swords. Does it have a curved blade? No. Okay. Flat sword. Okay. Is it a great sword? I don't know. Yeah.
It's
I'm
like
like just like a
it's
big.
not, but we'll give it to you. That's close enough.
All right.
Yeah.
It's a long
The-
sword, but
Long sword. Okay. Okay. Yeah. That's close, but not. Yeah. Not
weapon.
right. Yeah. Yeah. I was like, we're gonna hit the limit of my like knowledge of swords very quickly after like it doesn't have a curved blade.
Yeah, that can go very badly. There's lots of different types of swords.
Yeah, I was like, I know like short sword. And there's like the bigger ones that have, like a flat blade, and then like I could name a katana, and like maybe a scythe if you're counting that. But like that's about it. That's about as many as I think I can name on the top of my head. Okay,
It was pretty good though. I don't think I would have gotten it.
that was fun. Yeah, that was a hard one.
Okay. It's my turn. I'm gonna turn around.
Oh yeah, I just noticed all the chats you were putting there. I hide the chat when I'm guessing, so I don't see like the answer on accident. Okay, let me think. Okay, I think that's a good one. Okay. Ellie, do you want me to just type it in the chat or type it to you or something to? Yeah, Damien. Okay, let me do that. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good with the answer. I don't think you need to be turned around then, Heather, since we're coming up with a new one that's not on your sheet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turn around now.
Yeah.
All right. Oh no. I hope I know it. Is
I think so. I
this
think we get it.
is this food?
It is not food.
Is it an animal?
It is not an animal.
Is it a song?
It is not a song.
Is it a movie?
It is not a movie.
Is it a person?
It is not a person.
Is it an object?
Yep. It is an object.
Is it something you can find at home?
Yes.
All right. Would you find it in the kitchen?
Yeah. You can find it in the kitchen.
Kitchen. Is it sharp?
No.
Mm. Is it made of wood?
No.
Not made of wood. Made of glass?
Yes.
Made
Most.
of glass. The kitchen. Made of glass. Is it electronic?
Yes.
Mm.
Yes.
Is it an appliance? Electrical
No.
appliance? No. But it's electronic and found in the kitchen. What is electronic found in the kitchen? Is it used for cooking?
No.
No.
Not usually.
Not usually. It's powered by electricity, right?
Yep.
I have to plug this in if I want to use
No.
it.
Well, kind of.
Or do I use batteries? To make
No.
this?
You don't use batteries.
Not used for cooking, but it's in the kitchen. Do I? It's made of glass, right?
Yep.
Or is it made of? mostly glass. It's mostly glass, but does it also have metal
Yes.
component? Glass and metal in the kitchen, but not used for cooking. Is glass and metal in my kitchen? Um, this used to hold food?
Nope.
Oh, it's glass and metal, and it's in the kitchen. Hmm. Is this? I'm really looking at my kitchen.
Yeah, I can see.
As if I can find the answer.
I think you could do that, honestly.
You said I don't. It's not plugged in, right? So it's not my refrigerator.
Nope.
No. Is this? It's not used to hold food. Do I put water in this?
You should not put water in this.
Oh, I wonder what this is. Metal and glass, but can't put water in it. And I don't have to plug it in.
Right.
It doesn't run on batteries.
Well, sort of, right?
I wonder what it is. Is it like? Is it bigger than this tablet?
I'm gonna say no.
Oh, so it's small. Besides the kitchen, can I find it elsewhere? Can I use it elsewhere in the house?
Yes, definitely.
All right. So I can use it in the kitchen. Should not put water. Is it a cell phone?
No, it's not so.
Oh. Is it somewhere else? Can I use it in the bathroom?
Yes.
Use it in the bathroom. It should not get water. So I can use it in the bathroom. It cannot get water. Is it something I use every day?
Yes.
Oh, something I use every day that I use in the kitchen and in the bathroom. Is it not my phone?
It is not your phone. That is a good guess, but it's not your phone.
I use it every day in the kitchen and in the bathroom.
That is yeah.
But it's not my phone. And it's smaller than my iPad. Oh, what is it? Is it some sort of like remote control?
It is not.
Oh.
You could use a remote control on it, maybe.
All right.
Depending on the kind you have.
Is it something I can find in the living room? Couldn't have it in the living room. Is it TV?
It is not the TV. That's a good guess.
Yeah.
But
Why did I
God.
guess that? I can't use that in the bathroom. Is it? But I can use a remote control.
Sometimes,
Is it
not
some
usually, but
is it some sort of device for cleaning?
it is not for cleaning. That would be a good next place to go, but no.
Oh. Is it? Is it expensive?
No.
Not expensive. Made of glass and metal. Not expensive. Made of glass and metal. Um, is it rectangular? Rectangular?
Not usually.
Not usually. Is it squarish then?
No.
No.
Okay, not usually.
Is it round?
Yes.
Right. It's round and I can use a remote control on it. At least. Is it a clock?
Nope, not a clock.
Not a clock. What is this thing? It runs on remote. Okay, maybe I'll try to guess by function. It's not for cooking. It's not for cleaning. Is this something I would use for working?
Yes,
Yes.
I suppose. Yeah.
What do I use for not cooking? Is it some kind of... Oh, not for cooking, right? It's not for cooking. Not for cooking, not for cleaning. I could work. Okay, and it's round. Is it something that's helpful for writing?
Yeah.
Helpful for writing. Is it a lamp? Lamp?
I'm gonna say that's close enough, Ellie. I think, right?
A light bulb?
Would you agree?
Yeah, there you go. You got it.
Yeah.
Light bulb.
Yeah, well, you got it. It was light bulb. Yeah, I was like,
Yay.
that was a hard one. That was harder than I thought it was gonna be.
That was hard.
Yeah, it was not. I didn't need it to be that hard. I was like, literally, I was looking at things on my desk, and I was like, oh yeah, I have a light bulb here from the last lamp that burned out.
I just realized my light bulb is right there.
Yeah, you can turn it around, and you're like, I can't see it in my kitchen. I'm like, well, you can.
Right.
That was fun. Yeah.
Hey. I think that's the last one for the game, but we can keep chatting, and I also have like a game from earlier. We can also play that, but we have like 20 minutes before reading, so I think we can just
Yeah.
chat.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just keeping it calm right here and just chatting is probably a good way to go. Yeah, definitely not a bad idea to take a stretch break. Heather, you're sitting just in the same spot the whole time.
Yeah, actually, let me just stretch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Thank you for the tip, Lana.
So earlier, I actually talked to Bal about like my city and things happening today, like the wildfires, and also it's a parade day for the flower festival. So very interesting day.
Yeah, I caught little bits of that conversation. But yeah, it sounded like it sounds like there's a lot going on right now.
Yeah, good and bad.
Good and bad, yeah. That's true in a lot of the world, a lot of the time though, right?
That's true. It's the first time we've had this many fires, because usually maybe one fire in one place, but this is like huge, like across multiple provinces. So
Yeah.
I think it's because of the unusually like hot climate. We have like Fire Prevention Month in the Philippines, but that's in March. It's not even March,
Right.
but temperatures are rising, and yeah, our forests are burning pretty bad.
Yeah, that's That's pretty tragic, honestly. Yeah.
And I don't think we have like the infrastructure to properly address this, since this is the first time this is happening. So it makes me even sadder to think it might take longer for the fires to be put out.
For
But
sure.
in other news, the city is still full of tourists because they want to watch children dancing in the street parade.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's kind of nice. It is kind of tragic that it's happening with at the same time as all the like tragedy of forest fires and everything, right? But having some moments of joy is always a good thing.
True. Have you ever heard of the flower festival? I'm not sure you
Not
would.
aside from what you guys were mentioning earlier. Like I said, I caught little bits of your guys' conversation, and I heard you talking about it with Ball a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the festival that my city is most known for. But we also have like other smaller festivals here. Um, I think recently they made a festival of gongs. So these are like brass instruments that resemble the sound of drums. They're percussion instruments, and
Yeah.
they're beaten with usually, I think, a piece of wood. So that's my.
We have some folks out here who have come from other cultures and brought gongs along with them. So I've seen some gongs before in your places and stuff. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's okay. No worries. You never know how much of your stuff travels to other places, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, so what does the Gong Festival like look like then, I guess? Is it more about like some kind of major thing put on by the city? Is it more just kind of like families doing it individually? What's the kind of temperament, I guess, of it?
I think it's a city-led event, but it's run by volunteer cultural and artist groups. So it's very new, like less than 5 years old. So I haven't been to a gong festival, but one of the organizations that I am part of was in the committee working on it last year or so. I did see like, a couple of pictures. I think people were mostly just dancing and playing gongs, as I imagined a gong festival would be.
Yeah.
But
Awesome.
yeah, I think an interesting fact is in my culture, it used to be frowned upon, or at least the rule was you are only supposed to be taught how to play a gong if you're a man, and also if you turn a certain age. But then
Okay. Yeah.
this was a culture for a long time, but then and they realized when the elders realized that this led to fewer people actually learning the knowledge the skill of playing gongs. They changed it and allowed more different kinds of people to learn how to play the gong, and it has saved the art of playing gong music, especially because usually we play gongs for ceremonies. There are
Right.
ceremony dances that go with the beating of the gongs. So usually a wedding, but also other events like um, celebrating the birth of a newborn, or even recently um, weddings. Sorry, I already said that. Like even your
That's okay.
birthday, you know, you could
Yeah.
have like, and the practice now is to just mix the indigenous culture with like more modern practices. So weddings are officiated by priests, but then the dancing afterwards, we still do it with gongs and with elders. That's how it is in these parts of the Philippines. So there.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I mean, it's great to see. It's great to see like historical cultures being preserved in terms of things like still having the gong ceremony, still having it be for these like big celebratory kind of events and things like that, right? But being able to bring it forward in a way that's like more accessible to more people, right? I'm sure getting more people involved who were not traditionally involved in that is something that has brought a lot of joy to a lot of people, right? Like,
Yeah.
right, for like when we were younger folks or whatever, whoever was not previously accessible to this, but now they do have some access. I'm sure those folks are pretty pleased about it.
Right. I just came from a wedding actually in another town. So it's a province that is about like 4 to 6 hours from my city, and I just remembered that um, in the same town, in the same province, I also attended a wedding like last month, and then there were tourists from Manila, that's the capital city,
Yeah.
who went there. They gate crashed because I think
Oh no.
they wanted to see how a traditional wedding would look like, thinking
Right.
that we still did the very traditional wedding customs that we had, but then they were surprised to see that that the bride and groom were wearing like a tux and a wedding gown, and
Yeah.
people were eating what fried chicken and rice. Um,
Yeah.
very funny actually. But
I mean,
we did
that
have
sounds like great wedding. That sounds like great wedding food, honestly. Fried chicken and rice. That sounds lovely, honestly.
fried chicken and a lot of Filipino dishes that I don't know the English equivalent of.
Yeah,
Like yeah, that those were the easiest to say. But
for sure.
yeah, that's why I think part of being an indigenous writer, I think one of my responsibilities is to talk about my culture as it is. There is, I think, an undue amount of pressure on indigenous writers to sometimes sensationalize or romanticize the cultures that they come from. And I understand that for some writers, it has led to like a misrepresentation of their own cultures, or especially if it's an outsider talking about our culture. So my
Yeah,
personal view and my practice is to tell things as they are. Um, these are how our cultures have evolved now. They might not make for a very exotic story, but that's how they are now. And
yeah.
I'm trying to get like more people to also maybe connect with this point of view, because
Yeah, it's super important work to do that kind of stuff for sure. I'm thinking back to one of my favorite poetry books that I read a few years ago was I don't know if you've ever heard of there's an indigenous American poet Tommy Pico. Um, he put out a book called Nature Poem, which most of it is about his like desire to push against that boundary that way that you're saying, right? About like, okay, he's a Native American writer and a Native American poet, and he wants to write about the way that Native American affairs and lives are now, and not portray some kind of like caricature of it. Um, right? He's like, yeah, I still go to major American cities and participate in this or that kind of part of what the U.S. culture is, even if it's not part of the indigenous culture. But then I'll go home and we'll have a really traditional meal or something, right? Like, um, yeah, I totally agree. I think that's super important kind of work to be done, and for all writers of all backgrounds to be kind of authentic in that way.
Yeah, thank you. I will find this section and try to read it later.
Yeah, I'll text you the name of it later. It's such a good book. I really like that one.
Yeah. Uh, I actually am doing a project right now with friends. We're trying to make zines use that feature works from writers in the region, and yeah, that's something that I started doing also because a fellow writer, indigenous writer from the Cordillera region, told me um, that she thinks part of the reason why it's hard to like be an indigenous writer now uh, is because we don't have like a strong enough Cordillera voice. So because we don't have that, it might be easier for like writers and editors from other regions to impose like how they think Cordilleran writing s- should look like. Sorry,
Yeah.
and yeah, it's part of the reason why I started this small project with a group of my friends. We want to we want to make the Cordilleran voice stronger by offering a platform where even the publisher slash editor is Cordilleran. I think it makes a big difference um, because yeah, there's a certain familiarity and sensibility that exists when you come from the same background. And I also have like I had a terrible experience last year
Oh no.
where yeah, sorry, this is gonna be a bit of a long story, but I had a terrible experience last year where I submitted a story and then I was asked to change the name of my character, the setting of my character, like
Yeah.
elements of my story to fit in with what um, these writers from a different region felt like. Felt was an authentic portrayal of my indigenous culture, which was like you mentioned earlier, a caricature really of
Yeah.
what the culture is. So
Yeah, to get an editor who's like not receptive to the authentic expression of that's hard. That's really hard, and I totally understand the urge to like build your own space with writers of a similar background, right? And be like, okay, this is going to be you have less to explain, right? You can just dive right into the interesting parts, the fun parts, right? All the characterization and the themes and the stuff that is like the cultural stuff is important for sure, but I'm sure you don't like to have to explain to an editor like, no, you can't change this detail because you're going to mess up, this aspect of what's important or meaningful to me, right? Um, it's got to be fun to be able to just dive right into the more frivolous parts of it or the more aesthetic parts of it.
yes, and I think it's also more like respectful of not just what the culture was, but also what it is now. Because I think maybe the professional editors, the other writers who've been doing this far longer than I have, of course, they have knowledge of my region, my culture, but it's mostly knowledge of what was before, what was true before, and
Yeah.
not really, how the culture has evolved. And I think that's there's something wrong with trying to box us into writing about our culture only in terms of the past, a pure culture. But our culture is not pure. It cannot be pure because we come from a country that has been colonized 3 times, and
Yeah.
um, cannot have that pure culture because of this history. And I think um, depict a pure kind of culture is to deny that colonial history.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. I mean, it's I don't know what to say besides yes, I agree. um well, Heather, I just got some messages from our folks that are going to be reading with us at the top of the hour that they're both here and they're both ready to go. Do you want to take 5 and I'll just let them know to get themselves ready and we'll hop in?
Yes, sure.
Yeah.
We're ready to have them.
Perfect. Okay, I will let them know. Yeah, I think Ellie, can we just put up like some kind of bumper that we're just gonna take a 5-minute break and just get ourselves situated and be ready to go for reading at the top of the hour? Already done. Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ellie. Sorry I haven't been addressing you.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to let the other two know. It's 5. I have 57 on the clock right now. Maybe we'll put we'll say 02. We'll start the first reader. There's only 2 of them. We've been telling people 15 minutes each. So if you finish early, you can chat with them or tag me and I'll come back in and we'll chat more about other kind of writing and publishing stuff if you want. Whatever you need to round out the hour. Trent, I think, is going to be coming on at at the end of the hour, right? So yeah, take as much time as you need, and then we'll figure out how to get bridge from the end of the reading to Trent, however you want. Just let me know.
No problem. I think I'm just gonna take a quick bathroom break and
Yeah,
am I supposed to but just a few questions before that.
yeah.
Am I supposed to read author bios? Where do I see the information about the readers?
Yeah, I'll chat you the sheet that we've been tracking all the details on for everything. So I've been hiding the rows as we can go through hour by hour. So the top row right now should be the hour we're currently going into. Their author bios are going to be labeled right there. So you'll just go left to right. Right, we'll go Elliott first, then Ellen Cole. And I'll text them right now and let them know.
Right. Yeah, got it.
Okay. Perfect. And I'll stay in the room and I'll help moderate moving people in and out if things are going funky or whatever, right? But I'll keep my camera off so it's focused on you guys.
Right. It's gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in a minute.
Perfect. Okay. Sounds good. I'm gonna go camera off. Heather, I don't know if you just saw the chat on the live thing from Ellie, but she just said to let her know when you're ready, and then you can swap the camera for the next section. We'll be ready to go. Ellie's already in the room, so as soon as you read out Ellie's bio, you'll be able to they'll be able to dive right in.
Sorry. Just to clarify.
Yeah.
I can just start reading Elia's bio, and she can start reading. Or should I?
Yeah. So, Ellie, you want to do the scene change now? Then maybe. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. Here we go.
Right. So I'm gonna start reading the bio. Yay! Our first guest to read poems tonight, well, this morning for you, is Elia. So I'm gonna read her bio. Right. So Elia Karra is an author and filmmaker from Athens, Greece. Her work has appeared in Had, Seas, Cows, OK Donkey, and others. Elia is an associate editor for Identity Theory and writes Phrased and Confused, a substack on writing and pop culture.
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Hello. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to Ben for organizing as it is. So yeah, I'm here to read some pieces that were published on Jake throughout this year. I think some of them might have been last year as well. I'm not entirely sure. I'd like to talk a little bit about my brand new newsletter. It's on publication updates and pop culture and stuff. And there's also a sub newsletter section that is specifically about monsters in media. I am personally a big monster lover, so if you are too, you might want to subscribe. In books and films and stuff like that. So yeah, with that, I'm gonna start with my latest piece on Jake, which was actually published this week on Monday. It's about Steve, about his tattoo, which always fascinated me. Like, why would a person have such a big tattoo of themselves on their back? That's always been a question of mine. So a portrait of Steve-O tattoo as the picture of Dorian Gray. Steve-O looks at the camera with that same boyish smile I saw for the first time 22 years ago. It's strange, unnerving even. In that time, I have gained 2 feet, 80 pounds, and a few gray hairs. He has remained unchanged, as though he's about to step into the set and tightrope over alligators with a piece of meat hanging from his ass. The more I stare at his image on the TV screen, the less he looks like a 48-year-old. His cheeks are plump, youth pink. His skin is taut and smooth, despite the years of stunts. Despite the years, period. I don't know how I never noticed before, how I saw him but never saw him. Has no one else noticed either? Has no one realized he is not an echo but a snapshot of himself from 2002, perpetually frozen in time? When the video and my mother yells at me to get out of the house. There is no denying it. He hasn't aged a day. Or maybe I'm losing my mind. Maybe I've been looking at his face for so long that all the images have merged, creating a the following day. On the way there, I dream of the smile I saw on TV, now complete with a set of sharp fangs. The bloodied mouth is nothing new for him, but the hunger in his eyes is, and I startle awake just as we land in LAX. The man at the passport control counter asks what the purpose of my visit is. I tell him I'll know when I see it. In Los Angeles, I send Steve-O an email from the hotel room. It goes unanswered, one day then another. I'd candy from the vending machine and chew ice until my teeth hurt. I shower in rust and mildew, count my money to see how long it'll last. A few more days maybe. A week if I stop spending so much on rented copies of Jackass and Wild Boys. I can't wait for him to respond. It's a good thing that there can't be that many Stephen Gilchrist Glovers in the world, let alone Los Angeles. Finding him is easier than I thought, and in a few hours I have his number. It takes a few more hours of pondering what to say. I know your secret. I need to know the truth. In the end, I settle for, why don't you age? The response is almost instant. He wants to know who I am. He wants to see me. We meet at a dive bar. The floors are coated in beer and sweat, and my soles stick to it like flies. When I get there, he has already ordered. One drink for him, one for me, a bowl of chips in the middle, but he's not touching any of it. Only when I take a seat next to him does he reach for a handful of boy outside of time. I know the truth, I say, though it's not the truth. His smile drips sympathy and Coors Light. What do you think? Years. And that was the only way I could justify his youthful appearance. I have no good answer for either of us, and my silence settles heavy over our table. You're the first one who saw, Steve-O says, a complaint stitched with relief. He wants people to know, I think. He wants to be seen. How? I don't know, I say. I just noticed one day. Steve-O considers my words in silence, and do you want to know the truth? Yes, I want to say, yes. I want to know everything, but I can't speak. I nod instead, slow and measured. Steve-O stands, gesturing me towards the door. I follow him to the back alley through trash cans and puddles of muddy water and the buzz of old power lines. A rat scampers away from us, or maybe away from him. Doing a Jolie copycat tattoo on his right. There's a giant portrait of himself, as there has been for a long time. The more I look at that portrait, the more it reveals itself to me. It's still Steve-O, all grin, 2 thumbs up. It's just that he looks older there, the markings of time etched with ink on his skin. Where his real face is spotless, this one is embellished with fine lines. The wrinkles on his forehead are a little deeper than I remembered, with the hair graying at the temples. He's missing a tooth too, front and center. Do you see now? Steve-O asks, and I see, but I don't understand, not really. Everything that's supposed to happen to me happens to him. How, I say. And how does no one else know? Steve-O laughs and finally looks at me over his shoulder. I was hoping you'd have some theories. I have nothing for him. No theories, no ideas. I approach him and he doesn't move. He lets me trace the black lines with my finger, but the tattoo, only apparently it keeps him at 28 and doesn't let him get hurt. I wonder if that means he's immortal. I wonder if he ever thinks about it. He looks good, save for the tooth, I tell him, for lack of anything better to say. It makes him laugh, bright and happy, relieved. He does? I haven't looked at him in a long time. And hell, maybe you have more heaven than hell, I say. It's his turn to be puzzled. He frowns as he spins away from me, pacing in a small circle. He ends up where he started and looks over his shoulder once more, as though he's trying to look at the tattoo. He says, yeah, maybe I do. So this was my first. It's actually been a while. This one. Oh no. I'm so sorry. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. Has it been terrible? Okay, now it should have connected properly.
We're back. Welcome back.
How does it sound now? Is it good?
It's good. Keep going. I'll probably post in the
Yeah.
chat or something if we have any more issues. Thank you.
Cool. So I'm gonna continue with the next story, which I said is Pokemon and Other Eternal Sins. It is a CNF, believe it or not. So yeah. When I was 4 years old, I caught fire in a church. My then still favorite white puffer jacket engulfed in incandescence, the embroidery of a friendly bear on the back falling off the melting polyester in bits. Haze and smoke filled the church, the smell of incense and burning tires and beeswax from the candles. I was a candle myself, set alight by the careless hand of the old woman next to me. Probably. No one saw what happened. One moment I wasn't on fire, and the next moment I was. Later, when the initial shock wore off, I liked to think that I had unlocked some superpower. It seemed fitting that it would be fire. It was the spark I never had. I could imagine my 90s transformation montage going from the kid who always played alone to the king, not the queen, I didn't want to be a queen, of the playground. They would ask me to warm their hands in their lunches. They would bring me plastic spoons to melt. They would love to watch me. Later still, when I understood such things better, when I had already spent years in a Christian school, lectured daily about all my 10-year-old kid sins, and after so long without another fire incident to confirm my suspicions about my superpowers, I like to think that my spontaneous combustion was due to God not liking me very much. Perhaps my baptism didn't wash away the original sin. Perhaps I had done something unforgivable at 4 years old, like play Pokemon, the stuff of the devil, or curse at my mother when she forced me to throw the tattered remains of my beloved jacket in the trash without so much as a eulogy. Maybe God just knew I would grow up to be a piece of shit and wanted to nip it in the bud. I still like to think that sometimes. It's not as nice as throwing fireballs out of your hands, not as impressive, but it's something. My go-to thing to say when someone asks a fun fact about me, along with my bacon number, 3. I'd probably abuse a superpower anyway. And that was the second story. Let's go on to the third, which is about Mike Osterman. Mike Osterman is a freestyle skateboard champion. Has been a few times, and anyone who knows me knows that I love to skateboard. Fun fact, I actually fell off my skateboard recently and just completely hurt my ass so bad. It was terrible, and ever since I have not been back on it. I am too old for these things, I think. So the thing about two-time freestyle skateboard champion Mike Osterman is that if you ask him to walk the dog, you'll have piss all over your house. And maybe you don't mind that. Maybe it's enough to watch Mike Osterman swivel the board under his feet, flashing the blues and greens and yellows of his deck. He can do it infinitely, a ceaseless loop of nose to tail, and he does. He stays on that skateboard month after month. The asphalt grinds his donut wheels down to their core. The crowd that gathers around him only grows. First a couple of neighborhood kids, then the neighborhood, then the whole town, all of them hypnotized by the rhythmic tap-tap-tapping of his wheels, the kaleidoscopic burst of color. You are hypnotized too, every time he does this. Bark Ruffalo is forgotten at home, and you know he'll piss in every corner, chew on your new $200 shoes to bits, and stare at the front door wondering why you left him all alone. Still, you are caught in Mike Osterman's gravitational pull like so many others. 1,000 planets against a burning sun. It's about time I stopped asking him to walk the damn dog, you think. He does it on purpose, you think. You've had enough arguments about it for him to know you're asking him to walk the actual dog, not perform his skate tricks. But you never tried to stop him once he's on the board. You couldn't even if you tried. He won't stop until he's ready to stop. You've lost track of time. Sometimes it lasts for a few days, others for months. Now it must have been years. You don't know when his hair turned gray, or if yours is gray, too. The wheels are all gone, and the trucks rip out morsels of tar from the ground with every swing of the board, shoot them through the air like confetti. He'll stop, you think. He always stops. He'll stop this time, too. You imagine him stepping off the tattered remains of his deck and burying them in the backyard under the pine. You imagine him smiling, though he only ever smiles at the grit of the grip tape under his soles, the chants of his name, the eyes of the crowd. Do I have time for one more story?
We have just 2 readers for this hour. I think we do.
Cool. So yeah, I'll do the last one then as well, which is about Gerard Way and the poncho he wore at the concert that I went to a couple of years ago. The Way of the Poncho Cult. When Gerard Way steps on the tiny Gröna Lund stage in Stockholm on June 14, 2022, he is wearing what appears to be a holy poncho from another dimension. No one knows where this poncho came from, who brought it to our world, and what its motives are. Perhaps Gerard himself doesn't know. All we know is that its name is Doug. It tells us so. In giant black letters it has vomited all over itself. Doug is a thing of beauty, a green of ancient forests shimmering with the light of 1,000 distant stars, all woven in the sensible water-repellent nylon fabric. Every time Gerard jumps and twists, Doug unfolds, reveals the galaxies and nebulae hidden in its pleats, and what its motives are. Perhaps Gerard himself doesn't know. Oh. Yeah, every time Gerard jumps and twists, Doug unfolds, reveals the galaxies and nebulae hidden in its pleats. They light up the night and blind us. They burn their image into our retinas, a blessing, a keepsake better than any tour shirt. After the gig, the most sought-after item is the green nylon poncho. Factories can't keep up with demand, and they begin to sell for hundreds of dollars on Depop and the black market. Some spray paint their savior's name on the front of their ponchos, reinventing themselves in its image. Others consider it a blasphemy, and the believers separate into 2 different factions within the first week. Reporters and believers alike gather outside the tour van daily. They want to know where Doug is. They want to know if Doug has a message for its devoted followers, if it's a force of good or evil, if it has chosen Gerard as its prophet. Mikey greets them with a smile, gently tells them they must go. They don't listen. They chant, "We'll carry on, and pull the hoods over their heads in prayer in what has been established as the Ponchian Way. It's only weeks later that Gerard emerges once more, yet again clad in Doug. Doug likes the attention, we think. In the reverent silence, we hear it buzz and hum the primordial tune of the universe. It's a hypnotic sound that reverberates through our bones and our flesh and our souls and leaves us more than we were before. Mikey stands next to Gerard, one arm wrapped around his shoulders in solidarity. Doug's hood drapes over it like a lazy puppy, and we know he, too, like Gerard, like us, has been chosen. Gerard doesn't say anything, but Doug does, in a low drone we only understand because it speaks to us in the oldest tongue in any world. Its stars and galaxies flash and burn like fireworks and neon lights and all things bright and beautiful, and we say, yes, yes, you are the one we've been waiting for. So that is all from me for my reading. Thank you guys so much for having me here. It was a lot of fun to watch and to read.
Thank you, Elia. We can chat a bit more if you're available for the next.
I'm
For now,
happy to chat if you want.
right? For now, I'm gonna call the next reader first, but I can go back and chat with both of you in a bit.
Sounds great.
Thank you so much for the wonderful pieces. So, up next is L.M. Cole. I'm gonna read their bio. Oops, sorry. Right. All right. L.M. Cole is a poet and artist residing in North Carolina. Her work has appeared or is forthcoming with the Pinch Journal, the McNeese Review, Cloves, Jake, Stanchion, and others. For more information, you can visit her Linktree. That's Linktree/LM Cole. Okay. Welcome.
Hey everyone, good morning. I'm LM Cole. I've got 4 poems today for you. So I'm going to start with a Jake poem that they were nice enough to publish. This is Sean says you're a great friend, 2006. Sunken as a memory in the ember sunset, in that small place, subliminal space in your head, lives a breath against your neck, a weight, pressed against your outward expenditures. Every moment is 100 heartbeats, or bated breaths, and futile as folding over into yourself when you're about to take a blow. You are a sure soft landing. Bed for his breath, he clings to you with a fist, while the crush of his exhale says, listen, I can only love someone who will really wow people. You know, breathtaking. Next, I'll read a poem that was created in a Brooklyn Poets workshop led by Rosebud Benoni. This is Just Make Art, they say. Well, I'm trying. I may as well be sprouting feathers or potatoes for the amount of art I'm spouting, which is about a trickle or maybe an ooze, slow as my cramped hand curled around a crumpled page, compelling this need to be creating and creating. I could take a candle burned to char and streak the soot on my face and call it art. I would hold an egg in my left hand until I've imbued it with my pulse or crushed it to a pulp and call it art. Scream into the stream of my own consciousness, frantically stagnant. Try harder, I hear, though nobody is saying that part out loud. Silent as stars, and just as blurry when I'm paint deep in the effort of unlocking all this art. I'll gather my candles, my eggs, my thoughts, then maybe I'll sprout wings before I've finally made enough art. My next poem was recently published by Feral Poetry and is part of an upcoming collection called Carrigan that explores themes of nature, vultures, and disability. This is No Portents on This Path. I saw a deer today, dead, bloated, and stripped for parts, and I chose not to see it as a sign. Like the books scattered on the way home until the Carpenter Road turn, or the white chalk heavy in the street yesterday, suspended in a moment of air that was too heavy, too still, too close to water falling in sunlight. Even the vultures aren't circling. And they wait for the first crack of thunder in the still waiting air, and when the rain falls, it will wash away the chalk, the deer, the pages. None of this will be a sign. And I'll finish up with another poem that was published with Jake. This is one of my favorite poems because it's so funny to me. It's a found poem taken by, it's all taken from real posts that I saw on my neighborhood next door app. This is, does anyone know what this snake is? Help, what am I doing wrong? The trash company never shows up on our service day. Does anyone know what type of large utility box is being installed on the east side of Lead Mine? Do you think this is a copperhead? What am I missing? My neighbor put out their yard waste containers last Thursday. Does anyone know why there's an ambulance on Renfield? I couldn't turn left on that road. What kind of snake is this? What is going on? The city is not fulfilling its obligation. We have a cat that has shown up, which I have not seen before. I'm still looking for someone. Is this a copperhead? Can anyone help? Did you see a crash on Capitol Boulevard? Looking for recommendations. Must be good, honest, efficient, reliable, honest, good, reasonably priced, creative person. Can someone tell me what kind of snake this is? Why is there so much traffic? I tried to take a picture. I use a landline phone. I can find my photos on 2 places on my computer. We have too many skinks. Missing dog? Is this a UFO? Does anyone know, is this a copperhead? Is there anyone named Janice? We received your copy of Southern Home. Help, please. Thank you. That's all I've got today.
Thank you. Wow. That was great. All right. So, first of all, wow. Um, I really enjoyed tonight's reading with Elia and Elem Cole. And I think we're ready to call them back for a quick chat. If they're still there. Perhaps they'd like to talk more about their work or any recent project. I think Elia wanted to talk about her Substack or another new venture. I'm gonna go ahead and read comments while we're waiting for people. Yeah, we have lots of compliments for the pieces and also for the cats on the live stream. Right, so we're welcoming back Elia for a quick chat.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello again.
Hi. Hi, Elia. I'm Heather. I'm a poetry editor. I co-edit with Laurel. And yeah, first of all, congratulations for the awesome reading. And I just wanted to say I enjoyed I enjoyed how unpredictable they were. Like, didn't know what to expect from the titles, but they were much better than I could have imagined.
Thank you. Yeah, I work a lot with pop culture, I think. It features in a lot of my work. I grew up watching TV and playing video games. Like, that's all I did every day. And reading books. I did that too. I'm not like one of those writers that don't read books. um, woo. But yeah, I think there are so many pop culture moments that are just engraved into my brain, and there are so many things that you can do with them, like the nostalgia of them. Just that is, there's so much of it, so much emotion held in those moments of your childhood, and I think pop culture is a really fun way to really bring that emotion out and share it in poems and stories.
Yeah. I particularly like the Gerard Way one, but probably because I listened to their music a lot in high school.
Yeah, I still do.
Actually, I still
I
do.
love MCR. I saw them like 2 years ago. It was very recent.
Right. I think they're coming to my country this year.
Are
I
they?
just
Oh my god, I love that. You should
just might
totally
go.
go see them. They were great.
Yeah. I think Ellen Cole is here as well, and we'll be chatting with her too. Um, so for now, yeah, I wanted to ask a question about um, your background also. I saw in your bio that you're also a filmmaker, and I'm curious to know, like, how similar maybe your filmmaking work is to your like fiction, flash fiction, and
Yeah. There are some similarities, I think. They share the same kind of like this weirdness, or they're very experimental. Both my films and my stories and poems, they're all very experimental. I really like experimenting with form. A lot of I've made 5 short films. They're not great, but
say
one
that.
of them is like is found form. It's sort of like a mockumentary, and it's about this company, Olympus Corp, that its specialty is to do human sacrifices for its customers, so they can like ascend to the ladder and become, get better jobs, be richer, be prettier. So that's the thing that's shot in sort of like the Office style. So it's the Office if they had human sacrifice. uh, and another one, like my best work so far, I would say, is about this family, really about the daughter of the family, who is being replaced by someone else. So the family hires another person to become their daughter because they don't like who their daughter is. So yeah, there's definitely like this absurdism and experimental elements to it, to both things.
Right. Uh, um, I actually want to watch those films. And I think a couple of my friends who are watching the YouTube live stream would actually be interested in watching your films.
Yeah,
Uh,
I can totally send you a link to them if you want. I do have them. So yeah, if you want to watch them, that's great for me. I love that. I love when people want to watch my films. Not many do.
yeah. Oh, we do. One of my friends, well, two of my friends, they started a pop-up cinema kind of project here in my city. We're located up north, not really very close to the capital. We don't get much access to films, especially indie films or international films. They usually get just a one-day screening in our only cinema. So
Yeah.
um, that's why they have this initiative, pop-up cinema. And actually, I might recommend, maybe, if you'd like to screen your films in a pop-up screening sometime
Oh my God,
soon.
that would be so awesome. They are short films, so keep that in mind. I don't know if you do short films
Yes,
as
yeah.
well. Yeah.
Mm.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll definitely send them to you. And I love that initiative. That sounds like so much fun. Cinema was my first love. I loved movies ever since I was very young, and I go to the cinema all the time. I think that there's this. I live in Athens, which is the capital of Greece, so we get a lot of variety and a lot of cinemas and a lot of everything. But it's always such a struggle to keep the independent cinemas open and alive and still going. And yeah, I know how difficult it can be for a really small group of people to, champion these films and champion these places where you can go and watch something different that's not shown in the big cinemas.
Right. And on that note, I actually want to ask Ellen if she has like a favorite movie that she'd like to talk about, or if her work is also influenced by pop culture in the way that Elia's work is.
My work is not as influenced by pop culture. I think I am kind of always out of the loop a little bit with what's going on currently. Like I watched Pulp Fiction for the very first time in my life last year. So like there's like huge lists of movies, TV shows, that sort of thing that I've never seen and people just can't believe it. But
Same though. But it's because I had like internet later in life, like after I graduated from college. So I didn't have access to a lot of the pop culture that my contemporaries and my friends had access to. So, what do you think you draw inspiration most from?
Most of my inspiration comes from nature. I am heavily write in nature themes, even when I'm not intending to. It just kind of comes out. So, especially since moving, I used to live in the Midwest in the U.S., and now I live on the East Coast, and just wildly different ecosystem over here. So, it's been really inspirational for my poetry.
Yeah, I think the images in your poetry were like really, I would say haunting for lack of a better term, but um, the images were unique, and like the way that you put them in your poetry makes it so that when someone reads it, I think, or hears you recite the poem, it's branded onto the mind. Yeah, it's magical.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Can I ask Ellen a question? do, do you find that like there's like these sub themes in the themes that you always gravitate to? Like for example, when I write about nature, it's always the sea. It's always it's like it doesn't even I don't even think about it, just pops up. It's always the sea and sea creatures and how to become a sea creature. I don't know. Do you have anything similar like that?
Interestingly enough, I used to gravitate towards like the sea, the ocean. And I think because I had never seen it. Growing up in the Midwest, I had never seen the ocean or anything. So now that I live closer to it and I have seen it myself, it's kind of less dominant in my writing. I think a lot of mine is kind of the lesser loved creatures. Vultures, big fan. That sort of thing. And then just trees, plants, kind of just the natural world around us. So
I think there's a big appeal in the in the monsters really. It ties back to the thing that I write in my Substack. I think as writers we really like to explore that part of ourselves and that part of nature. And these are the most fascinating creatures, the ones that are the scavengers and the ones that are in the rotten meat and the blood and the guts. I think that's the most fascinating a creature can be.
no, I would agree with you. I was actually I was so excited about your work because I love monsters. And I've been working on but haven't ever published or really finished poems about Mothman. So
I love Mothman.
yeah, same here.
Yeah, I definitely think that you should try to publish those. I would love to read them. I have a big love for any classic monsters, Mothra and Godzilla and vampires, of course, ghouls, zombies. I love all these things. I think it has something to do with me watching Supernatural at a really young age. I was like 7 or 8 when it. No, I was like 10 when it came out, and it rewired my brain entirely. And since then, it's just been like this love for monsters that I've been researching, looking into folklore, and yeah, I think it's a really fascinating thing. Even if you don't necessarily believe in them, there's something so charming about uh, being able to see the good in the monsters as well, not just the bad.
That's great. I think what I want to ask next for both LM and Elia is, are there like maybe local monsters that you featured or you would like to feature in your work? Like I come from the Philippines, and there are so many traditions here of like mythology, and there are many like indigenous monsters as well. think have not been explored too much in literature. So I'd like to know about yours.
Go first, or should I?
Oh yes, anyone,
I'll
Elliot.
go. I'm from Greece, so I think the Greek mythology has been written so much lately, especially. There's been this shift to classics again, and everyone knows about the Minotaur. Everyone knows about like Scylla. I'm not sure how you pronounce it in Feline Greek. I don't know. I don't know what the English word for it is. All these classic monsters that are, yeah, they're fascinating, but we've heard so much about them, you know? For me, it's more interesting at this point to write about more contemporary folklore, as in, you know, like traditional songs that were created somewhere around the Middle Ages, a little later maybe. There's so many of them, and there's this myth that I love. It's about this belief that if you want a structure to stay upright, you have to bury something in its foundations, right? And it used to be a practice, like people would kill bunnies or roosters or little helpless animals and just shove them in the foundations of the buildings. But there is this story about a very famous and big bridge here in Arta, and it says that it kept falling off, and they kept rebuilding it, and it kept falling off, and they kept rebuilding it, and the only way for it to stay upright was if they buried the wife of the master builder in its foundations. So she's supposed to be haunting the place. And I think these ghosts of women that are so prevalent in modern modern within quotations Greek mythology, they are so fascinating. It's always about a woman. It's always like a woman who is killed or buried or burned, and of course she curses everyone that crosses the bridge, right? But then she thinks that her brother, he's abroad, so she thinks that maybe one day he'll come, and she doesn't want him to die, so she turns her curse into a blessing. And it really shows how I think a woman can go through so much and still have this love inside her and still persevere and do something good despite all the bad.
Wow. That's an interesting myth. And I just wanted to add very quickly before we go to LM. I am very excited to hear her answer, but that myth about like reinforcing structures using blood also exists in our mythology, in
Yeah.
Philippine mythology. Yeah. So it's common also to sacrifice chickens, not bury the entire chicken, but make sure that their blood drips on the like foundations of a bridge. Wow.
Yeah. It's really fascinating how many similarities there can be between such different cultures that are so many miles apart. It really
Right.
makes you wonder, like, how did it start? Like, where did it come from?
Exactly. Maybe LM can give us an answer.
I can't, unfortunately. I think a lot of the kind of monsters, lore, cryptids that I'm interested in are the ones that have been unfortunately really done. Like I said, Mothman. I think a lot of people know and think about Mothman in cryptid culture, and then my now 8-year-old autistic son is obsessed with Bigfoot and has been since the age of like 3. So that's a big one in our house is Bigfoot. I've lived now on the East Coast for a year and a half ish. And I haven't really looked into kind of the local scene. I know in the US, Bigfoot's everywhere by different names or, whatever. And, but I don't know about any kind of more local, either hauntings, myths, that sort of thing. Something to look into for sure.
Yeah.
I think what I love about sorry, go ahead.
No. Go ahead, please.
What I love about American folklore and mythology is like how every place has something, right? Like I don't think it's so I don't think it's so common, like within the same country in Europe at least, to have so many different things in one place. In Greece, it's definitely just like, a couple of myths that are true everywhere, and then you have the states, which is like a monster here, a monster there. Every state has its own thing. Every town has its own thing. It's really fascinating how it can be. I think a lot of it comes from how big and difficult to explore America is, as opposed to Europe, which is very small but much older. So our monsters are older, but yours are more plentiful, I guess.
Yeah. And I just wanted to add, I think even if we think some things have been like done to death, still there are ways to make them new. Like I know that there is a new film called, what was it now? Was it Lisa Frankenstein? That I think retells the story of Frankenstein. And I know this because Filipinos are invested, because one of the supporting actresses used to be very big here in the Philippines. So that's why we're tuning in. So maybe LM has maybe new ideas to for Bigfoot, and I think that's also just as fascinating as exploring like a new unexplored folklore or monster.
No, I think I could agree with you there. There's always something new you can say about these monsters because they're myth, they're lore. Like you can say anything you want about them. You can make up a whole new story for them. There's a lot to explore there.
Yeah, so we'll be waiting for your retelling of
Great.
Bigfoot and Mothman for sure. You'll have to send it to Jake when you finish.
Yeah, I definitely will.
I'll be waiting with bated breath. Like, I want to read that. I want to read that. Absolutely. Please write it and send it.
Me too. So, uh, besides our love for monsters and our varied degrees of connection with pop culture, I think something else that um, connects all of us is um, our love for Jake. I'm kidding. I totally forgot what I was supposed to say. Uh, but at this point, I think we are ready to promote any of your new projects. Or I think Elia mentioned that she has a new Substack, and LM has a lot of upcoming work. So we have space for that.
Cool. Yeah. I do have a Substack. It's called Phrased and Confused. And it's mainly about like publication updates and stuff I read about and watch. So there's a lot of not quite reviews, but I guess like essays and musings and thoughts on movies, shows, books, new and old. I really like to revisit my old media that I loved as a teenager. But under this general Substack, there is also a sub newsletter called Monster Mayhem, and it's specifically about monsters in media and their function, their use, how we take folklore and make something different out of it. It is practically essays. It is more academic, much more academic than Phrased and Confused. Um, and yeah, I think it is interesting. I wanna I wanna say it is interesting. So far, I only have one like general post about kind of the history of monsters and how they were created and how they were incorporated in media. Tomorrow is gonna be my first like real post about Bella Baxter from Poor Things. That was a movie I watched recently. I'm actually trying to finish the book now so I can write a proper essay out of it. And yeah, I think it's really interesting that you mentioned Lisa Frankenstein as well, because it's the same story, right? Bella Baxter is also practically Frankenstein's monster. So there's so many ways to retell the same story. Yeah, so that's it from me. Monster loving stuff and publication updates.
Yay.
Perfect. So, the best place to find my updates is like my Twitter or my personal website. That's poetlmcole.com. I have a lot of stuff always in the works, but I've been taking a step back. I've gone back to college this semester, and so I've been really not writing a lot, which I need to get back to because I really miss it. But right now, the online lit space that I run with my co-chief editor, Jared Pavanda, Bulb Culture Collective, that's kind of my big focus right now. We're working on, we're taking submissions right now for an Arbor Day themed zine that's going to come out on Arbor Day. I always forget what day that is. April 26th, I think. And then we'll be opening for regular submissions at the beginning of March. And that's, we only publish previously published work. So it's a place to rehome that stuff that's either lost its original home, because journals, magazines, they always are, they'll start up a lot, but then they'll close. Unfortunately, there's a lot of reasons why, but those pieces can kind of just be stuck in limbo. People don't know if it's been previously published and then it disappears, from the internet. What is it? Is it now unpublished? Is it still published? But we wanted to make a place specifically for those pieces to go. So again, we'll be opening March 1st for those submissions. But yeah, that's all I've got.
Okay. Thank you. It was lovely talking to you, LM and Elia. Yes. If you want to stick around, if you have time, the next section will be led by Trent, one of the Jakes. And yeah, I just want to thank you again for your beautiful, beautiful reading and your new projects. I definitely wrote down the publications, the websites, and you have gained another fan, me,
Thank
and of course
you.
a lot more in the audience. So interested to see how we can also collaborate in the future for other projects like the film screening, and maybe I can submit some of my own work to Bulb Culture.
Yeah,
I
for
have
sure.
some work recently that that need a new home because of like a closure.
Mm.
A pub I submitted to that recently closed. So yeah,
Yeah, we'd
thank
love
you.
to take a look. So absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thank you very, very
Thank
much.
you.
Had a great
Thank
time.
It was
you.
lovely to be here. Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks so much for having us.
Thank you. Right. We're ready for Trent. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Yeah, it was very hard for me to not snooze my alarm this morning. I'll be honest.
Good morning.
Sweet. Well, I think you're good. I can take over.
All right. Yeah, I'll be back
you.
in a couple of hours to moderate later.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Trent. Thank you, Ellie. Back in a bit. Bye bye.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. It's Trent, the Flash fiction editor, formerly the fiction editor for Jake. It's really cool to be here. This is weird to just myself. Not so this is a little strange. I'll be totally honest. So I'm gonna read some Flash fiction subs for the live response section, and we have a few of them. There, 3, if I'm correct. But if you want to send another one in and have a guy you never met read your stuff live on YouTube, totally can. I will read it. This hold up. Okay. All right. We have here, let me make sure. Hey Ben. Can you see my screen right now?
1 sec. Sorry, I'm flipping between tabs.
Okay, perfect. Sure I wasn't messing it up. All right. I have this one by Sherry White. And then there's this longer fiction. Do you want me to read that, Ben? Are you going to take that
Yeah.
at some point later?
Yeah, you can totally read it right now. I think the only other section we have for live responses is for nonfiction later, but I can totally bounce off stuff with you right now.
All right, cool.
Usually we're reading the
Yeah.
cover letter, and then we'll dive into the piece afterwards.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. So oh yeah, this was even addressed to me. How cool. All right, so attached is my weird Flash fiction piece. Consideration and Jake responds live. I hope you enjoy it. The title does not have a typo. That's funny. The title is The B-52s Sing Red Lobster Before I Die.
Good title.
Let's see.
Definitely intriguing.
Yeah, right. I won't act like like I won't say that like I ever make a decision off of the title, obviously, because that would be ridiculous. But
Sure.
I won't act like a really good title doesn't influence me, where I'm immediately like, oh.
Yeah, it's great. Actually, I remember I was in a poetry class of all things one time, and I remember the professor said something super interesting, which was basically like you can kind of think of a title like the first line, right? And that it kind of sets the tone for you for whatever you're going to read next. And yeah, I totally agree. Like a strong title out the gate definitely just gets you wanting to read what's inside. Like,
Yeah, I think I would. I mean, that happened a lot. In Elliott had his reading earlier, which I had read chapbook anyways, but he did that a
Yeah.
ton, where it
Yeah.
literally was. And in some cases, it's literally like most of the poem was
Yeah.
just the title, or that happens all the time in Had, and I always
Yeah. They like
what's
publishing ones like that for sure.
what was the they had one recently that was like, oh, it was like awkward silence or something.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't remember the actual piece. The actual piece was
Yeah.
like a couple words. Yeah.
That was awesome. Anyways,
Good.
all right. So
Yeah.
Sherry's bio. Share your white stories. And I'll be honest that I do read the bio before just because I want to know about the person before I read their story. I think it's helpful. I know that some mags read blind.
Yeah.
That probably is fine.
I
I'm not.
I
It's
usually
not
read
helping
bio.
me
I
make a
usually read
decision.
bio last. I try to read
Yeah.
bio last. Yeah.
It's there, and it's like my eyes are.
Yeah.
My eyes are
You're
gonna
not
see it anyways.
Yeah.
It's fine. I'm not making a decision off of it. I do like to know. So.
Yeah.
So Share White stories have been published in many anthologies and zines, which I just learned was how you say that, and then I immediately understood why. Including an essay in the Notable Works for the Horror Writers Association, Health, an essay in Jake Magazine, Hall Dark Holidays, The Monsters Next Door, by Critical Blast, Horror Writers Association, Don't Turn Out the Lights, recent publication. Wow, this is crazy. All right. Broken Antler has a very cool website. I don't know if anybody has a very cool website.
Not.
All right. Here we go. Okay, this is a longer flash. Awesome.
Yeah, it says
Beef.
800 words. So that's...
852, I think. All
Oh,
right.
is it? Okay, yeah.
Yeah. 825.
Oh, 825. Yeah,
The coffee hasn't cooled down.
yeah.
All right. So Sherry, I'm so sorry. The coffee has not cooled down enough yet. All right. I might read it out loud to make it helpful.
Yeah.
I want to go incredibly slow on this story.
We were doing that with the poems. I know for the fiction stuff sometimes it's a little bit longer, but for flash piece, I think we can definitely do that.
I read it in a spooky voice. Fortune tellers are frauds. I know that, but Linda insisted. Here I am. She told me she began a couple's bucket list thing when we had been dating a couple weeks. Well, she calls it dating. I call it guaranteed sex every weekend. That's awesome. I'm actually not going to read it out loud because I immediately felt uncomfortable about it. All right.
Okay, no worries. You want me to read out loud? I can read out loud.
No, I got it.
All right.
Madame Serena made a big show of waving her hand over a crystal ball filled with a mist that I figured was pumped from a machine under the table. It looked impressive, though. I could almost see images through the mist. I went along with this because it was easier arguing with Linda that the whole fortune telling thing was a crock of shit. So when Madame Serena told Linda that she'd be getting a ring soon, first time I ever wanted to clock a woman. Instead, I just glared at her. She had the nerve to wink at me when Linda squealed and hugged me. Okay, Dennis, your turn. I did not want this lady to tell me I would be getting married or becoming a father soon. No, let's just get something to eat. It's on our bucket list, Linda said in a sing-song voice. I smiled with clenched teeth. I do want to say that this is not me putting on a show. I laugh so easily at fiction. I appreciate people who can make fiction funny. It immediately. I think I laugh at almost every. Well, I won't say every because not all of them are funny.
Yeah.
But a lot of Jake's flash submissions are really funny. And
we get a lot of really funny writers sending work our way that is deliberately meant to be like comedic in tone, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and when I say that it makes me laugh, whenever I tweet like, "Oh man, this submission made me laugh," I'm literally sitting at my phone going like, "Ooh, that's pretty funny."
Yeah.
Anyways, regular sex wasn't worth all this bullshit. I sat down and let Madame Serena take one of my hands in hers. She drew a long black fingernail down my palm. Your lifeline is shorter than most. This should concern you. It took all my willpower not to roll my eyes in front of her face. Okay, I'll start eating better. She ignored me and kept gazing into her crystal ball. She slowly waved a hand over it. I see a lot of red, and I'll be damned, I could see red in there too. You will see red before you die. That took a morbid turn. What? That makes no sense. I can see red if I close my eyes tightly enough. My fucking car is red. Should I try to sleep with my eyes closed? Buy a new car? Grab the red crayon out of my kid's 64 box with a sharpener? Linda's head whipped around and her jaw dropped. You have a kid? Whoops. That's not important right now. Come on. I didn't even catch that well. Threw a few 20s on her table and got out of there. Oh, that's funny. All right, scene break. I have to admit, after a few minutes, I got paranoid. See red before I die? What does that even mean? Blood is red, so maybe I'm gonna die violently. After I sliced my thumb cutting onions, put all the sharp knives in the trash, and switched to Grubhub. I did throw away the red crayon, but no big deal because my kid hardly comes over anymore. I still drove my red car, but kept a sharp eye out for other red cars getting near me. I know fire is orange, but it glows red, and then we're drinking whiskey in front of a roaring fire. I threw away red shirts, red underwear, red towels, the ketchup, tomato juice, tomato sauce, and on and on and on. I even gave up pizza. Pizza! What if I choked on a slice? I was mad at myself, but couldn't help it. Linda finally told me to fuck off, so some good came of this insanity. I decided to drive to the beach, hit the pier, chow on some seafood, no crab or lobster. No crab or lobster, though, too red, and have a few beers. I sounded like an idiot asking the server what color the fish of the day was. It's trout, sir. I don't think it's red. I can check for you. I hate myself. I hate that fucking fortune teller who got in my head and turned me into a pussy scared of a fucking color. This is funny, man. I hate Linda who dragged me there. Thank God she's gone. Good riddance. I took a few bites of the fish, then threw my fork down. I hate trout. I paid the bill, assured my server she did a fine job, and gave her a big tip. Fuck this. I'm gonna fix this right now. I got a lobster roll from a place on the pier and took it with me to the inlet to sit on the rocks and watch the sun go down. Red lobster, out of my head, B-52s, no fake earworm, please. Red sunset. Perfect. I sat on a flat rock eating the juicy sandwich and enjoying the hell out of it. No celery, thankfully. It's the little things. I let the B-52s take over my brain and waited for the glorious sunset. I had just taken the last bite when I felt a shaking of sorts. I looked around and so did other people, but we couldn't see anything. Then we realized, I read the last line, my eyes got there. Then we realized the water was receding rapidly with a tsunami heading right for us. I never should have had that fucking lobster roll. Oh my god, that's pretty funny. Oh man.
Yeah, there's a lot to like about this piece for sure. I think it's got that just like really basic thing of like, okay, it's got a setup and it's got a payoff and it's clearly telling you where it's going without like being too obvious about it or being too like kind of annoying with the foreshadowing.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I mean, obviously, the tsunami's a twist. I don't think it's
Yeah.
a cheap twist though. In the context, it's really funny.
But yeah, it's like a twist because you don't expect him to die that way, but you do like expect something's gonna happen, right? He's gonna crack
Yeah.
at some point.
Yeah. I was getting, when I got to the last page here, I was like in my head, like, all right, what's gonna happen here? So it was pretty good pacing because it immediately happened.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't really, I was like, I feel like around this point, she's talking about the plot, which I can talk about. Flash fiction sometimes is like completely plotless and sometimes isn't, and it just depends on the publication and what kind of stuff they like.
I think so.
And
I think it depends on the
obviously
writer too. Sometimes I've generally seen writers who veer more in one way or the other with it.
Yeah, and I have to say, like, I mean, obviously, like, really good sentence level is going to get me no matter what. But when I first got into writing and reading short fiction and stuff, I remember being like, why the heck is there no plot in flash fiction? And I've come around on it, but I have to say that I'll just let people in on the secret that if you're watching this and you submit flash fiction to Jake, that I do like plot a little bit more than no plot. I'll just be totally honest. I was going to say that around here, I was starting to think like, they're not gonna die. Like it's gonna be like, oh, nothing happened. So I do appreciate that my expectations were shifted, and I was wrong halfway through. That's a good job of a 4-page story.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like if you're getting to the point where you're expecting like the anticlimax, then you have like a real dramatic finish. Like it is fun. That is a fun reversal for sure. And doing it in a flash space is impressive, definitely.
Yeah.
The one kind of note where I'm like, okay, I could see like maybe this is something you would want to revise with something along these lines is actually it was on that same passage on page 3. when he's detailing out all of the different things that are red that he's avoiding, right?
Oh yes, right here.
So I think in a longer story or in like a novel kind of space or whatever, you could afford to have a little bit of some of that kind of like language be a little bit more kind of free flowing, a little more purple, right? But
Mm-hmm.
I think I would rather want to see like maybe the use of the word red itself just like cut back, right?
Yeah.
Right. So like, because I think I still drove my car, but kept a sharp eye for other red
Mhm.
cars near me. I know this fire is orange, so no more drinking whiskey in front of a roaring fire, right? I think that alone, like you still know that he's avoiding red, right? And it's still
Right, it's
clear.
assumed, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's assumed pretty well. And I think it's just like stronger sentences overall.
Yeah. Yeah, that's totally fair point. I think I agree, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
especially in a flashback where you're like trying to conserve like and try to go fast, right? Like
yeah. Yeah,
but yeah,
there is
like I
some
totally agree
amount
about the plot
of
level stuff. The plot level stuff is great.
I would say on that same point, I think there's some amount of I don't want to say telling because it's not exactly telling, but leading your reader maybe a little bit too much. Like where are we at? That took a morbid turn, like that thing. I mean, if you're going for that for like that's like the voice of the story. But I don't
Yeah.
think that's totally the voice of the story all the way through.
I think I
Like, you
agree.
don't
And I think
keep
those
doing
kind
that.
of moves and that kind of voice is easier when you have more room.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that if I had to say, or like whoops, if you're going to do that, I would say continue it the entire way
Yeah.
because at
I
the
agree.
time it just feels like yeah, I know. Yeah, you know what I mean? That
Yeah.
would probably be my 2 cents
Yeah.
on where I would
It
edit it.
feels less like voice and more like lampshading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That being said, I think the dialogue is good. I think it's
Yeah.
actually really good. I also think that I think that this section right here, right after the all of the things that I'm not gonna use anymore because they're red.
Yeah.
I think this section is awesome. This is where it was like really. I mean, we were both laughing really hard. This is where it's like really hitting its stride.
For sure. For sure.
Also, turn me into a pussy scared of a fucking color is hilarious.
That's a great line.
Yeah,
Yeah. I
that's a
mean,
first.
we could talk about one-liners in any kind of work, but like in a flash fiction piece, if you could pull off a good one-liner, that like helps significantly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, we've given a lot of kind of like pros and cons to this piece. How do you feel about it, kind of overall?
I'll be honest, man. If you're able to make me off the cuff before I've had my coffee laugh that much, then I'd probably say that I'll take the piece.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
I think that's a good choice.
Yeah. I think I think I would say that the fact that the story moves really well, which despite like a couple little things about the saying red too much or that took a
Yeah.
morbid turn, there's really not a lot of those. The fact that it still moves really fast throughout, the fact that it's funny and it has
Yeah.
a couple one-liners that genuinely surprised me.
Yeah.
I think that's enough to get it over the hump for me.
Yeah. Sounds good. Who's the author on this one again?
Sherry White.
Sherry White.
Who
Yeah.
has been in Jake before.
Yeah. So I think this sounds like the kind of response we'd want to tell her. Like, yeah, let's take it. Let's edit these couple of lines down a little bit and put it up.
All right.
Yeah.
Sweet.
I think earlier we were just marking it on the base row that we were going to take these pieces, and then we're going to write the letters like later. So you could do that if you want, or if you want to write the letter right now on air, you could do that too. But I think it might be more fun to just read more submissions and save yourself the time.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Here, I'm gonna. I'll just keep it up. I'll know that I accepted it. No
That
worries.
sounds good. Sounds good.
Sherry, if you're watching this, and you might not be watching this, but if you are, congratulations. This is awesome.
I think if I remember correctly, Sherry's piece last time was pretty funny too.
Yeah, I would love to read it now. That is also
I remember.
something quite a few times when I have accepted someone's story, I have been like, I gotta
Yeah,
know
okay.
more about
That's
this
right.
person.
Yeah.
Did you look it up?
I don't know if you've read this one. Sherry's last piece came out in July of last year. It was called "Please Don't Tell Mom."
No, I haven't read that.
And it was about a pair of or it's a trio of kids that were out like in the neighborhood or whatever, and one of them like steps on a rusty nail, and
Mm.
the brother starts like freaking out and being like, "Oh my god, you're gonna die! You're gonna die! We have to like figure out how to like tell mom and dad that you're going to die because you stepped on this rusty nail." But these kids are like 10 years old, so they have no idea that that's like not what the actual result of that is.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
awesome. It was a nonfiction piece?
I think it was another fiction. Oh no, it was Flash nonfiction. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot that it was
Essay,
nonfiction.
yes, it is.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
cool. I'll have to read that. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
saying I do that all the time. I mean, if they've been in Jake, then I'm probably especially curious, I guess,
Yeah.
of what they've had published in Jake after I read their story. But if I'll just put it out there that if you send a good story in, I am always deeply curious about other stuff that that you've written before. Like he's gonna read later, but we had Sean Ennis who's
Yeah.
gonna read, and he's got a story coming out this week, maybe, or maybe it's already come out. I think it comes out this week. In Flash for us, and he sent me an email with a couple other of his Flash pieces that have been published lately. And
Yeah. You and I were talking about that the other day. Like his stuff is great right now. He's doing some really cool work.
yeah, it's nuts. It's all connected, which I think is partially why he sent it to me, anyways. But all of his Flash are like based around this town and his two friends who are like, I mean, just to say, I haven't looked at this stuff in 2 weeks, and I remember that the friend's name is Shadow in the story.
Nice.
I can't remember what his wife's name is. They're really good stories if I'm remembering this off the top of my head at 7:20 in the morning.
Yeah.
But he sent those to me, and I was like, hell yeah, dude, I'll look at these right now. So I think there's been a conversation on Twitter lately about replying to rejections, which I'm not saying that you should reply to rejections all the time, but I am saying that some lit mag editors do appreciate hearing from you and seeing what you're doing. I think it's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. So we have. Oh, this is Flash fiction. Okay.
Yeah, this is
Fleshing-
also Flash.
Oh, I read the cover letter like briefly and saw longer piece and thought it was longer fiction.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, sweet. So we have At Night, the Lake Comes Close, Flash fiction thriller by N.C. Kelly. And N.C. says, I am considering fleshing this out to a longer piece, not this is a longer piece, but just had the idea for this scene. I'd definitely like to know if there's interest for this to be longer as well as just the usual critiques. Well, you're at the right place.
Yes.
This is the perfect time to ask for that. But also, you know what? I'm just going to say it. If you ever send a Flash piece and you want to know if it should be longer, I will be happy to tell you my one sole meaningless opinion of whether or not it should be longer or if it's good as a Flash piece. I've spent a lot of time lately working on a next novel, and I've basically written like 2 starting chapters and turned them both into Flash.
Nice.
Or maybe a little bit longer fictions. So I do have a little bit of experience lately in trying to figure that out as well.
Yeah.
Not that I
It's a
have
fun,
an answer for
it's a
myself.
fun space to be working in right now, the Flash space. There's a lot of cool work coming out.
It is booming. Yeah.
It's booming. Yeah.
I feel like all the lit mags that I read the most and that like get a ton of traction in the community are doing Flash stuff. Maybe it's because it's quicker to read. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because
I think so.
It's sometimes it's like I don't know. Maybe it's speaking to our culture that we like. We have shorter attention spans. But
I don't even think it's an attention span thing. I think it's like an internet thing. honestly.
Yeah, it is. It is like
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to read something short on your computer just because reading on
Yeah.
your computer can suck sometimes.
Yeah.
But I think it's
But yeah.
awesome. I think there's so much you can do.
For
So I'm
sure.
excited to read this.
Anyways, yeah, we
Okay.
should definitely dive into NC Kelly's piece here.
Yeah, since I read
Yeah.
Sherry's bio first, I'm going to read NC's. NC
Yeah,
Kelly
sounds
is a
good.
therapist by day and sometimes a writer by very late night. Same NC. She is a native Floridian with a BA in creative writing from the University of Central Florida and a master's in counseling from Troy University. She is a Hispanic writer who is addicted to thrillers and rewatching Schitt's Creek. I wouldn't have put those two together. Or that whole thing was
That's a great bio,
bunch of
yeah.
split things. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. At night, the lake comes close, which, by the way, is also... I don't read thrillers at all, so I'm saying this is someone who doesn't read thrillers. But I think that title is really good.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, let's dive in. Take another sip of coffee. The brie had oozed out of the pastry like lava and hardened. Half-eaten pieces of apple and water crackers spread across the long oak dining table. The wine glasses were empty, remnants of the Merlot pooling in the bottom of the glasses. The bottle lay on its side between the bowl of nuts and plate of shriveling grapes, a small puddle forming under the rim. I did really like I'm just going to interject. I think this piece is a little bit shorter. That was a great opening paragraph. I can see it very well. It looked like the aftermath of a war zone, which it was really, unintended of course. Sarah gently tiptoed across the wood floors, her silky slip dress gliding across her legs. She reached down to run her fingers along the back of the Persian cat nibbling at the shattered cake as she walked onto the back patio. Mother always warned her not to drink alone, but she wasn't alone. She shrugged, plucking the decanter from the hand of her former best friend. Ooh. She was careful not to smear the blood on her dress as she brought it up to her mouth to take a gentle sip. I'm going to do that right. The lake spoke in hushed tones to her as it rhythmically lapped at the sand's edge. Feed us, sorry. Feed us, it hissed. Give us the wicked, it cooed. She wondered if the lake had always spoken to her, if it had always sounded like her mother. Oh, I'm sorry to her mother for that voice. James had never liked her mother, though thought she was too woo-woo, as he put it. Your father's family has had money since the Civil War, and he marries an Appalachian Stevie Nicks. I believe you need an H there, just a little typo. He'd one night discussed it. Oh, it's the same sentence. Let me get back. Your father's family has had money since the Civil War, and he marries an Appalachian Stevie Nicks. He'd one night discussed it after she had invited them to a summer solstice bonfire. That's not your fault, NC. I just can't read right now. A moan interrupted Sarah's reminiscences. Her gaze drifted to the body sprawled across the grass between the patio and the lake. There was a flower of bright red blood blooming on the back of the white dress shirt it wore. I like the way that's written. James struggled to lift his bloodied head even a centimeter. Sarah, he moaned. She slowly stepped across the rest of the patio and down the steps until she felt blades of grass between her pink-painted toes. Sarah, he cried. She bent down next to him, running her fingers through his brown hair, something she used to do to comfort him. This time she took a fistful of his hair and pulled so that he could look her in the eye. He cried out. Ah, man, I gotta stop reading ahead before my mouth can get there. My best friend, she said calmly. Nothing like the animalistic screeching that came from her moments before. You fucked my best friend, James. He gasped, screwing his eyes shut as he tried to breathe. I know and I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Dude, you're bleeding out your back. Sarah, I promise, please just help me. She looked at him for a moment. The man she thought she would spend the rest of her life with. The man she kissed goodnight every night. Unknowingly, after her best friend... Oh, sorry. There's not a comma there. Unknowingly, after her best friend had already kissed him goodnight. The man who had just proposed to her minutes ago after a quickie with her best friend in the car on the way up to the lake house. Douchebag. Sarah's family lake house. She led She held her left hand out, admiring the vintage pear-shaped diamond. "I love you, Sarah," James choked out. She gazed down at him, his hair still in the vice grip of her fist. She smiled fondly, picking up the crystal decanted. Crystal decanter? Picking up the crystal decanter, I'm going to say decanter. Picking up the crystal decanter her best friend had held. She lifted it above her head. "You love my money, James," she said matter-of-factly before bringing down the decanter on his handsome face, splitting his high cheekbone in half. Blood splattered across her face and hair. A speck landed on the ring. "The wicked Sarah," the lake reminded her. She stood and grabbed James under the arms, pulling him inch by inch toward the lake. The closer she got, the quicker the lake lunged towards her. She was hip-deep in the water before the lake took her offering, carrying him to the center before devouring him in a ring of bubbles. Sarah stayed there in the lake, admiring how close she felt to it under the full moon. She ran her now clean hand through her hair, slowly rinsing bloody specks from it. She let her hands fall from her hair to her cheeks to her neck to breast, as she waded deeper in the lake before it devoured her too. All right, there we go. Mouth is getting dry.
No worries.
Ben,
Yeah.
what do you think? Give your thoughts first while I think
Yeah.
about mine.
I mean, I'll admit I'm not really the audience for this kind of story. Mostly just because like I personally have never really been like a big reader of like kind of like thriller kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Or like thriller adjacent kind of stuff. Usually if I'm going in that direction, I want to read like full on like Stephen King level horror kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean it's certainly interesting. I think there's definitely some good kind of starting points here. It does. I think I agree with NC sentiment that it does feel like a start of something longer rather than maybe a flash piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of what I'm thinking about it right now.
I think that on a line level, I think there's a lot of really beautiful imagery here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's a lot of sentences that read well. I don't know if I'm saying this exactly right, but having just read them out loud, like the lake spoke in hushed tones to her as it rhythmically lapped at the sand's edge, is great. I think there's a lot of really good sentences in here. I mean, I think the first paragraph is a wonderful 2 sentences. Yeah, I will totally also admit that I'm, other than Stephen King, I guess, and like what was his name? Dean Brown, I think. I don't know if you've ever read a Dean Brown, but another like horror thriller writer that I read when I was younger. Is that Dean Brown? Anyways, I don't read a lot of thriller, horror, or anything like that. I've watched some movies though, so we'll go off of that. I think that we get a few submissions like this in like when we were open for fiction last time.
Mm-hmm.
I think I read a few thriller horror submissions. I think we've had a couple in Flash so far, and sometimes I wonder, like, maybe I'm just not the editor for this kind of thing.
Yeah, which is okay. I mean, it's okay for us to admit, I think, and that's okay for us to admit that like we're not necessarily the mag for this kind of thing because we're not the editors for this kind of thing.
Yeah, that's totally true. Yeah. So being open and upfront about that to NC and also the rest of the submitting world. That being said, I think that what would I say about this story? I think that the ending goes exactly where I figured it would. I think it would be my my edit, my advice, whatever, my opinion on this story. I think the ending goes where I thought it would. And I'm not trying to be hard on this NC, but I think the dialogue doesn't make me I'm not transported there by the dialogue, which is something that personally I really look for in everything I read, not just for Jake. I love writers who are really good at dialogue. And
Yeah.
I think you should really take a look and like read the dialogue out loud to yourself and say like in someone's moment of desperation, like this guy's dying, having been maybe stabbed in the back, is my understanding. And he's about to get hit over the head with a
Yeah.
decanter. Would he say this? Is this how he would say something? And is this, this about to be murderer who's very angry for good and obvious reasons, not condoning murder, but she's very angry for good and obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Would she say this? Which I actually think you fucked my best friend James. I think that I think this is where you learn that it happened. I think that was a
Yeah.
great line. That actually
I
was
agree.
awesome.
I think that's probably the best line of dialogue in the piece.
Yeah, but just think
Yeah.
through the dialogue, and I'm not saying this is someone whose dialogue is always great in my stories too. I have to work on it so hard. I think it's the hardest thing about writing, in my opinion, is good dialogue.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's where I would think through it. I do think that this could be a much, much, much longer piece. I'd like to know more about the mom and the lake. That's where my mind was thinking, like, what's going on with this? I think this could be the start. I hate to put this on you. I think this could be a start to a book, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about too. Sometimes that's just the case with flash pieces, though, right? You write a scene, you're like, no, this is part 1 out of like 400 pieces I want to write at this point.
Yeah,
You're like,
right.
okay, yeah,
Yeah, right. Yeah. I think this could be the opening scene to a book, or later on in a book. But I think there are just a lot of questions that I have that are good questions. There's nothing wrong with wondering this, but I think you've
sure.
set up when the lake speaks to her. I'm immediately like, what the hell?
Yeah,
Like what's going on? I'm genuinely intrigued.
yeah,
And I
absolutely.
think if you intrigue your readers, then you want to pay it off for them by giving them something for that intrigue. I guess I think I call it golden nuggets, I guess, in my head, but you can call it whatever you want. But you want to pay off the intrigue. Otherwise, even if you read a book, you watch a movie, you read a story, if they intrigue you and then they like never follow up that plot line,
Yeah,
especially in a long movie, you're like, what the hell, dude? Like, why
yeah,
did I just
it's
watch
rough.
this whole movie? It's not nearly as bad in a flash piece, but I do think that you have some really good stuff, and that a longer story would probably fill that stuff out. Also, I'm not sure what woo woo means. I keep looking at it and I'm trying to figure it out. I'll call that one on myself. Maybe I don't get it. Yeah, I'm trying to think if I have any other stuff. I'm not sure if we have another flash piece for me to read or not, but I'm trying to think.
I think
if I have any other
so. We
places that
have
could be
I think
helpful.
we got at least one more.
We have one more. All right, NC.
Let me see.
I don't think we're going to publish this. I do think that you have a lot of stuff to admire, and that a longer piece would fill it out. I think that's where I would say. I just want to say this last paragraph is good. I love a long list to end something, or just a long list in any stories. And so I do like the hair to her cheeks, cheeks to her neck to Brett. I think that moves really well. I think that has a good rhythm. So yeah, keep writing. Make it longer if you want to. It's good though.
Yeah.
All right.
For sure. So the other submission actually was one that came in originally under poetry, but
Okay. Cool.
Laura was a little bit unsure about whether it fits better under poetry or flash fiction, so she wanted us to take a look at it over here.
Okay. Which one is it?
Yeah, it's Alana Guevara's piece. It's a 3-poem hybrid /
Okay.
FF.
Sure. Gotta get my screen back up in a second. Was it the first one? The rebirth of
second
Faulk?
one.
Second
We
one.
will take a look at. Yeah.
You don't want to know where I found this song?
Let me pull up submission
Yeah.
myself. like, I was just going off your screen.
Yep, I'm back.
Perfect. Okay.
Was
yeah.
it
You don't want to know where I found the song, and I think the other one was something about a fool. Was in the first. Yeah,
the
Rebirth of the Fool.
Rebirth of Fool? Both of
Yeah.
these?
Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah, those
Yeah.
were both ones that we were like kind of on the borderline with. The other one is very clearly like written in more like a verse style. So.
Okay. Cool. All right. So I'll
Really good to
look
read
at
the letter
this.
once. You read it again if you'd like, but
Yeah. I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Curious.
Yeah.
Sorry, sorry for the weird classification, but it's just hard sometimes. That's funny. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Okay.
It was cool. That question mark of like where is the line between prose poetry and flash fiction seems like it's one that vexes people on both sides of the line. Like they're like, well, what do I call it? Is it more this or is it more that?
Yeah, I won't even pretend to know the answer, but I'll be glad to
Yeah.
read it and call it flash fiction. That's
Exactly.
usually my
Yeah.
answer.
Yeah.
Because I think I wrote one time. I have something coming out in Back Patio next month, I guess,
Nice.
and I would probably call it a prose poem, but I sent it to them as flash fiction. Like I sent it places as flash fiction
Yeah.
because I don't even know why. That was just my instinct. I do think that, especially when you get into plotless flash and it doesn't have a line break in it, and it's just this, like this one big paragraph.
Yeah.
In my head, it could be either one. I think in my head, I'm like, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Anyways, okay. All right. The Rebirth of Fool, which is a really, all of these have had sick titles.
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
Learn the rules before they break, or else you're prone to make a mistake. And if that were taken as literal, then God only knows I'm a little bit sinful. See, this I would probably say is poetry. For two-part didactic rhythms plinked into the universal lower register without a second thought. Crawling or climbing, itching or bitching, the end result in too many hands, in too many crotches, and not enough seconds to wind up the watches. Of all of our fallen fathers, we bless to untimeliness and curse to carry our baggage. This is moving very well. I just want to say that.
Yeah.
Back in that rusty river, the prawns are taking up hobbies like weekly therapy and lazing about. Deliver a sermon to them, but don't expect a tip. They sprinkle their lawns with gin and doubt. The waters flow quicker when mixed in with liquor. Just don't give the punchline to any bears in the bar room. Christmas Day chemistry sets. Sail along with easement, my old friend the naval gazer warned. Sensed at the notion that I'd given in, repeated my sins, gone back to my daddy's old religion again.
I think it's repented, not repeated, right?
Repented, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Reading.
Like it's a very different kind of sentence.
That totally does change
Yeah.
the sentence. Repented my sins, sorry.
Yeah.
If high times are spotted, check the pictographs for meaning. It was written in an afternoon of etches in stone. Honestly, I'm like trying to make sure that I don't skip a line. All right.
Yeah, that's
The
fair.
stones were sung on mountain moons in the dark, where fountain lungs have flooded the unfinished ark. You know what? Okay. There we go. Let's zoom in a
Yeah.
little bit. I think you tweeted this. Sometimes it is like unbelievably small to read, and I have fine vision.
Yeah.
It was in stone. The stones are sung on mountain moons in the dark, where fountain lungs have flooded the unfinished ark.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, if we cast our gaze toward the end, 7 watchmen point with 7 swallowed swords toward reason again. The hilts are come loose, but the batteries still got some juice in them yet. The 7 secret keepers wipe the dirt from their eyes. 7 years at slumber between listless, and September gave them out attitudes of thunder lacking songs with any center. Before we make it through, the trees will lose their luster. The fruits will have all shriveled, and the dealers on the level. The card he deals to my friend, the navel-gazing lawman. All are faceless save for 10, predicting 7 days of upwind restless. Hissing mention? Am I pronouncing that right?
Wait. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Hissing mention marching under storms that shadowbox the mainland to crack and crumble hollow. Words of purpose spoken from the lips with cracked tobacco spread like seeds in bird and god shit to travel in bird and god shit to travel over ocean. Flowers of tomorrow bloom in cowboy song of sinner's doom, stretched apart the sky with fingers soft and bony, awaken before dawn to petition God for alimony. In the madness of the moment, I'll record it all on tape. It's evidence this land was never once a religious blame to place. Best to keep it hidden till the boat here drifts ashore. What's more is that we're drowning in the dreams of bastard kings, with bellies full of aspartame, and tongues which cannot sing yet claim for folly clambering of ruling class de jour. I'm going to assume I pronounced that right.
Yeah, you got it.
The rules were like bowling pins, set up to be set up. Buy your own way to his wake, my ticket's good for 3. I plan to take my mother, and my mother plans her sorrow. If you can't take, then maybe you can borrow all the feelings that you need. If you can feel, that is, my righteous anger like the waves upon the rocks, then you should know the hand I played was in range of being shot. But I wrote it down regardless on a napkin in the diner. I laid it on the table as proposition for the waiter. He shook his head in disbelief while filling up my water. I asked him if he'd called the men down from the castle, but he told me they were overworked and under love and it would be a hassle. I told him that's all right, but then remembered I'm an asshole. So I marched on back to sea where I saw a mighty omen. The ship we tailed coyly was resting in the bower, where nesting lovers perched along the sails for a moment. I'd give you more, but you won this round, and a story's all I got. If you want the lesson learnt, then press it while it's hot. Post the watchman in the sand, rain glory down upon the land, and flip the empty pages of the calendar of man. We break them when we're able, we love them where we can. I feel like I should have read that in a much deeper voice. Whew, man, let me catch my breath for a second.
Yeah, for sure, definitely.
Okay, first of all, in my head, after reading it, I would probably say that's poetry. But
I think I agree, honestly, on the reread.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Laurel is not here. So we're just going to call some shots here unless you think we should.
No, we're good. You can call some shots here.
All right.
Yeah, Laurel told me basically she's going to give you right of first refusal for the second piece.
Okay.
And otherwise, it's all you.
Okay, cool.
Right? And basically, if you don't want to pick up the second piece, then she'll take it and put it in poetry.
Sick. All right. I'm excited to read the second piece then.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'll totally admit that I am just not well versed in poetry, or like maybe like poetry the way it is now. Like I have a couple poets that I've always really loved, but they're the basic.
Sure.
We're talking Emily and Robert. I'll use their first names.
I believe Robert.
But I do love their poetry, and I actually do think that this is written a little bit more. I'm gonna fuck it up. I'm not even gonna call it what style it is, but I think it's written a little bit more older style than maybe like modern movement poetry. These are not the real names for what they call it. This is just the way that.
Yeah. So I kind of see what you mean, right? Because like it is very like dependent on rhyme scheme. It feels like, even if it's not lineating it in a stanza kind of form.
Yeah.
But like the rhythm in the rhyme does feel like very structured, right? It feels like it's got that kind of like almost that like Whitman style free verse kind of motion to it, where it's kind of like it's like this and then that, and it's kind of like rowing back and forth almost.
That's a great. That's a great way to put that. I was thinking it's a lot of like da 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 da. You know, like a There is a movement to it because the rhyme scheme is actually really well thought out, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
And as someone when I first started writing, it was poetry when I was young.
Yes.
I haven't written a poem in a long time, so I'll say as a non-poet, I'm always very impressed by the ability to do that, because I don't do it in my writing, and I think it's incredibly difficult.
For sure. It takes like a certain level of like just care and like paying attention to the work in that kind of way.
Yeah. I think this is written really beautifully. I think that, dude, I don't know. I'm trying to. I'll think of it from a flash lens. I'm not totally sure what goes on, and maybe it's because it's long when you read it out loud, and I would probably read it a lot faster if I didn't read it out loud. Just because the rhythm requires a certain amount of a certain difference in reading than I
I
would
think
read
so.
it in
I
my
think a
head.
little bit.
Oh, man, I don't know. I'm so out of it. I don't know what Jake. I mean, I've read Jake poems, but I don't want to assume how we do poetry. I think
We do
it's
lots of
really
different stuff. Honestly, you're
yeah.
fine. You're fine. If you want to take it, take it. If you don't want to take it, don't take it. That's literally all it comes down to.
Jeez, dude, this is crazy. I
Yeah.
didn't expect to be challenged this much this morning.
I do agree. I do agree that it feels more poem than it does feel flash.
Yeah.
Especially on the second read, I feel like it feels more like that. And if the poets don't want it, then that's okay. We can just take the second piece and we'll figure out where to put it. Do you want to read the second piece and decide if it's yours or if it's yeah.
Let's read the second piece. So I want to think about this a little bit more because there were lines in here that were like, "Flowers of Tomorrow Bloom" and "Cowboy Song of Sinner's Doom." That I was like, yeah, let's go. This is awesome.
Yeah.
There were quite a few lines in here that I really, really enjoyed, and some lines that I messed up by reading wrong. But
yeah,
I just want to think about it. I need to sit down in this. So let's read the second one. Let
sounds
me
good.
get some of this water.
Yeah. Also, I think I'm gonna hop out. Looks like
Okay.
Sean, is in here already set up. So as soon as you're done going through this piece, you can start the big reading 4 or 5. I don't know, whatever reading number we're on at this point.
Oh, that's at 9. We have a whole other hour before that.
Oh, we have a whole hour before that. Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. So no
I'm
worries.
gonna
We'll
move
figure
Sean
out
out
what
here
to
for a
do.
little bit then. Yeah, I was like,
Whatever you want to
like,
do. You can stay. You whatever you want to do.
Let's move him over here real quick.
All
Pop him in
right.
there. Yeah. There we go. Since we don't have like tech issues or anything.
Sure.
You're right. We have a whole other hour.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So if somebody, if we haven't got any more subs, somebody send something in. I've got a whole other hour, and you, yeah, this is better than what I was going to do. Okay, so you don't want to know where I found this song.
Yeah.
Sit up so I can breathe well for this. Whew. So I'm halfway done tripping on the choicest shrooms I've ever done when my buddy comes charging in on horseback. Only he was the horse and his dick was the reins. So he comes in screaming bloody hell about some obvious bullshit. You know, like how he's found another government camera in his toilet or some shit. If you ask me, the boys in the CIA ought to be bored of the voyeur shtick by now. So anyways, my buddy storms in while I'm tripping my tits off at the kitchen table. I distinctly remember sitting away from the window because I didn't want the dog to know that I knew she was watching me. For some reason, I was also magnetized, which meant I could only face true north. So when my buddy comes in, he just about knocks the door off its hinges. I know because I saw the hinges crying about it later. And he says to me that I gotta go set up the record player for a 45. First of all, I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. But I got up anyways and followed him around for a while until we were in front of the record player. I tried asking my hands what to do since my buddy didn't know. No one wanted to talk, so I shut my eyes, and the next thing I knew, we were slipping a thin 45 onto the disc mat. I have a fear of needles, so I got my buddy to put it on while I worked my way back up my body to find my head. By that point, someone had put on some music, and it was kind of grooving real slow and mellow, but it kept slowing down the more I focused on it. My body swayed back and forth with the relaxed tempo before realizing I'd become a tree with no leaves, strong in my roots, but visibly diminished and still against the wind. So I turned myself around to find the music again. I figured I'd catch up to it if I spun with the record. After maybe 3 spins, I caught a taste of the song. Another 3 and I could feel its beat, but only inside my chest. Then, after 3 final spins, I began to remember the song. I'd heard it before, but where? I was too dizzy to continue the thought, so I fell into a blanket and rolled myself together. Looking up, I found my buddy vibing and a little drooly. I tugged on his shoestrings. What the fuck is this? I asked. His face grew into that of a tree spirit and creaked against the tension while his lips cracked. He said some kind of words to me, but it was in an old language that time forgot. So I asked him again. This time he coughed up a chunk of thread, which I promptly tugged. The line ran deep, but not so deep that the song had time to finish. But that's no surprise anymore. I doubt the song will ever finish. I followed the line until I came into a hidden meadow somewhere in the bony forest of my buddy's ribcage. Sickly little flowers bloomed all around me, each one sang a note so divine I dared not repeat it. I gathered enough to form a bouquet to give to my buddy, but when I bunched all the flowers together, the notes they sang began melting back into the song. Only this time I remembered where I heard it last. It was the terrifying sound of rebirth, the elevator music on endless repeat while souls float between lives. All right.
Yeah.
That was sick. That was
Yeah, I
very,
mean that one
that
one
was
like
awesome.
it literally is like describing a trip, but like I don't know, it's weird to me in the way that like this one, even if it's just as kind of like free associative as the other piece, like feels more narrative too.
Yeah. I would
Yeah.
totally agree. Yeah, if I had read this first, I would have been like, oh, these are going to be flash fictions.
Yeah.
I feel like now, because I read the first one first and that was poetry, maybe it's influencing my brain a little bit. But
That's fair, yeah.
this one, I don't think there's a rhyme style or a rhyme pattern. That's the word, rhyming pattern.
I didn't
But
notice a rhyme scheme, but
yeah, that's
but
yeah.
like it definitely feels like it has the rhythm of like similar to the other one, right? Where you can kind of feel the like the running kind of nature of it.
Yeah, and maybe this is something that is just easy to that good. I won't say easy. Because nothing about writing is easy, but that good poets are good at. But I'm always really impressed by when I'm immediately informed of how to read something. Like I feel like my brain just fell into the rhythm of this.
Yeah.
And I'm not like a good reader, so like I don't just understand how pieces want to be read immediately. But I felt like I fell into like how this should be read, at least in my head, how I felt like the rhythm was moving. So then I was able to change the way I read it a little bit and understand it almost immediately.
Yeah. I think you're right. I think the first sentence really does a lot of work for it. In particular, I think the choice that like gets you there is that it opens on, so I'm halfway done tripping on the twisted streams, right? Like I think it does two things really quick with that phrase. Like one is that obviously it's establishing, right, like the fact that we're on a plot level in the like drug trip and everything and whatever, right? So you're gonna get a little bit of that kind of imitative form kind of stuff going on, which I think in Flash you have a little more leeway of getting away with that than in like a longer piece, but but so you have that part of it going on, right? But I think also the other thing that's there is by starting both like in media res but also like mid sentence, it gives you the impression of like chatting with somebody and they're like giving you like a ramble story kind of chatting.
Yeah,
right?
That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, it gives you that like kind of oral feel like right away. Which I think really works in its favor towards feeling more narrative than the other piece did, right? And the other one feels more like kind of prose poetry. Yeah. Even if they're doing a lot of similar things on like a line and sentence level.
Yeah, I would totally agree. I think, it just feels like someone. I don't want to say it feels like someone talking because it's better than that, but it does just feel like natural. Like it. I'm gonna make it. I think you should leave reference here. It almost moves to the beat of jazz.
It almost moves to the beat of jazz. Exactly.
It's kind of a cosmic gumbo.
Cosmic gumbo.
I don't know. It does just feel. Yeah, maybe that is the reason why I felt this immediately. But since it starts the mid sentence, you assume it does feel like it just moves. It's someone just talking to you.
Yeah.
So it has that like really natural feel. And I think some of the sentences throughout continue that in a really really cool way. Like I was too dizzy to continue the thought, so I fell into a blanket and rolled myself together. looking up, I found my buddy vibing and a little drooly. But then it's
I think.
you
Oh
know
my god, that's
it's
another choice I want to highlight is the fact that the other character keeps being referred to as my buddy is such a
yeah
great that's
yeah
such a
yeah yeah
great
yeah
choice. Yeah.
yeah.
Um.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, I just so when my buddy comes in, he just about knocks the door off the hinges. Also, this line I know because I saw the hinges crying about it later. That's
Yeah.
awesome. That really got me. I want to say that line, and I might be missing some stuff in between. But that line and his face grew into that of a tree spirit really got me immediately. Like that's just I didn't see that, or he said some kind of words to me, but it was in an old language that time forgot.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, I see the appeal in this story. This is I don't know that I've read anything like this for our Flash, which maybe is because it's a poem or maybe because it's just novel and great. I don't know, dude. I think I'd probably accept it. I don't want to step on any toes here, but I think I would
Yeah.
accept this for Flash.
Yeah, I think it's okay. We accepted a lot of stuff earlier in poetry too, so I think it's okay if you want to take this one.
It's mine. I'm grabbing it and
Yeah.
taking it.
Yeah.
This one is mine. This is Alana, right? Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Alana, thank you for writing this ridiculous story. Oh, the other thing I was gonna say before I'm done talking about the story, I think that how do I want to say this? I think that like sometimes when I read Flash or really anything, and maybe this has to do with dialogue more than this in itself, but like using a lot of like what is the word I want to use here? Cussing, foul language. I don't know. All of these sound stupid.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can feel cheap, and
Yeah.
and like okay, you could have used a different word here. Like okay, you're just throwing this in here to be silly or something, I guess.
Yeah.
But it didn't at all. It felt like totally this is the way this person would be saying things.
Well, I think
This
that's
is like
exactly it.
right
Like
in.
I think you hit the nail on the head a second ago when you were talking about it being like silly, right?
Yeah.
Like because I think there's a difference. I think you can tell as a reader when a writer is like cursing because they feel like they're getting away with something versus when they feel like they're cursing because they're trying to reflect that's how a character talks and that's how a character emphasizes stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
I
yeah,
feel like a
yeah.
lot of the time, yeah, a lot of the time, like you notice it's because like people who cuss a lot in real life feels like it's one of two things, right? It's either someone who has a super wide vocabulary and they can't choose the right word, so they choose a cuss word that like kind of fits, or they have a super narrow vocabulary, right? And they
Yeah.
can't choose a
Yeah,
cuss
yeah,
word because
yeah.
they're like, all right, all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, that's it. I thank you. That puts it the way I was thinking. That's helpful. Yeah. Yeah,
yeah,
I think I literally just finished reading his book. So I'm gonna call this out. And maybe I wouldn't if I didn't finish reading his book yesterday or 2 days ago. But I think Dennis Johnson
yeah,
is probably like I would consider have been the master of that. Which just the life that he lived informed that really well. You know, you don't get Dennis Johnson without being Dennis Johnson.
for sure, for
But
sure.
I just read Angels, which I don't know if you've read, but I mean, if you've read Jesus' Son, then you'll
I've
get this
not.
in the
Yeah,
same way.
I think the only thing I've read of his is like I know I read the title story from Jesus' Son. I can't remember if I've read other
hmm
stories from that collection though or not.
Yeah,
I feel like
I
I feel like I
highly
did. I feel like there's at
recommend.
least one or two other ones that I did from that collection.
Yeah, and I think he fits in this type of conversation because Dennis Johnson was a poet who then,
Yeah,
I mean, he didn't change. Like I think he still put out poetry after he was writing novels and stuff. But
yeah,
Jesus' Son was his first non-poetry book of like a novel and short stories, I guess.
yeah,
And then Angels, which I just read, was his first novel, which I think came out after Jesus' Son.
yeah.
Um,
Actually,
and
the person I was thinking of reading this piece is like Pynchon stuff. So I because I really like Pynchon. I've been reading a lot of Pynchon a lot again lately.
maybe it's just informed by whatever the heck we're reading.
Yeah,
See, and we've talked about this. I've never read Pynchon. I have his entire bibliography, I guess,
That's right.
maybe
You collect a bunch of his stuff. Yeah.
it's literally right beside
Yeah.
me. And I've like opened them multiple times and been like, I'm not ready to do this.
I think, yeah,
Um,
I think for me, it's like, I think the thing I'm picking up on mostly in here that feels like it goes in that direction is like the swearing, like you mentioned, but also some of like the drug reference kind of stuff feels
Yeah.
kind of similar, and like the paranoia that comes with like the drugs
Mm-hmm.
kind
Yeah.
of feels like it
Yeah.
kind of is working like a similar kind of fashion.
Yeah. Which
Yeah.
I'll just say, Alana, me mentioning anyone beside Dennis Johnson is a total compliment, like a crazy compliment. Um,
Yeah, this is a real fun piece.
yeah, because I think Dennis Johnson is one of the greatest writers ever. So that's really speaking to this piece moves really well. And I think I don't even know that I would have an edit, to be honest. I
Yeah.
think everything is in its place here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think I
every time my eyes go back to the lines, I'm like, I'd become a tree with no leaves, strong in my roots but visibly diminished, and still against the wind. Like it just everything is awesome, man. Every time I go
Yeah.
back, I see another line that I like more.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I'll take
too.
this. I wanna
Sounds
return
good.
to the Rebirth of Fool.
Yeah, do we have more stuff in the queue, or are we clear
Yeah,
right now?
can you see that right now?
Let me see.
Do you have it up?
I think that's it for right now.
Too.
Yeah, hopefully we've got some nonfiction stuff by nonfiction time, but yeah, I think we've taken a look at everything in there right now.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I want to return to the Rebirth of Fool. I think from a Flash perspective, I would probably say no.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I can hear my dog outside. But I do think that it's really interesting and really well done. And I'm now
Yeah.
just learning on the fly, Alana, that you're a very good writer, and that's the answer here. But I just don't think it's a Flash piece in my head, and I'm not going to comment on the validity of a poem just because I'm so out of the mix. But I do think it's really very beautifully. I think there are a lot of wonderful lines here. I think it's very literary. Maybe I'm wrong here. I think it's incredibly literary in a sense that You Don't
Yeah.
Want to Know Where I Found the Song isn't, I mean, I guess it's literary, but it's like it's a little bit more Jake's vibe, I guess, of the punkiest little shit instead
Yeah.
of the first piece.
I think I don't know. I have such a hard time with the term literary because like it's got a million other meanings that people attach to it and stuff. But like,
Right, yeah.
I think I see what you mean as far as like it's playing coy with its meaning a little bit,
Yeah.
right? In a way that I think is to its benefit, not
Yeah.
because it doesn't have an
Yeah.
answer, but because it's more interesting for it not to tell you the answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think what I'm trying to say is that I think it's good. I think that another magazine should that publishes
Yeah.
stuff closer to it should take it
Yeah.
and would do better with it
Yeah.
in my opinion than this one guy.
Yeah. That's fair. Honestly, that's how so much of like rejection stuff goes, though, right? It's like it's not necessarily bad, it's just not for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am I'm doubly learning that right now with submitting my book to
Yeah.
agents because I've gotten some like good feedback, but then they're like, I'm not the right editor. I'm not the right agent for this.
Yeah.
And you're like, man, but you liked it. I don't.
But you liked it, yeah.
Yeah, right. You liked it though. So maybe I should take a lesson from literally what I'm saying right now. I don't think I'm the right editor, or maybe Jake's not the exactly right place for this. So maybe
Yeah.
I'll stop complaining about those agents. But I do think it's really good. Yeah.
Sounds
Awesome.
good. All right. Well, you mentioned coffee earlier, and that sounds like a great idea. I think I should have some coffee. So I'm gonna hop off for a little while, but I'll still be on text.
Sweet.
All right.
Okay.
See ya.
All right. Man, what should I've got a whole hour. I was going to try to I was gonna try to relearn how to play Elden Ring live, and let me refresh the box quick to make sure that we haven't gotten something in before I move straight into embarrassing. Yeah, we haven't gotten anything new. Oh man, I have a lot of Flash stuff to read in the normal Flash box. If any of you people have seen it and you want me to just read that on air, comment on the YouTube, which I cannot see. There probably isn't any. Still early in the morning. All right, I'm gonna try get Elden Ring. Ellie, I do not have the chat up. Should I just have the YouTube playing on a side screen or something? The easiest way to. Yeah, just me. We're gonna get into a real dangerous game here with my computer of whether or not I can have YouTube Elden Ring on PS Remote. And okay, here we go. Oh my god, that was fast. Okay. Doing it live. One second, folks. Forgot to re-up my PS Plus subscription to play Elden. PlayStation like money. That's what. Okay, go to home. All right, folks. PlayStation said thank you for your purchase. All right, Ellie. Let me know if can't see my screen. Just sweet. Okay. All right, folks. I'm gonna try to be a video game streamer for the first time in my life, and play this game that I have not played since I beat it about 10 months ago. This is New Game Plus Elden Ring. We're in Limgrave, very near the start. If you've never played Elden Ring, the where you start is basically where I've got pointed now, behind that big hill. It's like very close. There's a bad guy over there. There's a bad guy over there. And I actually don't remember how to play whatsoever. Let's see if do they even tell you the controls? Here we go. Okay. How do I call my horse? If this doesn't make you want to buy a chat book, I don't know what will. Oh, we're getting some lag. Come on, computer. There we go. Oh, let's go. We figured it out. We figure things out. That's the Jake mantra. How do you sprint? You sprint by holding. Oh, circle. There's definitely some movement. Oh yeah. Ellie, can you hear what's going on right?
Yeah, you there? Stop pretending.
I can hear the
Yes,
sound,
but it's a little quiet.
It's a little quiet. Yeah, I think that's a. Unfortunately, I think that's a symptom of PS Remote.
I think it's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not that ugly, am I?
If it gets really boring, I'll play the waiting music again.
Got it. All right. There's a dude speaking to me, and if I remember correctly, he's somewhere over here. Read what the. All right. He's right here. Oh no, he's not.
You there? Could you help us out, Cully?
Ah. Found it.
What'd you go and do that for? Oh yes.
Patches, right?
Some clod turned me into a tree.
Patch.
You were just breaking the spell, weren't you? Thank I was.
Oh,
for the
Bach.
sake of the
Bach.
cave.
Patches is in.
To come back. Not ever.
Patches
Then
in
I
this game.
ended up as a tree. Lucky you came along, really.
That's it.
Oh.
What is?
When they threw me.
Ah,
this
yes.
is all I have to. I hope.
Oh yes, I got 10 mushrooms.
Or, well, if you can afford to wait for a while, I could sneak back into the cave and bring back something of actual value. Well, then I'd be of some real use to you, I reckon.
All right, dude. Cool. Yeah, that'll work.
Right.
Oh, you. Okay. Yeah. Whatever. I'm not waiting for a while. I know where that cave is. What is this? What do we have here? We have arterial leaf. Some quick information about me and streaming. I used to play Fortnite, I don't know, 6 hours a day when it was real big. And my one moment on streaming was a very, very popular Fortnite streamer killed me in the most embarrassing way and said, he's not their superstar. And my friends clipped it, and that's been my legacy for the rest of my life. Let's go into this camp, and let's kill some soldiers. I think I used to have a thing where I could like call. What happens if I do this? No, that's. What is it? Jesus Christ. Oh. But I have to have. If I can get off. Yeah, see. Alright. So there definitely used to be a thing where I could call a guy in. Let's go. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Get on the horse. Oh, my God. He's destroying me. Get out of here, dude. Jesus Christ. Let's regroup. We're doing it live. Okay, how do you play this game? God. Oh, oh, okay. Well, hold on. I can't use her? Okay, I do remember Black Knife Tish. This is the most interesting gameplay of all time. We're having so much fun here. How do I use Black Knife Tish? Do I have to have this in my hand? Oh, dude. Guy. He's not. Chat, how do I use black knife t-shirt? We're Googling. How to use black knife t-shirt. You often mimic. Dude, you woman. Summon Shiz Elden. Calling bell. Jeez. Do I have that in my inventory? Flask. Ash. This is all right, folks. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna drink this flask. Maybe I don't have enough FP. That could be it. All right, here we go. We're going back in. We're doing it. Maybe if I try to not attacking the hardest guy in the camp. Let's go with the dog. King, it's a wolf. Feel bad. Come here. Let's go. Let's go. I'm good. I'm good again. Oh, dodge. Dude, you gotta get the swing out. Roll, 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 roll. Roll, roll. Oh god. Jeez. Roll under it, and then swing. Oh god. Got him, let's go. Swing, baby. Let's go. This sword is very good. This is how I beat the game. I remember now. We're remembering on stream. Some people are saying, is he the greatest Elden Ring player ever? I know that's in the YouTube chat right now. If it's not, don't say anything. It is. It totally is. How do you... Oh, wait. Can I use Glintstone Pebble? Oh, he knows. All right. Let's actually run for a second. My horse keep. Go, 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 go. Ah, see, I should be able to use that. Maybe I should. What if I call in? See, why can't... I need my buddy Micah, aka Mickey Mooch, here to tell me how to freaking use ashes in this. So far out of it. In case anyone didn't know, this game is probably, in my opinion, maybe the greatest game of all time. And the DLC is coming out in like June, I think. So I figured I should relearn how to play it. Oh wow. It's also, as all Souls games are, very hard. Got him. Let's go. Let's go. We're training. Missed me. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, no. Oh, dear God. No worries. We back up. We ride again. All right. All right. I think my dog is outside my door right now. Moaning to be let. I don't even... Do I have a power right now? How to use... Oh, wait, here we go, here we go. IGN's going to tell me how to use Spirit Ashes, because I don't think they're going to come over here. Oh, do you just have to have... The church... Do I have to buy the bell again? Do I not have the bell?
This way,
Oh.
tarnished. May I have a
Let's go, let's go. We're figuring it out.
A pleasure to meet thee, tarnished. I am the witch Renna. I'd heard tell of a tarnished trickling up the
Oh.
spectral steed, and upon looking into the matter, the talk I surmise is of thee.
You heard it, it's
Thou
me.
possessed of the power, no? To call forth a spectral steed named Torrent. Ah,
True.
as I had hoped, I was entrusted this for thee by Torrent's former master.
Thank you, I already have
'Tis a
the...
bell for calling forth spirits. Summon the spirits will obey thine command but briefly. Now it is thine.
Oh, let's... Wait. Okay, I don't think I have... Check. Character stats. I have enough. So interesting.
Forgive mine intrusion, tarnished. I doubt we shall again
Oh,
meet.
okay.
But all the same, learn well the lands between. How long will it be, I wonder, before the tarnished tire of obeisance to the two fingers?
Jeez, let's go. All right. Oh, yes. Santa Claus.
Wait. Well, you're back.
Yeah, dude, what can I buy? I don't think I used the telescope the entire time I played the game the first time. Let's buy it.
Goodbye. Not
Do business. Go. Equipment. I bet equipment fix. Maybe you lose. Let's call in the spirit jellyfish. Let's see if this will fix it, folks. Okay, that didn't fix it. Let's try again. Pan. Do I have to equip the bell? That's a jar cannon. Finger seal. Jeez, dude. It's awesome. Same thing about it. Alright, we're about to stop boring whoever the heck is watching this to death. And we're just gonna start fighting, because I literally don't remember a single thing about this game. Let's call in Torrent, let's get fighting. Here we go. This is the one. Oh, this guy's a going the wrong way. Where is he? Maybe he's already dead. Yes, you kill the boss, they die. Here we go. Unsuspecting soul. What's gonna happen to him? This. Oh, alright. Alright, okay. This. Oh, alright, okay, alright. Guy. Very hard to hit off a horse. There we go. He's dead. Alright. Got him. This is awesome. Okay. This goes to the left side. Yeah, let's go. All right, all right. Absolutely gamer mode. Folks, at 9 o'clock. Oh my god, this guy's just standing there. I can't even kill him. At 9 o'clock, we're going to have a very good reading with some flash fiction people that I believe I've already mentioned. But we have, we got Sean, who I mentioned. We got Lisa Thornton. We have Susan Israel. And we have Nat Rom. I believe that's our lineup. The game's lagging in a little bit. And that is in exactly 30 minutes. And it will be very cool. And I highly recommend that you stick around. And it will be so much better than me trying to kill these people in this game. Let's go. Oh, we're missing. Oh, wow. This guy's got to stop. Yeah. Oh, I can call the ashes on that. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Dodge. Check this out, folks. This is how you win the game. Hey, fight my jellyfish, please. Yeah, that's how you win a game. Alright, so we figured it out. You have to be in combat, which is something I knew. That is something totally new. So now we're going to move Black Knight Thief back in. And when the spirit jellyfish is dead, which unfortunately is right now, I believe, we're going to get back in there. Get off the horse, get off the horse. Oh, alright, I can't call Black Knight Thief in. Oh, let's go. That was awesome. He didn't die. All right. Oh, it's because I don't have enough. Is this what being a streamer is like? Yeah. All right. We're figuring it out. This sword reaches so far. Oh, all right. Dodge. Oh. Come on. Don't test me. Oh! Oh, that's awesome. There's somebody fighting right there. Are we doing a lot better job than me? Why can't I call Black Knight Thief? Someone please, dear God, tell me. Oh, these dudes are following. If you've never played Elden Ring, one thing is that the enemies are very vindictive, especially if they can fly. Alright, equipment. Maybe it's just black. Maybe that. Alright, it looks like if it's blue, I can do it. Yeah? Seems to be it. We're gonna try... Who was my strong... We're gonna try Red Main Knight. Oh god, I seem to remember Red Main Knight being very, very nice. Let's see if we can do this. Oh, okay. Found him. Can't follow them yet. I wonder what's going on. Oh jeez, I'm gonna die here. All right. Let's fight, folks. Oh, he's dead. He's dead. God, dude, he hits so fast. What is... Oh. Oh my god. Stake of Mark. Let's use that one because I think it's... So I have a lot of, it's not called gold. I think it's called souls in this game. And unfortunately, when you die, they drop. And unfortunately, when you die, all the enemies come back. Hop off that horse. Hop off that horse. We're lagging, baby. We're lagging. Alright. Oh, I'm stuck. Okay. Hop off that horse. Get back on that horse. Let's go. We got our money back. He can't chase me. Wonder why. Wonder why it didn't work. All right, let's figure this. Oh, he's coming. Jeez. All right. One trick is to swing your sword a bunch. That was a good time. Okay. Let's get down off this horse. So you gonna follow me over here? Oh, wow, this... Yeah, they are vindictive, all of them. Alright, dude, I'm over here. I'm over here. Okay, equipment. Let's keep doing this. I mean, somebody's gotta be able to summon. Alright, if I remember, these guys are pretty bad. Okay. We're gonna run past him. Yeah, there we go. We're gonna draw him on. We're gonna draw him in. He doesn't even walk right. He has no clue. All right, let's go get him. Come here, brother. Dude, walk in here. Walk in. Oh, come on. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Let's go. Alright. We're having fun. We're having a great time. Come on. Come on. Oh, yeah. This is why you play the game. To miss a bunch. Oh, jeez. Alright. These guys are wrecking. They're also very strong. Come on. He's beating it. Let's go. I gotta stop doing these long attacks. Oh, I don't have my... Alright. I mean, they're just destroying these guys. Two-handed. I remember now. Alright, alright. Quick hit. Combo. Oh, alright. Come on. beat up my friend. Let's go. Come on, folks. Let's go fight these. This is awesome. Yes. I don't even know what they're throwing at them. This is so awesome. I'm not even doing anything. I'm just getting hit. No, don't drink it. Come on. This is what you came to see. This is gameplay. I think there's some dudes over here. Come on, folks. Oh. We're lagging. We're just gonna give this. Okay. Oh, no, we killed them. Alright, I think there is a... No, I think there's a chest here. Open it up. See what we got. Go behind him. We got a flail. Read the message. Why is it always armament? Alright. So from here we could go either way. For the... Also, that is an Erd tree right there. Correct. I could just be totally wrong. Is that the Erd tree? I don't think so. That's just... So if you go through these doors, there's a real surprise. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it because it's fun. This is the way to the first boss in the game. And there's that guy. Check this. Shoots, Alright, let's fight him. We can do this. Oh! Oh! That hurts. Get behind him. Don't miss. Oh, jeez. Oh, he's pissed. Oh, wow, that's a hard one. It's a big sword. Come on. Oh! Alright. Okay. Alright, wow. Okay. There went all my money. Let's run back. Let's get that money back. The one issue with everyone coming back is that you get to the next person and you die. And they're kind of close to the last people that you killed. And as you can imagine, now you have to fight all of them if you want to fight the next guy. It's a real pain in the butt. Okay. Dude. How many? Oh, wow, alright. They're just... He's gonna... He missed. This is awesome. Okay. Honestly, the ashes are like... possibly the greatest part of this game. I don't know how I'm missing much of that. Okay. This guy's just back throwing bomb. Oh. Come on, come on. We got him. Let's go. Expert gameplay. just riding around. Let's go. Oh my god, I keep swinging the wrong way. He's dead. Alright, got him. Let's go. That's how you win, folks. This is how it's done. They don't want to see us win. The game doesn't want to see us win. It keeps lagging ridiculous. Oh, my guys are following me. They know there's more in store. Oh. Get out of there, get out of there, get out of there, get out of there. I like this guy. Me and this guy are one and the same. We just hang back, we let the other people do the fighting. Come here. Let's go. This guy's a little pissy. Let's go, dude. Me and my boys. Facebook loves giving me notifications. All right. Folks, we're doing pretty well. We're on the road to the first boss. It's very windy. This shoot, dude, I don't even remember. I don't remember what that does, but you want it later. I do know that. Oh. Whoa. I forgot. Wolves are falling out of the sky. Can't touch the grace unless you're on the ground. Let's go. Yeah, we're gonna rest at this side of grace, so these wolves will leave me alone. If there's anything anyone knows about me when they play video games with me, it's unfortunately that I'm a total fraidy cat, and I will leave a fight immediately. Who's this to talk to? I don't remember.
Been grafted? Everyone who came with me. They crossed the sea for me. They fought for me. Only to have their arms taken. Their legs taken. Even their heads taken. Taken and stuck to the spider.
To the spider!
If you're grafted by the spider, you become a chrysalid. It's quite a lark when you think about it.
It is quite a lot when you think about it.
And heading to Stormvale Castle, enticed by the one in the white mask, I suppose. Oh, you've come to be one with the spider. Well, that makes us two peas in a pod. But I don't have your courage. It's scary, you know, having your arms cut off, or legs, or your head.
Good wisdom. Very true.
I'm just too scared. I'm nothing but a craven.
I think you gotta. If you want to play Elden Ring because the DLC's coming out and you've never played it, that's what you get. Thankfully, I already have. Every time you talk to an NPC like this sweet person who just gave me these spirit ashes, talk to them 3 times. That's the main thing I've learned. After the 3rd time, they usually give you something or become a part of the story. Fortunately, I want to read what this person wrote because it's usually really dumb, but you can't. All right, we got some baddies up here. You know what? What do we think? What do we think? We fight him? I don't know. Nah, we fight him. We fight him. Let's go. We miss. Miss gang. Let's go. I mean, there's just no way. Okay, there we go. Oh, I forgot about these guys. This is hilarious. Jeez. Oh, yeah, you can't let these guys get their hands on you. They hit so fast. He's dead. All right. Is he the one? Oh, dodge. Roll, roll. We're lagging a little bit. We're lagging a little bit. Got him. See ya. Get wrecked. We got somebody in the chat. Oh, hey, Heather. Okay.
Hey.
We're moving along. Here we go. Oh, don't get near that. Oh, jeez. Don't get near that. Okay, we're at a castle. We're going to run by all these people. Because I've played... Oh, my God. We're going to run by all these people. Because I've played this game before. Run by. Go, 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 go. We're going to run by them. We're going to turn to the left here. And we're going to hit this side of grace. And we're going to rest at it as soon as the game will let me. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. Oh. We're going to rest at this side of grace. Let's go. We did it. We did it together, folks. Flasks. We can add a charge to our flask. Yeah. Oh, perfect. Right. That's how that works. Talk to Melina. Let's do it. Melina gives you your horse, and she also helps you throughout the game.
This light once shone in the eyes of your tarnished brethren, but now it is all that guides you. Or so I hear. You can see them, can't you? The rays of grace that guide you through your burden. Upon the cliff in Castle Stormvale is a shard bearer, a demigod, who inherited a fragment of the shattered Elden ring. If the rays of grace signal the castle, then the Elden ring beckons you. As an ally by pact, I pray that you are fit to face the challenge presented by the ring.
Let's go. All right. Who knows what any of that means? We're running in. Welcome to Stormvale Castle. Oh my God, I forgot it. I can't remember.
Emboldened by the flame of ambition.
Jeez. Yeah. All right. I forgot. Oh, I totally forgot about this.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
Totally fair point.
Let it be Margit the Fell.
I mean, totally fair, Mark. Only thing. Can't let that happen. Oh, get out of there, get out of there, get out of there. Oh, we're doing it. We're doing it, folks. If there's anything I've learned. Oh! It's used them health potion. Come on, we got it. Come on, let's go. Alright, this sword is actually incredibly... This sword is actually incredibly OP. I kind of forgot how good this sword is. God, dude. The dialogue in this game, let's talk about writing before we get to the readings. The dialogue in this game, whoever the narrative writers are for this game and the dialogue writers, I don't know if those are the same thing for video games, but they're genius. They're very good at it. Oh, here we go. I think we have another conversation.
I've been testing you to see whether or not grace truly does guide you, and whether you are fit to face the challenge that entails. It seems my worries were unfounded.
Let's go.
Torrent had your measure from the very start, whereas I merely pretended. There is but one other thing I can do to offer you guidance. I can take you to the Round Table Hall, gathering place.
That happens this early?
Guided by grace.
Yeah, let's do it.
Very well. Let my hand rest upon you for but a moment.
All right, we're gonna do this, and I think that it's a save. It doesn't really matter. And then I'm gonna hop off for a second. Yeah. So if I jump on this, well, I don't remember. We're just gonna call it at this point because I've played this game enough times. System. Quick game. We're gonna take a quick 5-minute break, and then we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break, and then riddle. My Discord's freaking out a little bit, but we're going to come back for the excellent reading with the great flash fiction folks that we have, and it's going to be awesome. So I'll be back.
Sorry. Welcome.
Hey.
All right. Hey, Sean.
Hey, how are you today?
Doing good.
Are you delirious or?
I got a little. I mean, I got a little bit of sleep, but I am greatly thankful for our folks like Ellie who did not. I don't think they've slept, so I'm very glad that I got a couple hours. Ellie, let me know if we're back up. I'm gonna pull the stream up so that I can. All right, I see that we're back up. Cool. All right, so let me get pulled up. We'll get going. But I'm really excited. John, I just want to say I don't know if you were on earlier. This was like 2 hours ago, but I was talking about getting like messages from the authors and stuff, and you sent me your other stories that are all kind of connected and interwoven with the I think the two that I accepted.
Yeah, that's right.
I really appreciated it. It's just so cool.
Cool.
that
Yeah,
you've done that.
that's what I'm gonna read from. So.
Oh, sweet. All right. Yeah. So I'll read your bio and then we can get going soon. It's 9:00. So it's Ennis, right? I'm pronouncing that.
That's right.
Yeah. Sweet. All right. Sean Ennis is the author of Cunning, Baffling, Powerful that came out with 30 West, who are really cool. More pieces from this project have appeared in Flash Boulevard, New World Writing, and Bruiser. More of his work can be found at seanennis.net. All right.
Well, thanks. Good morning, everybody. Maybe good evening to most of you, but I know you're working hard. So I'm going to read some pieces. Just let me know when my time is up and I'll quit. So I'm going to read. So Jake took 2 pieces from a project I'm working on now. So I'm going to read. They're real short. So I'm going to read 3 or 4 of those and we'll see how we are with time. So this project takes place in a town called Bramble. So I'm gonna Jake's gonna run this piece soon. So I'll start with this. This is called Bramble Visitor's Guide. Bramble Light, Gas, and Water. Bramble Cable and Cellular. Bramble High School Prowlers. Go Prowlers. Bramble's Feral Cat Problem. Bramble's Tourism Tax. 0%. Bramble's Directors in the Dark. Bramble's Applebee's or Chili's or TGI Fridays. Bramble's Closed Independent Bookstore and Coffee Shop. Bramble's Warm Yellow Grass. Bramble's 7 Elevations of the Merged Church and Community Center. Bramble's Brief Outbreak of Strangles in the Horse, Donkey, and Pony Population. The Bramble Flea Flicker. Bramble Style Barbecue Sauce. The Bramble Animal Shelter. Volunteers Needed. The Bramble Tobacco Superstore. Bramble's Own Jeffrey Dahmer. Bramble's Own Helen Keller. Bramble's Own Idris Elba. Bramble's Warm Yellow Grass. The Bramble Anti-Graffiti Coalition. The Bramble Henge. The Bramble Public Sound Baths. Bramble's Sacred Composting Ritual. Bramble's COVID Rates. Bramble PD. Bramble FD. Bramble EMTs. Bramble CBD. Bramble's Directors in the Dark. The Bramble Blizzard of '96. the bramble tornado of 15, the bramble wildfire of 21, bramble's warm yellow grass. So that's just an intro to the town. So thanks to Jake for running that. So I'm going to read a couple more from that world. This piece is called "The Hell in Bramble." Maybe you've inferred this by now, but my friend Shadow and his wife Wanda live in my old house. It was too big for just me, too resonant. There were issues and feelings with the home that I didn't want to deal with. Regardless of my betrayal, I sold it. I liked my friend Shadow and his wife Wanda as soon as I met them. They were the same age, but I felt so much older and also sadder. When they first invited me to visit, the couple raised architectural issues about the house, the toilet under the staircase. They questioned design decisions, all the two-prong electrical outlets, also safety concerns. I tried to impart some historical context and insist on its charm. Nothing supernatural, of course, no previous murders. I did tell them that the house was a sort of hell for me, a place where I suffer for what I've done. They poured us more Rioja. I said I didn't like what they did with the place, but the changes were a relief to my memories. My friend Shadow said he learned in college that hell was not a real place, but rather just a useful concept to ensure that people behave. His wife Wanda said many beautiful paintings have been created by artists depicting hell, not to mention poems and songs and films. I went to college too. I understood that they were trying to change the configuration of my grief, but my shortness of breath when they showed me the redesigned bedroom could not be intellectualized away. The feelings passed. Their dog, Apple, clearly enjoyed all the space that the new house provided, the half-acre yard, and lost 5 pounds. She treated me like a peer or younger sibling, and I liked the lack of responsibility. My friend Shadow and his wife Wanda seemed surprised Apple tolerated me at all. One way a dog communicates, they said, is by biting. Okay, so that's that one. This one's called Memory Therapy. Once a month, my friend Shadow and his wife go to sex therapy. For the first few sessions, the couple mainly remembered things at each other. When asked to recount the first time they made love, my friend Shadow said, "I'll pass," even though this was not a game show. The counselor was encouraging them to get in touch with something, but there were milestones, even whole eras from their romance that neither remembered. Wanda came up with an early kiss between them, the spring rain, my friend Shadow's wrist in a cast. But when was it? What was the occasion? During the 5th session, a breakthrough occurred. My friend Shadow and his wife Wanda both experienced the recollection of a repressed memory. When asked about a favorite sexual encounter, my friend Shadow replied, "Oh God, I hit a teenage boy on a 10-speed bike with my car." His wife Wanda said, "Yes, and I told you to just go, just drive." My friend Shadow said, "And I did, I just sped off, no one saw." The counselor must really hate when repressed memories surface. She ended the session. But my friend Shadow and his wife Wanda are not psychopaths or deviants. They were just scared, and still are. They nervously laughed in the parking garage, a little shy and embarrassed. For the record, this recovery did not fix the problems in their marriage bed. In fact, many experts believe such memories are pure fiction. But even if, this lie they're building together is a start. And one more about Shadow and his wife Wanda. What happened to your charm? What happened to your charm and your horniness? My friend Shadow's wife blurted out during Thanksgiving dinner. They invited me to join them because I was a lonely widower, but Wanda was talking to her husband. I felt like a dog watching an airplane, so I said, "Maybe you should spend more time in nature?" Dinner was delicious. We retired to the living room, and my friend Shadow put on March of the Penguins. I found it horrifying and relatable. I knew everything about Thanksgiving, even the bad stuff. but being grateful felt nice. Friendship was difficult for me. For the longest time, I wanted a friend I could say to, "You didn't let me down when I was freezing to death in Antarctica, and I won't abandon you now." My friend Shadow and his wife Wanda were quoting the movie's narration back and forth to each other. It was a tidy routine, a ritual. Something was being reset and clawed back. Of course, it was time for me to leave, but I didn't want to. My friend Shadow had made a plum tart. Their dog Apple was growling with her head on my shoe. If I went home, I'd be forced to check the vile messages on my dating app. We ate the tart finally. Perhaps instead, what I needed was a rival. Okay, I'm going to switch narrative gears a little bit here. Am I okay on time?
Yeah. I think you got 5 more minutes. At least.
Great.
You're,
Okay.
You're good.
Okay. So just gonna introduce a new set of characters to this. So this one's called the Old Rats. This motorcycle gang stops in our little town for brunch every Sunday. They don't start fights or sell drugs while they're here. They don't even go crazy vis-a-vis the bottomless mimosas. This one's eating a duck confit croque madame. She's having chilled cantaloupe soup with yogurt and mint leaf. There's hot habanero bacon jam on their leather jackets. Still, they're given a wide berth, welcomed like migratory birds of prey. We know about the terror they inspire out in the county, but what can we do? The sheriff is at the counter drinking his sissified frappuccino, not making eye contact. We know who they are. This section is called Wooing. I first saw Vivian at the Old Rats motorcycle gang's charity ride for the animal shelter. She seemed to be in charge with her megaphone. She made me want to look up mortality figures for motorcyclists. I introduced myself while our engine was running, and she just nodded. I donated $300 to the shelter, but as I've said before, it's been decided that I should no longer own dogs. But her correction fluid blonde hair, all that black leather, she wasn't beautiful, but still startling. She had a screeching chocolate lab puppy in her lap as she rode charitably. My injured confidence was scabbing over. I learned later that Vivian is not the leader of the Old Rats, but rather their communications director, thus the megaphone. She must have an email address. I needed a new email address, a space that would only collect good news, none of the ruck I received from the dating apps. To be fair, there are things about me that other people must hate, things I don't even register. Even in our brief introduction, Vivian may have encountered one of these things. I emailed her regardless. Ostensibly, I was writing to see if I could be provided a receipt for my donation to the animal shelter. For my records, I said. Vivian wrote back that their printer was broken, but please consider this email my receipt. Then she wrote, I Googled you. I'm sorry for your loss. It doesn't seem right that people can invade your grief, but I never owned my late wife, nor news about her. So I took the note as a good sign. I assumed her role with the Old Rats really meant something. But was this courtship? I would not be keeping a record of this. Okay, I'll read one more real quick. Jake also is going to run this piece. It's called Go Prowlers. The Old Rats motorcycle gang bought the Bramble High varsity basketball team new jerseys, jumpsuits, and sneakers. The kids looked great, and it was much needed. But now the gang is getting rowdy in the bleachers, cornering the volunteer referees in the parking lot, and the rumor is they punctured our rivals' bus's tires after a loss. When there's an away game, the Old Rats escort the team on their monstrous bikes to the opposing gymnasium, engines roaring. And they've introduced a chant. It goes, get 'em, kill 'em, get 'em, kill 'em, and the cheerleaders have adopted it. But they don't really mean it. It's just the way people talk about sports. The St. Syncletica High Anchorites have been very good at basketball in recent years. They believe God is on their side, singing short hymns at halftime instead of staying loose. If you focus on the players' mouths during the game, you'll notice they're in a constant state of prayer. Their coach, Father Ross, had a D1 scholarship but chose the seminary, the cross, and of course celibacy. The Bramble Prowlers had an unfortunate mascot, and the yearly objections were agreed upon, but nothing changed. What, they'd finally say, was the harm? The old rats were clearly turning the Bramble Prowlers into some sort of extension of their gang, a younger, more athletic cohort who had a debt to repay. My favorite part of the game is when the offense is rotating, setting blocks, looking for the perfect shot, while the defense has their hands up in exultation, trying to stick to their assignment. To call it a dance would be sloppy. This is high school basketball, and this is one way the cataclysmic battle between good and evil takes place, by proxy, next Friday night, sneakers squeaking. I'll stop there.
Yeah, man, that was awesome. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
I'm a
Thanks.
huge fan. I'm glad that you sent the rest of the stuff to me too. I would love another time just to pick your brain on how you have created this. But
Yeah, well, it's a work in progress, so you know.
it's really cool, man. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Awesome. All right, so I think we have Susan joining. I'll wait for her to get in here. Susan, if you're watching, then you can join as soon as you would like. Hey, Susan.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm ready when you are. Do you want me to read the story first? Do you want to chat first?
Yeah, let me. I'm going to read your bio, and if you wouldn't mind turning on your camera, if you're curious how to do it, it should be like a
Can I go
little.
off camera?
Oh yeah, you can go off camera. No worries.
Yeah, it's
that's
early
fine.
in the morning.
I get it. Yeah. All right. So, thank you, Susan, again for joining us. Susan Israel is the author of 2 crime novels, Over My Live Body and Student Bodies, which I believe are both they were both published by Story Plant. Is that right?
Yes.
Awesome. And she lives in Connecticut. All right, Susan, take the floor. You can read your story.
Okay. So, what is it that you do? That has to be the worst question anyone can ever ask me because I know what their reaction will be when I tell them the truth. I clean up shit. Yep, that's what me and my coworkers do from morning to night. Donned in our hazmat suits, we pull our van into driveways, the one emblazoned with a logo of Super Duper Pooper Scooper, and unload our rakes and shovels and bags and special lights to illuminate where Sir Barks-a-Lot deposited his loads that the homeowners are too gosh darn lazy to pick up with bags themselves. But hey, I'm getting paid for this. It'll help put me through college. It's just the looks I get when people ask what I do kill me. So I finally found my way around that. I do landscaping, I tell them. Is it lucrative? I clean up. Boom, instant respect. That's it.
Susan, I love that. I love that story so much. Do you have anything else that you want to read? I mean, you've got some time if you have something else.
I'm not sure exactly what I have because a few of my things are out for consideration, so I'm not sure if I'm legitimately able to read them.
Yeah, totally.
But
Well,
I
I'm
mean,
curious. I wanted to ask where you got the idea from that. I had a story published in. It was actually my second story that ever got published, and it was about a guy who works for a biohazard cleanup company, and he falls in love with his coworker. And so when I read this, it kind of took me back to when I started writing that story.
Ah,
So where did you get
yeah.
the idea for this?
I actually wrote a lot of articles for dog magazines
Oh,
in the past, and I actually interviewed somebody who had a company who did this sort of thing, and I'm wondering how many people hire someone to clean up that what they can pick up themselves. Having just picked up after my own dog like a half hour before I came online here, it's like it's not that hard, but
well,
it's
I can tell you, my neighbors. I've had some neighbors who might say that it's difficult. At least they seem to. That's pretty
I
funny
think
though.
if they
I've never heard of
leave their
that.
dog in the yard all and it accumulates over a period of time. But when you're walking your dog in the street, it's a laddie guy, I got to pick it up or I'm going to get shot by some of my neighbors.
Yeah, right. Right. Oh my goodness. Yeah. That's funny. I had a similar thing. I can't remember what it was. And the story that I wrote was a lot darker with biohazard cleanup, but I think it was a similar thing of I didn't even consider that would be a job. I guess I don't know what I thought happened to the stuff, but I just didn't even consider that somebody had to clean this stuff up. And it was like I immediately wanted to write a story from that perspective after researching a little bit because I didn't know
Yeah.
anything about it.
Did your story get published?
Yeah, it was in a magazine called God's Cruel Joke, and they were print only until very recently. I learned that he put all of the issues up for free on the website, which is really cool. Yeah, yeah, and it's one of my favorite stories that I wrote, but it totally came from a place. I think it's fun when you start writing fiction. You learn about something new, and you're like, oh, I want to include that in my story because I had no idea that was even a thing.
Yeah, I mean, since I started writing microfiction, I find I can write about anything. It's so much fun.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
the
definitely.
comparison of writing a novel versus writing a 100-word story. I
Yeah.
guess it's kind of like the difference between making a 7-course meal and being a short order cook.
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah. It's a totally different. It's a totally different ball game. They're not. Sometimes it's like they're completely different arts. You write them in a different way. Your brain is thinking about the story very differently, and like how your narrative is going to be formed if you've only got a certain number of words. I think it's been really cool to practice that as well. When I started writing Flash, it forces you to get stuff done quickly.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, tell me. So we got a couple more minutes. Tell me about your novels. I'm curious to learn about them.
Okay, well, they're a series, and it follows a young woman who is an artist, who's a sculptor, who also poses for art classes in the first book, and she's stalked. In the second book, she's actually teaching in art school in like a secondary school, 7th grade. She's teaching substitute, and she gets into other scrapes because a lot of times you get out of art school and bingo, you have to take art teaching jobs versus actually you don't get gallery showings right away. So
yeah,
that was what she was doing. And the third book, which is still very agonizingly going through a process, is about human trafficking and Russian immigrants, which is awfully timely, which I didn't intend when I started.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, so basically I'm working on it, but I haven't been working on it in earnest because a whole lot of things happened in life. So I go back and forth to it. It's supposed to be a series of 3, maybe more, but I have a title for it and I'm just sort of like chugging it along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So did you start writing novels before you started writing short fiction?
Yeah, I wrote the novels before I started writing the micro. I did have short stories published as well in the late 90s.
Okay.
I was published in a couple literary magazines then. And then I focused, then I was writing freelance articles about dogs
You're right.
and still writing fiction. And then I got into it with the novels. Novels take an awful lot of time.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, they do.
they do. It took me, I think, 2 years to write each one. And basically, I could do this one and probably write microfiction if I have a system going, because microfiction does not take that long. It takes a little
Yeah.
while to polish it, but you get down the gist of it, and then you go back and cut this and add that.
Yeah, I started writing short fiction, and then I wrote my first novel and finished it a month ago. And I think starting at short fiction, I wasn't totally sure if I could even write a novel if I had that many words in my head. But it took me. I had the idea for the novel 3 years ago, and it took me 2.5 years just to start writing it.
That's
I felt like
okay.
I had to think about it for forever, whereas with a short fiction story, if I get the idea, I just kind of sit down and start it and see where it
Yeah,
goes.
I basically write a short story in McDonald's having coffee, or in Starbucks having coffee, or you can do it anywhere. And then I just
Yeah.
get the on the computer or the iPad and polish it.
Yeah, definitely. Oh man, I last thing, and then we can move on to Lisa's reading. I think Lisa's next. I have found that editing. I'm curious about editing with your novels versus your short fiction. Um, it is like such a pain to edit a novel
Yes,
compared. Oh my gosh, it like every time I think about it, I just want to throw up. Just imagining how many words I have to
it
read again.
it's brutal. And when I submitted it, and I had a editor with the publishing company go through it with me, and she would make points. And I would like, yes, that's a good idea. Or if you disagreed, then I had to say why I disagreed. There were a couple of things that were just, uh, they were culturally implicit in my story that she did not quite get because of her location. So it was like playing tennis, lobbing things back and forth.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't have an editor yet, but I have some friends that are reading it, and I'm glad that they were willing to read it. But I'm almost dreading. You kind of just hope that they read it and go, "Oh, it's great," and not that they have a bunch of edits, because I'm just dreading having to make those edits.
Yeah, but at the same time, some constructive critique is good.
Absolutely.
Because I mean,
Yes.
I benefit from somebody telling me what I can do to make something better. I mean, it's
Yeah.
not somebody saying, "Oh, this blows," but it's like somebody saying, "This is good, but this is what I think you can make it even better."
Yeah.
You work
Yeah.
if you can workshop it with somebody, it really helps.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Awesome. Well, I loved your story, Susan. Thank you for reading with
Thank you,
us.
and I will submit more to you in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we love repeat Jakies is what I call them, but maybe Jakes. I
Super.
don't know. Awesome. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
All right, so I think we're good to have Lisa.
Now, do I go back to the old room?
Yep,
Or
you're good to go.
Okay.
Awesome.
Now, where do I go?
If you click the
Okay,
little
yeah, I think.
red button at the bottom. There you go. Cool. All right, whenever Lisa is ready. There's Lisa. Hello.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm doing well. How's it going?
It's going all right. Is it early morning for you as well?
It's 8:30. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. You're Central Time then?
Yeah, I'm just south of Chicago. Not too
Oh,
bad.
very cool. Yeah. It's I'm in North Carolina and it's 9:30, but I was saying thankfully I got to sleep, which some of our wonderful Jake members did not get to sleep last night. Thankfully, I got a couple of hours.
Yeah, wow, that's nuts.
A good nap. All right. Well, I will read your bio off, and then I will let you go for it.
Okay.
Okay. Lisa Thornton is a writer and nurse. She has worked Smoke Long Quarterly, Bending Genres, Pithead Chapel, and more literary magazines. She won the Westward Prize in the Flash Fiction category in 2023 and has been nominated for the Pushcart Prize and Best of the Net anthology. She lives with her husband and son just south of Chicago. Oh, there it is. And can be found on Twitter/X, I call it Twitter, and Blue Sky at Thornton with an N before the T, for real. Awesome. All right, Lisa, I see that your camera is buffering, but that's all right. No worries. We can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know how to fix that.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's probably an internet thing, but as long as we can hear you, it's not a big deal.
Okay.
You got it.
All right, I got it. So I'm gonna read everything I write's pretty short. So I've got 3 little stories and a poem. And I'm going to save the one that is going to be published in Jake for, next month, I believe. I will read that one last. So this first one I'm going to read was published in Cowboy Jamboree about a year ago. It is called Any Minute Now. I have to move because my building is made of bricks and we're due for an earthquake, he says, lighting a cigarette off the burning end of his last one. The setting sun hovers above the pine trees next to the park. His knee bounces under the picnic table. Every 8 minutes, he looks at the sky. He exhales smoke through his nose and says his caseworker has missed his last 2 appointments. He's pissed about it. His voice is an octave higher than you'd expect. He's always changed the subject fast like that. We used to drink beer at that bar with the plastic ashtrays back when he was on Some People Having Soiled Souls and Some People Having Pure Souls, and he could see the difference. Something about a light in their chests. Then they passed that no smoking indoors rule. Watch an ant try to crawl out of a gouge in the table. He's always loved living things, any kind. He used to collect baby snakes back before his mother died and he had to get his own place. Slippery things he'd find in the fields. When we were little and he stood barely 1 head taller than me, my mother would take me over there and he'd run up to me out by the shed where the guinea hens lived, taking a break from tossing them off the roof to try to get them to fly, and open his hands to show me a coiled up black shoestring in his palm, 2 eyes and pink tongue flicking. He has a picture of his mother in his wallet, and I see it sometimes when he's paying for burgers or cigarettes. Her haircut in one of those 1970s shags. Same haircut my mother had. Shared everything, seems like, the hair, the face, the egg they sprouted in, some blip in their genes that ended them both so early. They say no earthquakes have hit New England lately. We're due, he says. He suspects the Saudi prince is using a weather station up on Mount Washington as a landing pad. There's a senator he's sure is in on it. I try to help the ant with a stick, but accidentally rip off one of its legs. A bald eagle floats above us, probably on its way to Hanover or Lebanon. My car would make it that far, maybe even farther, but I don't know if I can leave him. I'm not saying he needs me, but I'm the one they call to pick him up. I'm the one who explains him. He'd probably go with me if I asked, but how would he get his Social Security? He'd never see that caseworker again. Maybe I would like to know what I am without him, or just disappear completely for a while. Stares into the distance the way he used to when we hung out nights at the gravel pit before they put up the fences, chucking rocks into the void. I tell him there's a new item on the burger place menu, a chicken salad, to take his mind off it more than anything, whatever it's stuck on. He nods, but I don't think he hears me, not really. He looks at his watch and then at the sky. He stands up and shoves his smokes and lighter in his coat pocket. His fingers are cracked and puffy. There are no snakes today, no black whorls in his palm. Sunlight takes 8 minutes to reach the earth. That's why he looks. Every 8 minutes, like clockwork. He checks to make sure it's still coming. Coming to find us here in the woods. To make sure it hasn't burned out up there. We just don't know about it yet. He leans over and blows on the gouge in the table like an enormous wind from the north, and the ant goes flying, 3 legs tumbling over and over in the air like it weighs nothing, like it might catch an updraft and escape over the tops of the pine trees, along the state line, above Boston's sharp tips, across the harbor and out to sea where the fishermen won't see it, the whales won't see it, the seagulls and egrets and those long-necked birds that dive into the water and come back up 20 feet away with a fish in their mouths, black feathers slick as an oil spill, won't even know it's there. You see me yet?
No, I don't. Maybe try clicking the button to turn it off and then turn it back on.
Okay, just not sure if I should tell you when I'm done or not. Okay, I'll turn it off. Turn it back on.
I'll be honest, I've never seen that happen in Discord before. There we go. All right, there you are.
Yeah? Can you see me now?
Well, you're frozen now.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry about it. You can just turn your camera off.
Okay.
It's not a big deal.
Okay, I'll turn it
I'll
off.
be the one on the camera listening to you. That was a lovely first story. Where was it published?
That was in Cowboy Jamboree.
That was in Cowboy Jam. Yes, right. And they are awesome.
About a year ago.
That's right. Awesome. All right. Cool.
So this next one is short. It's a little poem. It was published in Roy Fanient Press maybe a couple years ago. It's called Chicago. Let's go to Chicago and stay in a hotel where we can see the lake from our room and do nothing except walk up Michigan and back down Wabash, picking out people to practice on. There will be a business student from Columbia turning up her collar in the wind and a fast-moving doctor biking home from Rush. He'll have a wife at home, but will come back here later after the kids are in bed to that weird, dirty space that the Tribune forced Macy's to clean up in the tunnel under the street, to meet his former nurse who quit 3 months ago to get her master's degree, but instead watches cooking shows all day and lives off her dead mother's money, wishing she were in Italy, Madagascar, Mexico City, anywhere but Chicago, where everyone can see her. Okay. And this next one is also a little flash. It's probably about as long as the first one I read. It was published in Bending Genres last year. It is called The Girl Who Was Afraid She Might Float Away. He stood up and walked to the bathroom, stepping over his suit in a pile on the carpet. He wondered if they'd taken her clothes off in the living room or in here. It had gone so fast. She propped herself on her elbows and looked around the bedroom. One faux oil painting of a beach that reminded her of the one in her bank lobby hung crooked on the wall next to the bed. Was he a banker, actually? She couldn't remember what he said. Lawyer? Maybe he stole the artwork from his office. She smiled. That would be the most interesting thing about him so far. The sheet laid on her nipples like fog. It rested lightly on the curve of her stomach. This was before she started asking them to lay on top of her, not for sex, but for heft. To push down on her, clothes on, after dinner, on the hard floor so all she could feel was the solid crush of their bones. The toilet flushed. She laid her head back on the pillow. It was teal and soft, like a bazillion thread count. Like she couldn't count as high as this thread count was. Exponential luxury. 10 to the 23rd power Egyptian threads. She felt her body light as a feather, hovering. The first time she felt that way, was back when she was 10 and got real sick, and her mother made her drink Coke syrup and stay in bed. She was sweaty with fever and told her mother, who was leaning over her with a spoon, that she was a boxer in the ring and would win all her fights forever and always. Her mother laughed. From that night on, she sometimes felt like a big white feather, the length of her body weightless and detached, vulnerable to a gust. Like if she wasn't careful, she would end up on the ceiling like the kids in Mary Poppins, or above the chimneys, past the treetops, up and up and up. He crawled back in bed, curled into a ball, and started to snore. She remembered the strength of his hands on her shoulders, touched the already tender, faint blue marks on her hips from his fingers. Tactile hallucinations is what her therapist called it when she told him about the feather. But she didn't like that name very much. It turned her magic into a definition on page such and such of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. The feather made her different from other girls she knew swooning over dates, although some nights she shivered at the possibility that someday there would be no more suits, or they would stop working, and then what? It was quiet in his apartment, aside from the sound of his breath dragging itself through his trachea. She couldn't stay in the non-anchored quasi-silence. She slipped out from under the sheet and tiptoed to the pile on the floor. She'd take a cab, roll the window down, and let the frigid night air numb her cheeks. She looked at his sleeping body, rising and falling with each bazoo huzzah. He was taller than the last, and skinnier. She slid his dress pants up her legs, cold as lake water on her skin. Smooth. She buttoned the cuffs of the shirt tight around her wrists. What was his name? She yanked the belt through the buckle, tight. She tied the tie and wiggled it until it pushed on her throat. 3:02, the alarm clock said in red numbers. She picked up the suit jacket and slid her arms into the silk-lined holes. She closed her eyes as it laid its navy weight on her back, dark and dense, like outer space acknowledging her existence, like the entire sky reaching down to keep her safe. All right, so this last one, thank you so much for accepting this. I'm so excited for it to come out in Jake.
Yeah, it's awesome. I'm excited to hear you read it now.
It's called Jason. A couple weeks after he punches the mirror in the downstairs bathroom, gets driven to the hospital by Matuzowitz, Jason climbs on top of Jim and Jen's apartment building and can't get down. Tuz says Jason was tripping pretty hard at the ER that night, and Tuz's dad is a cop, so he must have been sweating. They're all gathered around in the little strip of grass between the parking spaces and the wall. You can do it, Jen yells. Come on, someone else calls. Jason squats at the edge of the roof, his hands clasped in his lap, his feet the only parts of his body touching anything solid. His head is bowed, and his Walgreens box-dyed black hair hangs in front of his face in greasy locks. This doesn't feel like the time his mother kicked him out of the basement and told him to find somewhere else to sleep. It doesn't feel like when you all couldn't get him to come out of the corner upstairs at Mark's with the macaroni and cheese pot, crouched there, waving that spatula at everyone. There isn't a tree close enough to climb and join him. None of you understand how he got up there. If he turns around and faces the wall, maybe he can hang on the ledge with his fingers and drop down into the grass feet first without hurting himself. The toe of one of his cloth slide-on shoes from the Chinese grocery on campus slips off the edge, sending dirt and roof rocks into the air. You all gasp. Jason scoots back from the edge. His shoulders rise. He stands up, straightens his posture, and pushes his hair out of his eyes. You silently watch, afraid to breathe. What did he take, you wonder? What has he drank tonight, you want to know, but are afraid to whisper ask? Jason who sleeps in the closet. Jason who will get Stephanie pregnant. Jason who once told you he wanted to be a pediatrician. Jason with the drumsticks, with the ninja stars, with the butterfly knife. Jason you think, fly away. Jason you hope, stay here.
That is such a beautiful story, Lisa. I was I don't know what the word is. Maybe shocked. Maybe that's the word. When I read it, I was like, immediately when I finished it, I was like, all right, yeah, I got to take this story. This is very good.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, which I'm now learning after hearing the other ones that that's just your thing. You just write good stories.
Thank you.
Oh man. Well, that's awesome. Thanks so much for joining and reading for us.
Absolutely. I've had a great time. What a fun thing you're doing. I'm going to watch a little bit more of it today.
Awesome. Yeah, great. Thank you. And now we have I think Nat has joined. Here we go. Hello. Good to have you here for the next 13 hours, I think. We're going to be together for a while on this.
Yeah, we've got some time together.
So nice to meet you as well. And is it Ram? Is your last name Ram? Is how you?
Yes, thank you so much for asking.
Yeah, sure. So Nat Ram, well, this is Nat's bio. Nat Ram, born 1996, is a disabled artist, writer, and genderless disaster from Baltimore, Maryland. They're the editor-in-chief of Fifth Wheel Press, as well as the author of You Stupid Slut, The Abyss is Staring Back, Random Access Memory, and several chapbooks. Find them online at natraum, which is natraum.com /links. I always have to remind myself all of the names for that. You have so many chapbooks. Before you read, I think I just started following you on Twitter. I've never seen you're the most prolific chapbook author I've ever seen.
I feel like I play second fiddle to my friend Tommy, who has more books out than I do. But yeah, I tend to really iterate in like a super like serial way. And it just like, I used to be a photographer. Like, I'm sure we'll talk about this in the next,
Yeah. Awesome.
But yeah, that's kind of my deal.
No, that's really cool. I'm excited to hear you read. Yeah, so I'll get out of the way and you can start your reading.
No worries. Yeah. So pretty much everything I'm going to read actually has been published by Jake. I think Jake is a national treasure, and have sent y'all a lot of work. So the first piece I'm going to read is inspired by The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild, and is called Your Bokoblin Arm is Badly Damaged. I am meant to exist as fragments or forearm bones for 3 or 4 days, tops. It is possible I've been fending off harm with the flimsiest bits of skeleton all this time, and maybe that's why I sink to my knees in defeat so often. Pixels cracking apart into swamp soil and a blood-kissed X on my Sheikah slate map. I moonlight as a stalkoblin when I am not gliding through Gerudo Canyon in the afternoon cool. I creak and crackle until the blow of a looted claymore separates the limbs I'd tied together with my remaining tendons. I am meant to lap at the searing ruby light tendrils of a blood moon and go no further. Right. I've been holding on to that one for a while, actually. It's in a manuscript that I've been trying to submit for like close to the last year. So I always like to get to read that one. The next piece was part of the same packet, which was the first packet I ever sent to Jake. And this is called Bathroom Stall as a Red Room or Prayer Closet. And it's from the micro chapbook that I had published with Ghost City Press last summer. And basically the theme of it is that it's like very inspired by Jennifer's Body and Carrie, and is kind of about like my high school experience. So first, may you hunt me like a standoff of village witch and pitchforked mercenary, swaying in perpetually touchless waltz. Slide behind me and crack the top off my steel trap's hisses and pops, until I hum high enough notes and parade girl so he and them and everyone knows can hear. Second, may you hunt me like we're 20-somethings in a famine of all things sensual. Pretend we're kids and you're trembling when you think of grazing my waistband with coaxing fingertips. Give me more than hardened red clay from the soil I dredge. Ruin me with just the foresight of your grasp. Third, may you hunt me like you know what you're really after. The gristle of hurt I hide away that makes me so Midwest emo without the Midwest. Just for you, I'll let you close enough to pluck the barbs out of my insides. Great. This next piece is also from a manuscript I am currently shopping around, and is called Heaven Spent. And this one is pretty self-explanatory, so I'm just going to read it. My inner child cries a lot. They emerge from slumber too often and wrap their body in heavy saline rain spilling forth from eyes, bottomless. When they're small, they cry themselves larger, a tantrum to all but the unheard, who recognize this sort of shouting from the howl of their own throats. But when they grow, they sob themselves smaller, feeling too far gone, too fucked, too absolutely withered inside for anything gentle to touch them. They don't want anything to make them smaller anymore, but they want to be smaller sometimes. They want it to be easier. They want to understand how they are supposed to hold it together, how one person is meant to do all this. They gesture broadly. I blink. I can't answer. Cool. So the next piece I am going to read is called Post Utero Instructions. And it's kind of in like a wild form, like it like sort of shifts across the page a little bit. And this was written as part of a chapbook that is unfortunately no longer in print, but was basically like, it responded to a sound map, which is a resource that one of my professors showed me, and it was super cool. So I wrote a bunch of ekphrastic poetry based on like fragments from this sound map. Post utero instructions. Slosh like stomach in turmoil. Paddle to the edge of yourself and dip your fingers in the wreckage. Wail at the cresting sun and shut your eyes to the luminance. Crack open and love yourself. This is definitely when I like was putting this packet together where I started to realize that like I've sent Jake a lot of really short pieces, and like I'm gonna have to put a lot of things into this reading to fill up 15 minutes.
Well,
So
that's fine. I'm enjoying this. So do what you need to do. Yeah.
awesome. Yeah, I have a couple more, and then I have a few like new things at the end that have not been published at all, which I'm super excited to read. So this is After Youth by Glass Animals, and it is a prose poem called Hey That Rhymes. Someone once said I was clearly meant for more than a life lost in the war, and I say I've lost mine thrice already, don't you see? A cigarette tastes like tobacco and trauma when I really buckle down and find the tartness in a Marlboro light, the kind I'd only bum when I was down enough to smoke and couldn't foot the cost of a pack myself. I survived girlhood with mother at my side in the same kind of way some people believe there's a spirit in the sky, the same tether that keeps you corporeal through the nights where you are your smallest, tear-struck and deliriously depressed. I resurrected myself from scraps of lace to rise, not like a phoenix, but a wraith from soft soil, and proclaim myself child, not daughter. It wasn't the only answer I was looking for as I stumbled out of the wreckage of myself, but I've stopped looking solace in the mouth on the rare occasion it arrives. Someone once said I was too young to be so sad, and I say sometimes it is too much to ask to thrive. Sometimes it's enough just to stay alive. So doing what I consider to be a complete 180 from the kind of like sad stuff that I've read for the most part. I recently started working on a collection that is based on like moments I should have known I was queer in hindsight. And it's just become this really interesting exploration of like queer stereotypes through memory and like the way that compulsory heterosexuality like kind of worms its way through all of us. So this is called Your Kiss. Hot on the heels of Katy Perry's late 2000s bisexual anthem, I Kissed a Girl, and probably just after Dodgeball taught me what bisexual means, I am transfixed by the worry lines between my best friend's brows, want to kiss them specifically. Don't we all? 7th grade self thinks we do, still pretends to be kissing a boy when she's alone with her pillow, but remembers those worry lines, commits their creases to memory with a soft gaze. So that was also a sonnet that I bring up only because there's been like just so much sonnet discourse recently. Like I couldn't not read that one.
When you said sonnet, my brain, I'm so Twitter brained that I was like, oh.
I'm the same way. I actually I feel like I've been on a Sonic kick recently. You may have seen. I just tweeted I'm on a Sonic kick right now. Don't tell Jane.
Yeah, I saw the tweet. I saw the tweet. I was about
Yeah.
to say. That's funny. My brain did that when you said Sonnet, and my brain also did that when you said Dodgeball, which I believe to be one of the worst masterpieces of all time.
It's really a keep looking, it's a car crash situation. Yeah, no, I totally I grew up on that movie, so it was and that was how I learned what the word bisexual was.
Oh my gosh, that's funny. Oh, what a ridiculous movie.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
No, of course. So another piece that I have just had published by Jake, within the last month, is from the same series, and this is about an experience that I had in preschool, that I just look back at and I still think is one of the funniest things ever. So this is called A Bad Gay Guard. In the garden behind my toddler gymnastics center, probably near where we once found the live garter snake, I am playing bad guys with the boys of rebounders. They keep saying I'm a bad guy, and bad girl doesn't feel like the right way to say it, so I say I'm a bad gay, which is ironic considering I would later be such a bad gay that I didn't even know I was gay until I was almost 21. And the boys say I'm a bad guy guard, and I have always wanted to belong, so I say I am a bad gay guard, and we're 3, so no one questions me. Cool. So I'm gonna move into some new shit. This piece was just published by Welter Journal, which is the journal that my MFA program runs. So kind of stoked, kind of an honor. They received a crazy amount of submissions every period, and I was like, oh my god, me. So really stoked to read this one, even though it's very short. And this is after a line by Ada Limon from the poem Blowing on the Wheel. And this is my secret work, to be worthy. And these are the wires between my synapses that make me want. This is my secret heart, made of sugar glass, even though I sheathe her in steel for show. This is my covert undercarriage of fine porcelain, polished daily. This is my wishing to be wanted. Cool. So I threw a long one in here. So I'm actually going to take a sip of my LaCroix before I start it. But this piece and the last one are from my forthcoming MFA thesis chapbook. I'm in a kind of cool, weird program where we actually publish our thesis manuscripts. So I have a chapbook coming out in May, and these are from that. This is Triptych for a Dry January. Someone once took a photo of me in a backwards cap and black velvet bodysuit, American Spirit yellow in hand despite the fact that I was indoors. Window opened like it somehow canceled out the tar smoke embedding itself in my wallpaper, like a sleet slush was not falling from the February midnight sky. I only remember this photograph's birth in hindsight, through the memory of playing second fiddle to a fuck buddy's girlfriend at my own party. In the decisive moment, Cupcake sings instructions on how to suck a dick, a sure sign of the times. The vodka on the table is empty, but I'm drinking whiskey, maybe beer, maybe tequila at some point. I forget what I was mixing it with, but I know there was a bottle of Suerte Añejo in the cabinet. The point is, there's a lot more I don't know, don't remember, and this photo is just the beginning. Someone probably still has every single nude I sent them after the bars closed. After I gulped a full frosty tulip glass of rail margaritas at last call. I've always been a little afraid of sex even before I learned how to fuck at a woefully young age. Am I doing this right? What if I'm not? And a sip or 3 or 30 of something strong is enough to dull the mortifying ordeal of sharing flesh with someone else. Digitally or in the kind of dark room my parents would tell me not to enter if I had actually gone to parties in high school. If I drank myself to dryness 4 years sooner. I know that no one has perfection running through capillaries of a blush-tinged face, but it's impossible to know a history in which I have not doomed myself to this. My repeated insistence of décolletage turned striptease is all the evidence I need that I have a fucking problem. No need to roll tape any further. Sober, I can see clearly. Someone somewhere online once said, only alcoholics need dry January. I didn't need dry January, but it didn't hurt. It gave me an easy excuse at least. I watched drunken entropy swirl its way around me while my family took bottles to the face and I didn't down a drop. I have inherited every ounce of emotion from both sides of my lineage and realized I mostly cry when I'm wasted. I still cry when I'm sober, but something about the stoppage of free-flowing alcohol to my prefrontal cortex has hardened me. I cut off my ethyl supply and I dry up like a prune in the oven, release eyes from tipsy squinting, and look straight at the circumstances that brought me here. Change may not be inevitable by nature, but I assure you, when you think about it, when you notice, when you stare too long into the surface of your own sun, there is no option but to look out into the world and ask for something, anything different. Cool. So the next piece is also from this kind of like thesis chapbook. It was published with Eunoia Review. And the title kind of leads right into the piece. So I am going to just read all of it. A Tumblr post says your highest self does things from love, not for love. And I think about every time I practice the latter, stretching myself like fresh taffy, melting like molten sugar to fit in the crevices of every lost cause. I think about how spectacularly we would fall apart. It made me a vacant lot sapped by smart weed until I untethered, opened unbound arms to myself, until I retaught myself gender as a void. Now my heart is a stampede of romantics who likely engaged in aortal bloodletting. I rise, all passion and pitfalls and somehow still standing. Pink lemonade, saccharine but satisfied, void but never devoid. I am the love I wish to see, and my transness is the chance to see it. Awesome, that's what I got, and it looks like I'm right on time.
That is kind of unbelievable. Oh, it's 10:01. You were just above. I'm so sorry to tell you. That was awesome.
Tried my
Thank you
best.
so much. You did what we can only do what we do. We're writers. We're not timers. That was great. Thank you so much for reading all of those. Before we start the next part, I'm curious, how often are you writing that you have just all of this good work?
Yeah, I'm not a write every day person. I will say that. Like, I don't believe in forcing myself to do something creative every day. I went to art school. The burnout when I was done with art school was like crazy. So, I write as often as I feel compelled to, and when I'm working on something, I do tend to be writing like pretty much every day. But that being said, like I would say like probably 3 to 4 days a week. I churn out some kind of poem or something.
Yeah, I think I would agree now. When I just finished writing this novel, and that was like, this book's never going to happen if I'm not writing every day.
Oh, I know how that goes. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like I literally just have to do this every day. And thankfully my OCD made that happen. But yeah, I used to be a journalist, and that was a lot of writing all the time every day. And there was a little bit of burnout after that. So I think I go back and forth on that, to be honest. I'm curious with your writing. I don't know that I've ever asked anyone this. I told a friend one time that I feel like I go through these periods of reading where I only want to read, or I go through these weeks where I only want to write, and if I try to sit down and read, it's just impossible. I can't.
Yeah. I have been like really dialed in working on this thesis project for quite a while now, and I just feel like my ability to read has gone out the window. Like I can read individual pieces in like a literary magazine, but I'm so deep in this like writing and editing process that I'm like, "Oh my God, I can't read."
Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, when I was writing, I wrote most of my novel in like a 16-day period, and I was also trying to read The Savage Detectives by Bolaño, and I was like, what am I doing? This book, I don't know if you've ever read this book, but it's a lot. There's like no form. It's just a bunch of people talking. And I was like, I don't understand what I'm reading right now.
Yeah, like, please help
I need to
me.
stop. Yeah, right. I need to just stop reading for a bit.
That's hilarious. No, I totally get that. And then like I go through periods of like absolutely ravenous reading. Like I mentioned the Ghost City Press like summer series that they do with like all the micro chapbooks. And whenever that comes out, I just go crazy reading for a couple of weeks because it's just like there's like sorry, hang on.
Yep.
Sorry, oh my god. Anyway, yeah, they're just like these little like 10-page chapbooks and they're all so thematically tight and they're all so incredibly good that I go crazy reading them. I read probably like 10 a week.
Yeah. That's awesome. I know Ghost City, and I've never picked anything up, so I should have to write that down.
They publish some really good stuff. I also really like their magazine, honestly. I just had a piece accepted by Ghost City Review. It's going to run in March, and I was like, hell yeah.
Nice.
Like, y'all are
Yeah, that's
awesome.
awesome.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness, yeah, very cool feeling to like, I think every writer. I'll say this as the editor of a magazine. Every writer has sent stuff to magazines that they maybe don't actively read, right? I mean, yeah. But what a feeling when one of them that you actually read, that you genuinely like, really like reading, accepts your story. It's like, oh, this has made it happen. This is so cool.
For sure. I've definitely like I've had a lot of those like kind of like fanboy moments, for lack of a better way of saying it, over the last like year or so. I still remember when I got my first like one of those acceptances and I was just like, oh my god, me? And I was in the middle of like a Zoom class, so I couldn't react.
Yeah, I'll say Jake was my third story that ever got published, and it was Flash last year. And I had gone through a really long period of just so many rejections.
Yeah.
And when that came through, I wrote the story and was like, this will work for Jake. I like reading Jake. I know this will work. And when it actually did work, I was like, oh my god, this is awesome.
Yeah, that is awesome. I remember Jake actually published my first, like I'm mostly a poet, but I do dabble in fiction and nonfiction. And Jake published my first piece of Flash, and I was just like, oh my god, I'm a real fiction writer now. So
yeah, right. Oh my goodness, that's awesome. Yeah, the latest one that happened for me like that, I have a story coming out in JMWW in April.
oh, I love them. They're local to me.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
I
are a
didn't even
Baltimore
think about
pub.
that. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I love everything they do. I read literally every fiction story that they post, and I sent a story last year, and they said like it was like a really nice rejection. Send us something else, and I was like, all right, you asked for it. Here's the next story. The next time they open, and then they asked for revisions, which had never happened to me before. But my writing friends made fun of me for this. I was just like so excited that somebody, first of all, that they might publish this story, but also that somebody took the time to give me revisions. As soon as they sent them to me, I was like, I'm doing this.
I know, right? Like, I'm always so eager when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like, I have my email on my phone, and I'll be like, the millennial urge to like send an important email on your laptop. I'll, like bust my laptop open, like, oh my god, yes, please, I excitedly accept. Like, I totally understand.
Yes. I did that the other day. I got a Had Skull for the second time.
Oh, congrats.
Which is really cool. Thank you. That was so cool. Especially because I had to leave like a thing at my wife's parents' house early I was like, sorry, I have to go home. I have to send a story in. Like, if we don't leave right now, I'm not getting this story. So it was nice that it actually worked out. But I got that acceptance, and I wasn't near my laptop, and I was like, I gotta get home right now. I can't do this on my phone. I have to be on my laptop.
Yeah. No, I read a tweet about something like that a while ago that was like, yeah, the millennial urge to like send an important email on your laptop. You can't do it on your phone. I'm like, oh my god, wow, you're so right. Like, I filled out a Lit Mag contract on my phone the other day, and I was like, I feel like I should not be doing this. Like, I feel like I'm gonna make a mistake.
Is this illegal? Oh man, that's funny. All right, cool. Well, I guess do you need to take a break or anything before we
Should
move
be
on.
all good. I mean, I have water. I've already dealt with, the coughing situation. I probably have long COVID, not to like overshare, but that is just like
Oh,
one of the side effects is that I occasionally like do have to cough.
oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Yeah, that totally. Don't apologize for it. No worries. Actually, I just realized I ran out of water and my mouth is getting dry.
Do you want to
So
take
let's
5
do
or
let's
1?
do like a couple minute break and we'll be right back. That will be
Nifty.
okay. Okay, we're back.
Let's go.
Right. What I just did. All right, I'm
Tech be like that. I get it.
okay. I have no idea. Discord just like randomly refreshed. Okay. Sweet. All right, I see that we are back on screen now. So we're gonna move in to our third chapbook reading / discussion. And chapbook in question is Clownin' Around by Melissa Martini, which I had the great pleasure to get to edit. Honestly, when I say edit, it was pretty much like putting dashes. It's a really great chapbook. I joined Jake after they had gotten through the initial round of review. I guess my first Jake meeting, actually, the team was looking at the final chapbooks and making the decision. And so because I came in late, I did not. I was like, "You guys don't want my opinion." I'm literally coming at the last second. But the gracious team asked what my opinion would be, and Clownin' Around was just the first one that I clicked on because I thought the title was funny. That's to be totally honest. And I was completely shocked by it. And so the one really strong opinion I had, having not read literally any of the other chapbooks, and I won't say that this swayed any opinion, but was that we should take Clownin' Around because it rocks. And every story is funny and tender, strange in a lot of really cool ways. So Nat is going to be reading from the chapbook, and we're going to talk about it. And I'm going to read Melissa, the author of the chapbook. I'm going to read her bio. Melissa Martini, she, her, is a short fiction writer, Capricorn from New Jersey. She studied creative writing in both undergrad and graduate school at Seton Hall University, and currently she serves as founder and EIC of Moss Puppy Magazine. And Nat, I'll read your bio again, since in case people are joining just for this. Nat Raum, born 1996, is a disabled artist, writer, and genderless disaster from Baltimore, Maryland. They're the editor-in-chief of Fifth Wheel Press, as well as the author of You Stupid Slut, The Abyss is Staring Back, Random Access Memory, and several other chapbooks. Find them online at natrom.com/link. Cool.
Yeah. How do you want to structure this? Do you want to like have me read a bunch off the bat and then chat, or do you want me to kind of like intersperse them through the conversation?
Yeah, let's intersperse them through the conversation. And I'm also pull this document here now. I'm also happy to read one of the pieces as well if you want.
Yeah, whatever you feel like works. I pulled a couple of excerpts because I was like, I don't want to give people the whole story, you know. I want them to buy the chapbook. So I have 3 excerpts prepared. 2 of them are like pretty short. One of them is a little bit longer.
Okay.
We
having a whole 43 minute block, so
I was going to say we have all the time in the world.
Yeah, right. You can start it and then we'll let's talk in between them. That'll work.
Cool, sounds good. I will start with the excerpt from the last story in the book. I found the clownfish on the side of the road, left over after an unsuccessful garage sale. The house behind it was empty, a broken lock hanging from the front door's rusted doorknob. It was a picture-perfect image of an abandoned house you'd see in a movie, yard full of fallen leaves. I almost missed the clownfish swimming around in its tank, the orange of its body lost in the murky water, both colors blurring into the autumnal backdrop. I parked my car across the street before making my way to the curb where the fish tank sat. Next to it was an old couch, arms torn and frayed. Multiple brown stains tainted the mustard-colored fabric, a deep indentation in the far-right cushion. 2 black garbage bags were torn open, miscellaneous garbage scattered about. I could only assume it was the work of raccoons, their handiwork becoming an increasingly annoying problem in the neighborhood. Kneeling down next to the fish tank, I inspected it thoroughly. Inside, there were various decorations and plants, the clownfish quickly swimming away from my increasingly close face to hide. It was the only fish in there, but it was evident it had been alone on the side of the road for quite a while, the water dirtied without a running filter to clean it. I took a deep breath and gripped either side of the fish tank, lifting it and steadying myself before walking back to my car. I managed to get the fish tank into the back seat of my car. I hesitated, wondering if I should fasten a seatbelt around it or just drive slow. Ultimately, I decided to do both, which led to us getting caught in a rainstorm. The drops of water fell heavily onto my windshield as I drove. Steadily, the rain's pitter-patter grew louder. I assumed the sound was similar to what fish hear when humans tap on their tanks, but I couldn't be sure. I could only imagine the different sounds the clownfish had heard while living on the side of the road, if the raccoons peeked at it curiously like I did. When I got home, I pulled into my driveway and called my husband Gabriel to help me carry the fish tank inside, nervous I'd drop it in the torrential downpour developing around us. He didn't question the newest addition to our family I'd brought home, being quite used to me showing up with orphaned animals. The three-legged cat I found at work, the senior Shih Tzu I adopted spontaneously at a street fair, the guinea pig pair I found for free on Craigslist. Some lasted longer than others, but we'd been empty nesters for a few months, and he knew I was itching for a new critter to care for. "Where'd this little guy come from?" Gabriel asked, taking one end of the tank in his hands as I lifted the other. He was a careful man, moving slowly and cautiously as his glasses grew more and more clouded with raindrops. "That abandoned house over by the kids' elementary school." I backed into the house, peeking over my shoulder and making my way to the kitchen table. Together we placed the fish tank down. I locked the front door while Gabriel dried his glasses. "What were you doing all the way over there?" He glanced up at me curiously when I returned, already starting to lift the fish tank's lid off and pull the filter out. He'd had fish as a kid, even keeping a small collection in his college dorm room. He let me name one when we first met. I chose a goldfish and named him Cheez-It. We held a funeral for him when he died, the entire floor joining us in the communal bathroom. A few of his friends snuck beer in, and we all poured one out for Cheez-It into the toilet after we watched him get flushed. I told him I loved him on that same night. "Reminiscing," I admitted, shrugging. "They added a new playground." Cool. That was where I chose to cut that one off. So.
Yeah. It's that's one of the longer stories.
Yeah.
11 pages. Yeah, that you stole the one that I was gonna read if you didn't.
Oh my
read it.
God, I'm so sorry.
No, I'm just messing.
That's
Oh my
probably,
goodness.
even though I was part of the editorial team that published something about the ocean, that is probably still my favorite story in the chapbook.
Yeah, it's so lovely. I don't know. I think it's a when I said that the stories in here are tender, I think this is a very tender story.
Oh yeah.
That I'm always really impressed by stories that are really talking about one thing when they're saying all of this other stuff, and they do it well. Because there's a lot of, everybody. I mean, I guess that's the whole point of fiction most of the time, but it can be really easy to heavy hand that, and make it so painfully obvious the whole time of what you're really trying to say. But I think that this story does a really great job of doing that, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I blurbed this and I said in my blurb that like the whole chapbook is really rich with what I call like the underbelly of the human ethic of care. Like there's just so much, as you said, tenderness in this book. I just think it's really, really special. Like there's just like an emotional underside to really all of these stories in a way that like, yes, this book is about clowns, but it is also about humanity.
Yes. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I think that's a great way to put it. There's a part later in it where the main character is scrolling through Facebook, and it's not, I don't know, maybe it's not supposed to be funny, but it's just kind of this silly moment where she's like someone's posting in this neighborhood group if someone could cut a piece of glass for a coffee table, someone have a metal detector I can borrow. Does anybody need 2 styrofoam coolers of dry ice? I don't want it to go to waste. And then the character says, and that's when I saw it, a photo of a baby raccoon in a clear plastic tote. And then, actually, I'll read the next line. Its small black eyes stared into the camera like twilight stars twinkling in the night sky. And it's just such a and right after that, I won't keep reading because right after that really gets into the meat of what the story is actually talking about. But I don't know. It's just like it was a very lovely story talking about clown.
Yeah, and I love the like loose connection to clowns, but like
Yeah.
full thematic connection to the rest of the chapbook. Like
Yeah,
that was
right,
such a
yes.
delight, especially right at the end. I thought that was delightful.
Yeah, because the rest of the chapbook is about clowns. It's about people who are clowns, people who in various capacities of circuses, children's birthday parties, or some the threat of violence against clowns. And then that was I think Melissa sent this in this exact order, pretty sure. And it was like, wow, she nailed it with the order. This totally, it's this little like, and I think unexpected is a word that I would throw around a lot with this, but with the whole chapbook. But it was like the whole thing. We've gone 36 pages of stories about actual clowns, and then right at the end, it's about a clownfish. But it works so beautifully. You don't really question it at all. It fits in, and it kind of like hammers the whole thing home in a really nice way.
Yeah, I really loved it to end the book. I think you said it. She nailed the order. Like it's really it progresses just so well, in my opinion.
Yeah, which I can say from my own writing of trying to put collections together and stuff, nailing the order when you're so inside of the stories anyways, like you've been looking at these stories for so long, figuring out the order is almost as hard as writing the stories, because it's very hard to pull yourself back out and look at them above. So I'm always impressed when someone nails the order of a collection with no editor telling them, no, you messed up this.
Yeah. It's really interesting. I actually just like kind of to go back to my thesis book. I just met with my thesis advisor yesterday, and she had like all of these suggestions for my order, which I thought was pretty tight. And so it really is a testament to someone who is super talented to be able to like just do that on the first try. Well, not the first try necessarily, but like on the submission try.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I had a collection that then turned into something else, but one of my friends read it, and we were talking through like thematics and the order and everything, and I was just so overwhelmed with like, this is just so I already wrote the stories, now I have to do this. This is even harder. I'm not an organizer. I just wrote the stories. So yeah, I was very impressed by the order of these. Awesome. All right. Well, if you have another excerpt that you want to read,
Yeah, this one is probably the shortest one I have, but it's like closer to the middle of the chapbook, so I think it'll give us, a little bit more space to like talk about clowns, which is I think what we're really here to do today. So,
Awesome.
This is from the second story in the chapbook. Mikey got home just as the coffee was finished, and I poured us mugs as he pulled the McGriddles and hash browns out of their bags. We sat at the table together, Mikey's face paint lazily applied but nevertheless present. He looked more like a sleepy clown than a killer clown, which struck me as cute. He heartily yawned. Tired? Someone kept me up a bit later than usual last night. He winked, taking a long sip of coffee, but it was well worth it. Good to know. I smiled at him as I bit into my McGriddle, nursing my coffee before breaking off a piece of hash brown. I began, I might need to write a review of Mikey's kitchen. Food is 5 stars, service is 5 stars, and I hear the owner's pretty cute too. Oh, really? Mikey tore open a ketchup packet and squirted its contents onto the wrapper of his McGriddle. He offered a packet to me, which I took. Mm-hmm. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand, with and without makeup. Good to know. Mikey raised his eyebrows as he dipped his sandwich into the ketchup. Really good to know. Mikey and I continued dating. Each time Gia asked to meet him, I refused, and each time there was an awkward encounter with a waiter or passerby during a date, I diffused. I reached a point in our budding relationship where I grew more and more impressed with Mikey's face paint. He was quite talented, surprising me on occasion with overly intricate designs drawn on his skin. I learned how to compliment Mikey by commenting on how well his face paint paired with his outfits, or noting the color palettes he chose to work with each day. After a rather strenuous night together, I woke up earlier than him and for the first time and watched him sleep for a few minutes. I brushed my fingers against his bare face, taking in all of the details I couldn't see when he was made up. The beauty mark on his jawline, the dip of his cupid's bow, the angle of his cheekbones. I headed into the kitchen and put on a pot of coffee, door-dashing breakfast. When Mikey finally woke up and found me setting the table, he greeted me with a kiss that made me realize I was in love with him. Cool. That is where I cut that one off.
Yeah. This story is, you said the title, here we go. Is Clown Emoji and a Black Heart. And I was just looking. And I've lost. But it is a very intimate story. And
Yeah.
I don't think I normally read anything like this. I don't even know what I would call it, to be honest. I think that a lot of times intimacy in short stories especially can venture too far into like there's no tension at all. Like a
Yeah.
boring story. I think the word thrown around a lot of time is sentimentality. And yeah, so it can venture into the sentimental of like, all right, you know, how many times am I going to watch this couple be happy together in the story, you know? But I don't know. I'm not even sure how to describe what Melissa did here to make it not that way.
It's like,
But
because I
it's
feel
lovely.
like there's just so much inherent tension in what the conceit of the story is.
Yeah.
And for me, it was just this sort of like this continual, like, even though, like, so I once wrote a story and someone told me nothing happened in it, and I was like, it was 6 pages, like, things happened. But I feel like this is one of those stories where you could really say, like, oh, this story, like, nothing happened, but like so much is happening in the background that, like, for me, I just kept being like, oh my god, what's gonna happen next? Like, what's coming next? Like, I was glued to this one.
Yes. Yeah, there's I'm so bad at remembering words. Yeah, I think you say like there's a lot going on in the background. You really get close in, I think the main character, Kelsey. Yeah, Kelsey.
Yeah.
You get so close in Kelsey's mind, which I think is without like, I don't know. I feel like the narrator is Kelsey, I think, but you know, you're kind of looking over the whole thing, but you're so intimate and close in Kelsey's mind. It's like a real relationship. It's like real people on the page, which is difficult. It's really difficult to do.
For sure. And I mean, I think, like, to what you said, like, because we are so close with Kelsey, I feel like because Melissa doesn't really like head hop in this story at all, like, you really do experience it like fully from her perspective. It's very strong.
Yeah. There's a line near the end, and I won't say anything else other than one character says, God damn it, Kelsey, I don't get it. I really don't. And Kelsey replies, you don't have to get it. And I feel like that encapsulates the whole story. Like that line just really punched for me.
I know. Oh my god. This one was so good. Like this was another favorite for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna say this about every single story now. Yeah, it was a
Right?
favorite of mine.
All 5 of them were my favorite for different reasons.
Yeah.
No, exactly.
Yeah, I'm always I think getting to be an editor of a magazine means that you're going to read a lot of stuff that you normally wouldn't read. Even if you have an eclectic reading style, there's just stuff that you don't read. Everybody has that.
For
But
sure.
you're forced to. You're forced to. And I think that there are some stories in here that, like, yeah, they're right up my alley. But then this story wasn't, and I was just totally mind blown by it. And I think that is that's like an editor's dream, but also just it's like the best thing as a reader when you encounter something that you're not used to or you maybe normally wouldn't pick up to read for yourself, and then it just like blows you away and you love it.
Absolutely. Yeah. We in my poetry cohort talk a lot about the idea of like the pleasure of surprise. And it's just something that like I am so cognizant of in my own writing now that I really appreciate it when I notice it and other writers do it. In that like there is always going to be something kind of inherently a little exciting and pleasurable about doing something that surprises your reader.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah. Yeah, it's really lovely. I was trying to see if there was oh my god, I mean the part which actually I'll just say there's so much McDonald's in this story. And it's
Yes.
so awesome. It's so I think it makes the characters really relatable, and maybe is why there's even more intimacy and like they feel like real people. There's just so much McDonald's. And I think the guy at one point says like, I was lucky that you liked McDonald's.
Yeah. No, and I totally felt that because like I am that kind of creature of habit. Like that was just such a like dead on like very like you said very intimate moment in this story. Is like, oh my god, yeah, like the restaurant these people go to all the time is McDonald's. Everybody has a restaurant they go to all the time when they don't feel like cooking. Like
Yes. Yeah, I live, which I don't think you have one up there, but I live about a quarter of a mile away from a Bojangles.
oh, I
If
love
you ever been to
Bojangles.
Yeah.
We don't have them up here, but I vacation in like Southern Virginia and there's one and I'm just like, damn, I love a Bojangles.
I didn't feel like cooking last night because we had the stream starting, and yeah, it's so good. It's ridiculous. But it does. You're right. Everybody has that place that when they don't, it's just like the easy thing to get when they're doing something else. And McDonald's fits so perfectly in that story. They've already got all this other intimacy going on. McDonald's is like the constant thing
Yeah.
going on in the story. Yeah.
It's
Awesome.
really awesome. Yeah.
Cool. Do you have another one?
Yeah, I have a longer one that depending on how long it takes me to read this, might be able to take us close to home with.
Sweet.
So this is from Something About the Ocean, which is the 3rd story in the chapbook. I chose to read this one because I published it. I was on the editorial team that brought this into our literary magazine, and when we read it, the theme is work and play. And I was talking to Melissa, and she told me, I won't give away what the story is about, but she told me what it was about, and I was like, oh my god. So, here we go. Ellie's second job with the Rockford family was for their newest baby's baptism. Mrs. Rockford had called to hire her for her first job with the family, but it was Mr. Rockford who ordered her services this time around. His voice was husky on the other end of the phone call, Ellie scribbling down the address of the church and restaurant on a pink sticky note. Don't wear your costume to the church, obviously. Mr. Rockford let out a gruff laugh. I don't think Jesus would appreciate me inviting a clown. You can change at the restaurant. You don't know that, Ellie started, chuckling to herself. Jesus might love clowns. This pulled another laugh out of Mr. Rockford, and Ellie could just about hear his smirk through the phone line. True. On a more serious note, Mr. Rockford, I typically only attend parties, not necessarily ceremonies prior to parties. For example, if I were to be hired for a wedding, I would skip the ceremony and perform at the reception. Ellie tapped the end of her pen against her desk before bringing it between her lips to nibble. Her teeth found grooves from a previous gnawing session. Is it appropriate for me to attend the actual baptism of your child? Oh, please, I insist. It would be just rude of me to invite you to the party but not let you witness the baptism itself. Mr. Rockford said as if it made all the sense in the world. I'll pay you extra, of course, if necessary. Do you need something to wear to the church? Ellie was caught off guard by the question, hesitating before responding. No, that won't be a problem. I have formal clothes, too. I'm not a clown every day of the week, Mr. Rockford. Please, call me Andrew, he hummed, and I assume your real name isn't Bubblegum? Ellie felt a blush warm her cheeks, her fingers gripping the phone a little bit tighter. No, she breathed. My name is Ellie. I'll see you at the church then, Ellie. And with that, Andrew hung up, Ellie's heart beating a tad bit faster than it had before he called. Ellie arrived at the church 15 minutes early in a muted pink dress, clutching a dark magenta handbag against her abdomen. She wasn't used to seeing clients without her makeup on, her face paints and clown costume sitting neatly in the back of her car. Her curls were brushed back into a neat bun, ready to be freed for the after party, but until then she tried to ignore the headache flirting with her pulled-tight scalp. In front of the church, Ellie recognized Mrs. Rockford, one twin holding each of her hands. They ran faster than she could in her heels, clicking against the pavement and threatening to catch in the sidewalk's cracks. She wore the same sundress. A blazer sat on her shoulders this time, rather than a cardigan, though. Andrew got out of their car behind her, slamming the doors shut and adjusting his suit jacket before reaching into the back seat to retrieve the guest of honor. The baby wore a miniature white tuxedo. His father, on the other hand, was dressed in black as if attending a funeral. Ellie wondered what Andrew might be mourning. When Andrew noticed Ellie standing on the sidewalk, he smiled at her. He looked her up and down nonchalantly, no efforts made to hide the gesture. She offered a shy wave in response. As many family members and friends arrived, Mrs. Rockford and Andrew greeted them with hugs and kisses, people filing into the church one by one. Ellie found herself staying towards the back, unsure what to do with herself. She wasn't religious and was pretty sure she'd never even been baptized herself, but she appreciated the stained glass surrounding her. The after-party was held at an Italian restaurant in a large party room equipped with a dance floor and bar. The windows were tall, overlooking the water, the sound of soft waves drowned out by the clinking of silverware and guest chatter. Ellie stumbled into the first bathroom she saw, changing into her costume and painting her face with a rushed hand. Andrew showed her to her station, and Mrs. Rockford dropped the twins off with her, and it was then that Ellie realized the Rockfords viewed her as little more than a glorified babysitter. As more children noticed her in the corner of the party room, she formed a small circle of kids to entertain. Andrew stood at the bar sipping a Corona for most of the party, and Ellie found herself making eye contact with him more than a few times. Mrs. Rockford carried the baby around to greet the party guests, even handing him to Ellie for a photo together at one point. Our kids just love you, Bubblegum, Mrs. Rockford cooed, taking the baby back from Ellie. You are just the life of the party. Ellie forced a laugh, a miscellaneous child tugging at her baggy pants. She squeezed a small ball on her wrist to shoot water from her corsage, successfully making the child both laugh and go away. It's not every day I get hired to perform at a baptism. Birthday parties are my usual gig. Andrew said we just couldn't pass up the opportunity to hire you again after you did such a fabulous job with the twins. Mrs. Rockford nodded towards the twins, who were sitting against a wall sharing a plate of penne. Feel free to grab a plate, by the way. Clowns need to eat too, of course. Thank you so much. Ellie smiled, walking over to the buffet to peruse. By then, the party was winding down, people beginning to say their goodbyes. When Ellie noticed that no children were left besides the Rockford kids, she popped off her clown nose and took a seat at an abandoned table to cut into a breast of chicken parmigiana. Andrew sat next to her. Hey, he said, classic Corona in his hand. You did great today. Looked great, too. Yeah? You into this sort of thing? Ellie picked up the plastic nose she'd placed on the table beside her plate and gave it a honk. Andrew burst out laughing. I met earlier at church in that little pink dress of yours, but if a clown kink is what it takes. His voice trailed off as Mrs. Rockford approached, fingering her checkbook. She tore out the top check and folded it, handing it to Ellie. Keep the change, sweetheart. We appreciate you. Mrs. Rockford offered a wink, forcing her way into her husband's lap. She sat on the edge of his thigh, Ellie's eyes being drawn to his crotch as she followed the curve of Mrs. Rockford's body. She was just short of hovering, wrapping her arm around his neck to prop herself up. You're just wonderful. We'll call you for our next party. What's that going to be, honey, your promotion? Oh, I don't know about that. Andrew shifted comfortably, lightly grabbing Mrs. Rockford's hand and removing it from where it sat on his shoulder. I might not get it. I've got a 50-50 shot, but Ellie here doesn't need to know about that, now does she? Ellie, I didn't realize you two were on a first-name basis. Mrs. Rockford let out a throaty laugh, reaching to take the Corona out of Andrew's hand. She took a long sip. That's nonsense anyway. You're practically part of the family at this point. You see, Andrew's going to get promoted next month. I just know it. And when he does, we're going to celebrate. You know what? Whether you want to come as Bubblegum or Ellie is completely up to you. You're invited either way. Like I said, family. Mrs. Rockford nearly dropped the Corona on the table, patting Ellie's bare arm with her slightly wet fingers. Of course, you won't get paid as Ellie. Ellie locked eyes with Andrew, a smile curling at her lips. I'll be there, Mrs. Rockford. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Cool.
This story is so good.
Like I said, when I read it, I was just like, this is exactly what we wanted for our magazine. Like, this exemplifies the intersection of work and play, which is like sort of what our theme is. And I was like, this is great.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't even now that you say that and knowing Plork, that totally fits. I hadn't even considered that until you mentioned it. But
yeah,
I think that does add some interesting depth to where the story started too. Yeah. I don't know. I think first of all, I just want to say for people who thinking about buying the chapbook or have bought the chapbook, the last line of the story is so wonderful.
oh, so true.
It really is good, and I love when the last line of the story is great. And it is a really great. No, I think there's sometimes when a story. How was I thinking about this? There's a lot of like experimenting with form going on these days. I've done it. I feel like it happens all the time now, especially with short fiction, flash, and poetry and stuff. And there's like, when it works, novelty is amazing. But this story is telling a very similar story to something that like we have all seen in movies and we've read, or it's literally happened around us in our lives. Like this is not a novel idea. This is a story that everybody knows. But there's this added flavor, I guess you can call it, with the clown aspect.
I know. It's so good.
It's mind-blowing. Yeah.
Yeah, I really love that. And it's funny you bring up the fact that like this is a story that everybody knows, because I think something that's really great about the fact that it is a story that everybody knows is that like they feel like they can insert their own kind of like stakes into it. Like I'm thinking about like that big like reality TV cheating scandal that broke like around this time last year. And how like everybody was like, well, why has this story been so sensationalized? Like, why has like everybody latched onto it in this way? And it's like because everybody can see this happening to themselves.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It's such a normal story that happens all the time. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. This might be a stretch here, but I know that lately I've seen a really big focus, maybe more so in the book market than short fiction, but like retelling old myths and stuff.
Yeah.
And Jake we've gotten some fiction and flash subs that are kind of in that vein. And I would say this is the exact same thing. It might not be like, retelling a Greek mythology thing, but it's retelling something that we all know.
Yeah, like a really classic story.
Yes. Yeah, a very human story. Yeah. And just putting the clown thing on it, and just like it makes it doesn't come off as silly, which is, I think, maybe the most important thing about it. Even though there are lines in this, the clown kink line. I'm
Yeah.
trying to find it again. It's such a ridiculous line. Yeah. Anyways, it's such an absurd thing to say.
Yeah, it's really good. Like, there's just something about the absurdity of, like, I feel like there's a level of absurdity to all of these stories in some way, and there's something about it that is just so immensely pleasing.
Yeah, right. Yeah. No, that's I think that hits on it really well. There's a level of absurdity that does not feel unrealistic.
No, not at all.
Yes. Which is like a very thin line. But none of this stuff feels like it couldn't happen in the world. The clown hunting one is maybe the least realistic of all of them, and I was still like,
Yeah, I was still hooked.
yeah, right. Yeah, I'm not. It doesn't shake me out of it. I don't know. Yeah, I could just this story especially. I think I could just see it so well, which maybe comes down to a line level thing of there's just a lot of really great prose in this story, especially.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the prose overall is really like just spot on in this book. Like you said, we've talked about the humor, we've talked about like the way that there is a universality and an intimacy to it. Like I think that all just speaks to really strong prose writing.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's something I've been thinking about a lot this week, and I don't remember what the original thought that I had around it was, but almost like anything can work if the writing is good. You know?
Absolutely. Yeah,
And
you
I
can
think
get
this
anyone
is
to
a
believe
great
anything.
example. Yeah, right. Like when I was writing my novel lately, it was like I'm a total pantser, but I had an idea. Like I had a point A and a point B, and I needed to get there. And at some point, I realized like you just have to make it work. Like if you're a decent writer, then you'll make it work. And I think that
Absolutely.
writing a bunch of short stories that are clown themed might seem like if I just told someone, "Hey, here's 5 short stories that are clown themed," without telling you that the writing is good, and you'd be like, "Sounds kind of stupid." But
Yeah,
then
you'd be
when
like, are you
you
sure?
yeah, right. Yeah. Like, all right, there's got to be better stories that I can read. But when I tell you that it's clown theme and they're all incredibly intimate and realistic, and you're sucked in immediately, you want to read all of them in one sitting. It's a totally different ball game, and it's because the writing is good.
For sure. Yeah.
Um, I keep doing this with the things that you read, but there's a point later where she's talking to Andrew, and he asks her how long, or she grew up wanting to be a clown, and she says, "I've wanted to be a clown for as long as I can remember," and he says, "I never had a dream like that. I guess that's how I ended up at a company that laid me off the first chance they got." And it's just, I guess it's that surprise aspect.
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, like sounds like it was.
Yeah, you're like totally, you've totally changed my thinking on this. I guess it like flips it around in your head a little bit. Yeah. No, it's a lovely collection all the way through. Yeah, we have We have 7 minutes left. Is there anything else that you wanted to?
Let me think about that. I feel like I almost want to like dig back into my blurb and see if there's anything I haven't brought up yet.
Yeah.
All right. Yep. Moreover, Martini shows us a new dimension to the oft-feared clown. Inside of every clown is a human with hopes and dreams.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah,
That was
I
very
also
good
like
blurb.
yeah, I also talked about how there's an episode of Daria where like Jane says that puppets can make anything funny. And I feel like I almost feel that way about clowns now. Like after
Yeah.
reading this.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I'll just be totally honest here that there was a small point in my childhood where I was terrified of. And I think it was because I watched the original It too young, maybe.
Yeah. I can see that.
But yeah, you're right. There's absolutely nothing terrifying about clowns in this. There's like a deep human aspect that runs throughout it. I was going to call out I think this might be I think there's 2 stories here that we haven't read from. Talking
Yeah.
about the prose, and maybe we can end on this. This is just the start of the first story in the collection. First few paragraphs. Antonetta, I think that's terrible. Antonetta gently lifted the teaspoon in front of her, holding it up as a mirror to survey her reflection. Her tight coral coils sprung against her fingers as she fondled them, separating the curls one by one. Must you do that at the table? Madeline waved her own teaspoon at Antonetta, the remnants of her tea dribbling off it in tiny droplets. 1 drop landed in her teacup, 2 on the rose tablecloth. She dabbed at the wet spot with her napkin, off-white and frilly. She placed the spoon down next to the saucer, sitting atop a thick paper doily, one of its lace edges inevitably slightly torn. Madeline replaced the spoon with her teacup, fingering the porcelain handle and lifting it to her lips. Antonetta's tea set was white, with details in various shades of pink. Each flower was delicately drawn on, petals pink in position to wrap around the curve of each cup's lip. Golden bands accented the cups, matching the teapot that sat in the middle of the table. The milk jug was shaped like a miniature cow, similar flowers painted on as a crown atop its head. A piece of pink string hung from its neck, a golden bell at the end. The sugar bowl was ordinary, not much different than a teacup. I think starting a story, there's like nothing going on yet. We've read almost a full page. But I'm so in the scene. There's so many wonderful little details. I think the part that really got me was the 1 drop landed in her teacup, 2 on the rose tablecloth. There's so much visuals flowing throughout 3 paragraphs here, and even the way the mouth sounds are when you're reading. There's a lot of P's and it's very rhythmic. And I don't know, I was sucked in immediately by how visual this was, how wonderful the imagery was, but also just the way that it reads slowly and delicately, I guess.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the detail work is really spot on throughout. I would say the whole collection. Like there's a real attention to it, and it's very clear that Melissa also writes poetry, in my opinion, as a poet. I'm kind of like, damn, like you really like hammer in those details in a way that is so pleasing. And also like the rhythm to the prose that you mentioned, like that is just, yeah, I see poetry in prose all the time. So
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, Ben and I were talking about this earlier we have 2 minutes left. Ben and I were talking about this earlier. And I was saying Dennis Johnson is one of my favorite writers on this planet, and he was obviously a poet before he was a novelist. And there is something very I almost feel like when you're reading someone who maybe started as a poet and then got into short fiction, it is so blatantly obvious that they were a
Yeah.
poet first because their attention to detail is different. And I can tell it in my own writing, like God, I wish I had started writing poetry first because it's just I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a rewiring of your brain and the way you write things. But every poet that I've read that has written a novel afterwards, I found that there's so much detail, or written short fiction. There's so much detail and imagery and rhythm that you might not find if someone starts fiction.
Oh yeah, definitely. I would definitely agree with that. I know a lot of people who kind of like float between genres, and it's always really interesting for me to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, gosh. I wish I even knew where to start with poetry, but it's just like my brain isn't there. It's in another. It's in
I
the
get it.
fiction space. Oh man. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, is there anything else you have?
I don't have anything else. It was lovely chatting with you for the last hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, it was awesome to meet you and get to talk to you. I'm glad that we could. Yeah, I just want to say I highly recommend that you order all 4 of our chapbooks. There's a discount. It's cheaper that way. But also that you read this specific chapbook, which is Just Clowning Around by Melissa Martini. It's really lovely. You've got clowns, you've got infidelity, you've got violence, you've got fish, and you've got so much intimacy and wonderful prose. And I don't think you'll be disappointed by any of them, but I don't think you'll be disappointed by this.
I co-sign all of that. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, it was great talking to you.
Sweet. Yeah, I will hop back on the YouTube side. It's good to see y'all.
Good to see you. Thanks.
See ya.